Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Got some more information coming out of Reddit. And there's a couple other things too, because I was deep diving into the timeline. So there's a new updated timeline, and what is up? And it's pretty interesting. The timeline, the updated one, some new pictures of like a supposed alleged minor that David was in a relationship with. Let me see that image. If I don't already have it. Oh, it's echoey? Okay. How about now? I have the speaker on right here. That's why. I'll turn off the speaker. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Microphone check. It's Cindy from sunny South Florida. You guys hear me okay? I want to make sure I'm not echoey or anything. Make sure I'm not echoey. All right, let me turn off. Static.
Test, test, test. You guys hear me okay? Says the microphone. Okay, yeah, there we go. I turned it off. All right, cool. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys. Always coming in. I'm still blocked from my own stream. Rufio Banning. Rufio Banning, good to see you. So let me yeah, I just can't see myself in this chat. Hey Darcy, good to see you. Della Day, Cindy from sunny South Florida, Rufio Banning. I know Native Girl was saying that she was just gonna jump in a minute. Flojo, good to see you. Jade, good to see you. Oh yeah, which song? The Eminem one? Frame? Oh shit. Let me open this up and then I'll share my screen so we can go over this. Because there's some other stuff I want to go over too. Let me share my screen. There we go. Screen shared. Native Girl. Native Girl. Thank you for modding, Native Girl. Always coming in. Coming in clutch, as they say. Oh, I changed your profile picture. Let me see. Oh, okay. Nice. I like it. Right on, Rufio, for sure. For sure. Let's go. Let's go. So this came out today from Two Angry Man, and there was a lot of information that came out. So if you can get past Harvey and past this other guy right here, I don't know what his name is, but on the back it says Los Angeles Magazine. So those people. I'm sure he represents that because those are the people that came out with Josh Marshall, I believe. John or Josh Marshall. Josh Marshall. I think it's Josh Marshall. Where he broke silence. So they're the ones that broke the news. So that makes sense that these guys in the know. But let me play this because there's a lot of things in here that Deanna Moore, it's good to see you. There's a lot of things in here that they went over, and supposedly LAPD from these guys' sources, they have identified another suspect, and I think we can all kind of guess who that might be, whether it's a woman or man. So we'll go into this right here, and then I'll read over comments. Sounds good.
Another suspect, other than David, who the LAPD has its sights set on with respect to what happened to Celeste before, during, and after her death, correct?
Correct.
Welcome to the Two Angry Men podcast. Mark, the singer David is in big trouble. We now know, and I can give you this 100%, although the medical examiner has not yet determined cause of death, nor has the toxicology report been given over to the LAPD. The LAPD Robbery Homicide Unit is viewing the death of Celeste Rivas as a homicide, and David is a suspect. And he is a
David is not the only suspect.
And David is not the only suspect. But what I am told is,
You guys hear the video? Okay, cool. All right, cool. Thank you, Native Girl.
that at least one other suspect, it's not necessarily in connection to the murder, it's in connection to dismembering the body. And I think this all has to do with a mysterious trip to Santa Barbara in the middle of the night last spring. And I got details. What do you got?
Okay, so not only that, but You know how we've almost got whiplash on this story from, I think you were the one who had said that all of your sources had dried up like very, very early on this, and you were
Not
actually quite
anymore.
surprised.
Not
Right.
anymore.
And the reason for that, by the way, my surmise, wild speculation, they not only got the records that support your, what you were saying is 100%, that he took a trip to Santa Barbara County, but they now also, and you may have reported this, I'm not in the weeds on the TMZ feed, but they've got his social media and have tied up social media with some of the trips, and they've got cell phone records that they have poured over, and they have triangulated this to the point where it's eerie. I saw this 10 years ago on another murder case that I had, but when it was in the infancy stages, they've got a chart at LAPD that you would not believe. They've got this thing down to a timeline that's almost by the minutes triangulated to the location, if you can believe that. And it's not just one source. When I say triangulated, it's media, social media, cell phone, Tesla, other, and all I'll say is other kind of GPS tracking devices, if you will. And it's really, I used to joke, or my father used to joke, LAPD is lost and presumed destroyed. They actually have elevated their game, and this is quite a feat of investigation so far.
That's fascinating. So let me tell you what we know, because it aligns with what you just said, that in the spring, David took a trip to a very remote area of Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night and spent several hours there. We have also been told, yes, there is another suspect, but the suspect is somebody they believe helped him dismember the body, because what we were told by multiple sources is they believe that more than one person dismembered the body. Now, I don't think they can conclude that just by looking at it. I mean, look, Jeffrey Dahmer dismembered a body completely, and he did it alone. So there's some reason they're saying he had help, and it's not just the way the body was cut up. So here's my theory, and I've got a little bit of evidence on this too, but my theory is that they may have done this in Santa Barbara County, and the reason there may be another suspect.
So I need to pause this to make commentary, just so I don't get copyrighted or whatnot. Because I heard somebody was saying, another creator, that TMZ is very like, they'll like copyright strike you, and they're pretty adamant about that. But I mean, I haven't been copyrighted or anything like that, or struck with anything like that on my other videos. So maybe because I'm doing it like maybe 15 minutes at a time. But I just want to be careful. But I wanted to ask you guys, what do you guys think? Okay, what do you guys think? Do you think when he went to Santa Barbara, do you think Celeste was alive or not alive when David went to Santa Barbara? What are your thoughts on that? That's one of my biggest questions, whether she was alive or not while he made that trip up to Santa Barbara in mid-spring, as a lot of the sources are claiming.
Suspect is that, yes, there's cell phone data, but I think more important, there might be Tesla video. Remember, Tesla has cameras on the car, and the LAPD, we're told, has gained access to that data and clearly that video. What if there is video of not just David in the car, but a second person in the car? And then the question, do they have any evidence the body was possibly dismembered there? I'm going to tell you something, and I cannot be more specific, but there was an offhanded comment made to me by somebody connected to all of this about possibly hiding the body there. I mean, just the words hiding the body. And it was posed kind of as a hypothetical, but it's somebody with some knowledge. And so what I'm thinking is that I don't think they took Celeste to Santa Barbara County and killed her, if that's indeed what happened to Celeste. Whatever happened probably happened somewhere else. Maybe.
All right, let me read some comments with that question because so Darcy, Celeste was already unalived by spring. Santa Barbara trip is a red herring. Oh, that's interesting. So you think the trip was just to throw maybe his timeline? Maybe David just went up there, yeah, for a red herring. Huh, that's interesting. Let's see. Yeah, let me know what you guys think if this trip that they're talking about, if it's whether she was alive or not, heading up there.
Be in LA, and that the body was taken to Santa Barbara County, and maybe the body was dismembered there. Now, what I can't answer is how does it then end up in his trunk? And that I can't figure out back in Los Angeles. But that Santa Barbara trip is the key to this case, Mark. I'm telling you, I've been on the phone personally on this one, and that Santa Barbara trip is the key.
Yeah, and by the way, the whiplash that I've talked about in terms of the reporting on this as well, that whiplash also had to do with, at first, they weren't even sure that it was dismembered because of the degradation. And so that took a little while, which was another reason they were being so kind of tight and close to the vest, so to speak. But it wasn't just, I'm told, it was not just the trip itself, it was the confirmation of the social media. And for those who think that, and I know I've heard people talk about this, and people who are frequently on social media, they think that the phone is the only thing that is tracking you. But when you post that, whether it's posting on a phone or anything else, the use of the social media platform itself is basically something that is utilized as well that can determine your location. And so if you've got that, you've got your phone, you've got a time when you post some kind of a social media.
Hey, Colin, how you doing? Welcome. Trip happened and sent Harvey Snickers into a clutch. Del Deng says they must have evidence that's taking them back there. Everything tracks you literally. Right, yeah. The phone, the Tesla, everything, right? So there's a picture right here on the right where they're talking. That's a picture of some of it's like a coastal area, but it's also a rural area. I've been working on that word because I'm having trouble hearing it. Pronouncing it. Rufio says, I started wondering about what celebrities live in those rural areas of Santa Barbara. Maybe they also stopped off at someone important's home. That's another good question too. Is like maybe he stopped off somewhere, and that's the second suspect, right? It's he goes up there, Santa Barbara. He goes and meets somebody that needs help. He shows them what is going on in the shows them the trunk, the front trunk, and it's like, I need help. And then they go and they're spending a few hours in a rural area because there's homes in these areas that are off the path, and it can also mean that he's stopping by somebody's house too, and then they could all and then he's coming back, and the guy's saying like, look, or whoever is like, dude, I'm not going to help you out, take that shit somewhere else or get out of here, and takes off. But then why didn't they contact the LAPD or anybody, right? Police, and just said, dude, get the hell out of here, and just left. I don't know. That's one of the things that is going through my mind too. I mean, there's so many possibilities to that. You watched the Last Dance video. They may have done the same to Celeste in the Woods. Rufio, Benny, Homeless Blanco. Benny Blanco, man, that guy. I could spot somebody that does allegedly cocaine from a mile away, and that dude looks like he loves that shit. All right, and again, that's just a way off opinion of mine, but I could see that somebody is on that nose candy, on that white stuff, you know. And I saw a picture and I'm like, holy shit. So I wonder about that guy sometimes. See, I know Oprah too. There are no coincidences. The Deladink says, Colo, also the date is very telling. It says January 29, 2025. Yeah, I do want to go over some of those timelines too, just briefly, because I mean, there's so much on the timeline. There's an updated timeline. Benny is a good one though. Oh, is he? Okay. Well, yeah, I just don't want to. I mean, I obviously don't know the dude, but I was like, Darcy says TMC is making salacious inference that Santa Barbara is key detail. It's not. The thing is, it might be though, because if these sources are saying that they're sources, but then LAPD could also be leaking information to Harvey and saying what they want him to say, right? That could also be true. So it could be either one, right? It could be 50-50 where law enforcement is leaking some type of information to Harvey so he could blab it out, right? It's like, if you want everybody to know something, tell it to the person that has the biggest mouth, and that's Harvey. And that's why his show's so big. So I'm wondering if that's the case too, right? If they're saying that as a reference or as a red herring, as Darcy is saying. But to me, it sounds like it might be, but it's 50-50, right? It is 50-50 because the law enforcement hasn't said whether or not it is or it isn't LAPD. Let me play this.
Story, if you will. All of these things have now been utilized, and is one of the reasons it's taken so long, because search warrants have been executed on a number of these platforms or providers, and they were waiting to get back the information. They also clearly have yet another person that is a target of this, not just David, but they've got somebody else. And I haven't heard yet whether that person is talking or cooperating. But if it's anything like the feds, the first person in is the person who's going to try to talk or cut a deal.
We need to talk about this. So my information is that the other suspect and or suspects has to do with dismembering the body. Is your information that this could actually have to do with her death?
Yeah, and I've got a name, but I'm not going to put it out there. I've already been told a name as well. And
A name of a suspect
of another person besides him.
in
And
connection with the death or the dismemberment?
but they're not ruling anything out. I mean, everything is on the table. They have kept this wide open because they believe, and they believed since the beginning, since the get-go, that there was more than one person involved, which, by the way, you and I had talked about this way back when, that it appeared that there had to be more people than just David who were involved, at least.
Well, yeah, you guys know so much information that you guys are close to the investigation. You guys can come up with better hypotheses, better guessing, better theories, because you guys are the ones that have all these sources. So yeah, you guys have been talking about it forever because of your sources. Yeah, Cindy, I think it is like a controlled leak because LAPD up to this point has been super tight-lipped, right? And also the medical, the ME on the website, they're saying that it is on a security hold, which I would see why they wouldn't do that, because what you don't want is the cause of manner of death if say somebody used a certain tool, that the tool marks on the bone or elsewhere in the body indicate a knife or this or the other. You don't want that information out there being leaked for false confessions, because we see that a lot, right? We see like people like Mark and Mark, like David's freaking idiot bodyguard was saying that he helped David bury the body, and when that came out, everybody was saying, well, she wasn't buried. And so things like that, you don't want idiots like him, like Mark and Mark, saying those kind of things and having false confessions and muddying the waters. So I do believe that the ME is holding a security hold on the findings for that reason, because we've seen that before in other cases. Anybody that's everybody in the true crime community, the keyboard warriors like myself, as sheriff, the San Bernardino County Sheriff says, weekend warriors or whatever, like myself, know that they do that LAPD has been doing that. And I wanted to say this too, is that my frustration with this case was not necessarily primarily that LAPD wasn't doing their job, but it was more, and I thought about this today, why was I so like wanting answers and arrests and this and the other? And I'll be honest, it was because there was a body in the front trunk, a minor, in David's car. And to me, I was like, well, if you find drugs in my car, I'm gonna get arrested 100%. No ifs, ands, or buts. Go straight to jail. Don't pass go. Don't collect. You go straight to jail. And that was my issue. Is that when there's drugs in a car, people get arrested. And now there's a body in the front trunk of a Tesla, of this guy's Tesla, and he's not arrested. That's where my frustration came. And I was thinking about that today. Let me play this.
Or knew something that was going on. That's still a working hypothesis, and I know that they focused in at least secondarily and have not ruled anything out as to another person.
I want to press on this because what you're saying, you and I have not talked about this
We
until
haven't talked
now.
about this at all.
I know.
Correct.
So my independent information from multiple sources is that the suspect is somebody involved in the dismemberment of the body. That's very different from involved in the a homicide itself. So what you're getting is really important because I have not gotten a name. You say you actually have a name. I haven't
Oh,
gotten.
I actually have a name. I mean, there's some. I'm not. If I mentioned how, or if I mentioned a couple of things, and I don't want to betray some.
See, and that's the thing. If he has a name, maybe they're giving him a name of a potential suspect, so that way he leaks it, and then it puts pressure on that suspect, on that quote unquote suspect. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Cindy. There's nothing official, right, from LAPD, but a lot of sources, a lot of reputable sources are claiming this, and I do believe that it is a controlled leak. I do believe that LAPD is playing chess, and we've seen that before, as they're saying, like, he's cooperating. This is just probably what do you call it, a accident. And now it's like, boom, we're going to the suspect phase. So yeah, it seems like to me that LAPD is playing chess and they're leaking controlled information, and it's very tight. And I think the information that they have, they're holding it for good measure, so it doesn't muddy the waters for the defense for later to be like, well, look, this, and the other. We see that all the time. So LAPD, to me, is doing a controlled leak.
Somebody who gave it to me, but I will tell you that there is somebody that they have identified. There is somebody that they have not ruled out involvement before, during, or after. There's when you do a autopsy, you talk about injuries. Is it post-mortem? Is it perimortem? Is it before? They haven't ruled anything out that way. One of the reasons, in my humble opinion, that the coroner and the pathologist has not released the report yet. And, there were rumblings that as we are taping this today, there were rumblings that it was going to be
It's
today.
not. It's not going to be. We confirmed that. There was some activity on that, on the website on her page, and her name has now been scrubbed. So it looks like there's a security hold on this, which is unsurprising.
Well, that isn't surprising because I think they do not want to release information that could jeopardize the investigation. And, there is a symbiotic relationship between law enforcement and the coroner's office.
Ha!
I know
Guess
how
what?
that,
Guess what? I was told that there is a problem with this, and let me tell you what I know. That one of the sources I talked to this week was saying that the LAPD and the medical examiner have had a rocky relationship for the last few years, and that the medical examiner has been slow in giving them information. So the ME still 2.5 months later hasn't accelerated this to a point where the LAPD knows whether they've even called it a homicide, what the toxicology results are. And we talked to somebody today connected to all of this who was grousing that when there was some activity on Celeste Rivas's page on the ME's website today, this person groused, well, in the Matthew Perry case, we had to find out what the cause of death was from the media because the medical examiner didn't even tell us. So there you go. There's a tense relationship between the two now.
it started a number of years ago, but by the time they get to court, they will admit generally under cross-examination that their primary source of information is the IO. And that's where they get most of their information. That shapes to some degree what they testify, even though they always claim that they're independent. I take that with a grain of salt. You are right that there is a history as of late, and more so with the LAPD than the LA County Sheriff.
Right.
And that actually started under the previous administration. Jim McDonnell has been doing who's now the chief of LAPD, used to be the LA County Sheriff, has been doing a yeoman's job by all accounts to try to repair that relationship. But, it's like turning the Titanic. It's not an easy or an overnight
Okay,
ability.
we got to zero in on what you said because I think it's so important. So you're saying that there is another suspect other than David who the LAPD has its sights set on with respect to what happened to Celeste before, during, and after her death, correct?
Correct.
Is-
And by the way, they have reverse engineered, as you know, they have the records. They know when that car was parked. So they had the outer limits of when they think the farthest out was when she could have been, when she could have died. They then have reverse engineered that and have concentrated on triangulating all of the other GPS, cell phone, cell tower, social media. All of that information has been layered over in order to get, when I say triangulation, it's actually, that's a simplistic way of putting it. They actually do maps, so to speak, in layers. And so they know where the information is. They use the various techniques to try to show minute by minute where somebody is. And they've actually done that and reversed it. What they did find, however, is what I'm told, they did find information that showed that somebody knew about what had happened at that in connection with the parking of the car when David was out of the jurisdiction.
This is when the body was found.
Correct.
So do they have a name of the person who was involved with that vehicle?
Yes, they believe they know who it was. Yes, absolutely. They believe they know who it is.
Well, that would
And
tell
I'm
me
not-
that would tell me that there is video from the Tesla showing who got in and out of that car when it was parked on Doheny Drive.
I did not cross the person. I can think of another investigative technique which would have done this in basically once you know when that car was parked, once you know that that car had not been turned on after X date, you can then, and if you've got a pool of other people that are, once you have the call logs on the phones, you then identify all the people who are on the call logs. You then go get their cell phone information. You take that cell phone information, you get the cell tower information. You then take the cell tower information along with the call logs, and you can, I keep using the term, but you can pinpoint where somebody was when within a general area. And if they keep pinging in the same general area, that generally is indicative, depending on the load on the tower, as to where.
Hey, Ben, baby, good to see you. Yeah, I've seen the video where they went to like a Home Depot and got shovels and stuff like that. That's pretty interesting. I mean, his whole video, David's every video is like cryptic, symbolic, having to do with murder, killing, obsession, sadistic stuff. Yeah, all of his videos are like that. Love, hate, a battle between good and bad. Hey, Didi Fuentes, good to see you.
They are for a period of time. And that is one of the investigative techniques that they use to identify a second person.
So the second person you're talking about is the person who was in some control of that car when it was parked on the street with a body inside the trunk.
Yes, it's the person, the way I understand it is that the second person is a person who is connected to one of the last times that car was moved.
Got it. So that's not necessarily the Santa Barbara trip, because that was September.
Correct.
That was late August. Santa Barbara was spring.
Dan, that's telling what he's saying right there. He's saying that whoever moved the car is being looked at as a suspect. I mean, naturally, I would think so, right? And I asked you guys that question in previous lives before is, do you think that the person that, hey, Deanna Morris, good to see you, that the person that moved the car, I asked if they knew that there was a body in there, that knew that Celeste was in there. Yeah, it's all creepy, huh? And I asked you guys, and everybody said, yeah. Everybody said, yep. And this is what I think this is what they're alluding to, that that person is a suspect. And if they caught that person on video, then they're fucked. Driving the Tesla for the last time on July 29th.
Yeah, but understand, that gives them, once that car stops moving, once they have no data that suggests that that car had ever been moved again, they know, okay, or at least it's a working hypothesis. We don't have to deal with after whatever date that is. We go backwards. So they started moving backwards, and they then saw all of the various trips that were taken. That is what I believe they have, your source, because I don't know who your source was, nor would I ask
Sources
you.
on this.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
100% on this.
Right, but that.
Oh, thank you, Didi Fuentes. Thank you so much. Woohoo! Thank you. She gifted one baby shark to BFly213. Received a membership gift from Didi Fuentes. Thank you so much, Didi Fuentes. I really appreciate you so much from the bottom of my heart. Let's go. If you received free membership from Didi, make sure you thank her. Didi, thank you so much.
What you're saying jives with what I've been told in terms of the investigative techniques, that what they did is reverse engineered it, if you will, from the last time the car was moved, what trips were taken, and they then focused on the trips that were taken. And my understanding is that there was a social media component to that, meaning there were posts that were made. And when they saw where the posts were made, they were then able to also determine where that was geographically. And that, my guess is, taking what you told me, that's how they pinned it to Santa Barbara County. Although the post, if you were to look at the post, you would not be able to tell because there were no markers, there was no sign, there was no.
Let me hear that again. 1 second. Let me back that up a little bit. Sometimes when you watch a video, you kind of miss some stuff. So let me hear that again. 1 second.
They were then able to also determine where that was geographically. And that, my guess is, taking what you told me, that's how they pinned it to Santa Barbara County. Although the post, if you were to look at the post, you would not be able to tell because there were no markers, there was no.
So what is he saying with the trip? What made the trip? Was it from the phone or the Tesla? I'm thinking the Tesla and or the phone, right?
Sign, there was no, it wasn't at a hotel or a club that you could identify from the post.
Right.
It was because of the geographical location that was pinpointed by all of these other extra techniques that they have.
So maybe the most critical question then. The person you're saying is a suspect, aside from David, who somehow had something to do with that car when it was parked on Doheny Drive in late August. Is that the person who is somehow also connected to the Santa Barbara trip in the spring?
Could be. That I didn't drill down on, and I don't know that the person knows. But what I will tell you is the reason that I push back a little, just not because I know anything, because it was just from the premise, is that the person that is the focus, the other person, is not somebody after the car was found. That would appear, or somebody close in time. It's somebody who was geographically overlaid with his location, and they are surmising from that circumstantial evidence that the two of them had a connection to either the trip or something that potentially could have been untoward.
I'm a little confused. Is that second person somebody they believe was in Santa Barbara with David?
I believe that, yes, they think at some point on the trip.
Damn, that's huge. That is huge. Because then you become an accessory, right? Holy shoot. That's a felony right there. You become an accessory after the fact.
I mean, that is the only thing that makes sense to me that would go with cutting up the body. That's the only
Yeah,
thing
I
that,
don't know. By the way, I still am not convinced that that necessarily was the case because I heard stuff that made no sense. I heard other kinds of speculation that didn't make sense. I'm still not convinced that there was a cutting up, but if there was, that was separate and apart, that would be post-mortem after death.
oh yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And so there
And
is.
maybe long after.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Cindy says, I think whoever moved the car knew something was in the front because of the horrid smell. It's unmistakable, even if you never smelled it before, in my opinion. And then Della Deng says they have no soul. And then Native Girl threw up some hearts for Didi Fuentes. Rufio Banning, there's has to be bigger players involved, and they are making certain these names don't get leaked. Why else would they stall so hard? Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Didi. From what I've seen, Rufio says, from what I've seen, Hollywood, they operated in a different world. And by different rules from the rest of us, they don't know the truth, but are promised things to get in line. Yeah, that's a good point right there. That's a good point. They are promised a lot of stuff. Della Deng, seeing that smell will make you think you're going to catch a disease. It smells horrible. Like, damn, I'm eating right now. Don't even want to think about it. Sorry about that, Della Deng. Trigger warning, guys. Trigger warning. Bean Baby, yeah, that smell is horrendous, but I found something, but I'm going to just stop. Send it to me on Discord, Bean Baby. DD, hey boo. Or Darcy, sorry. Darcy says, hey boo. Oh yeah, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, there's the link right there. I was having trouble looking for it, for that link to join, and that gives you perks, members only, videos, chats, and no slow mode or anything like that, and also Discord too. You can join Discord, and once members only. If you like to join, it's not necessary, but it's always appreciated. It does go a long way to the channel, and thank you everybody for your help and support for the channel. Very great people, very loyal people, and for the cause, obviously, for Justice for Celeste Rivas under that banner. Thank you guys. Hit the like button, please. Let's get this in the algorithm. Let's get subscribed. Let's get the likes up, and let's push this into the algorithm so that way more awareness, more people are out there with this news that there is a second suspect possibly identified, and put the heat on their ass. Put the heat under their ass.
After death.
Correct. And then that presents all kinds of investigative issues.
But do you understand what I'm saying? That when we were told very clearly, and again, I have this 100%, that they believe he had help in dismembering the body. This again is their theory. David has not been charged with this, but that's what they believe. And I'm thinking, well, how would they know just based on looking at the body? Because one person can dismember a body. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer did it alone. So if one person can do it, why are they so sure he had help? And the only conclusion I can draw is I know they believe they have hard evidence he was in Santa Barbara in spring, and that was a critical moment. And it sounds like, from putting the pieces together, that they believe Celeste's body may have been in that car. So if that's the case,
not just Celeste's body, but a second person.
And a second person.
And not necessarily, I don't know whether it was in the car. I don't know anything else. I know that the working hypothesis is that we got to the other person because of a device that was tracked.
Right. And I'm thinking that's a camera from the Tesla. Because
and I'm thinking the opposite. Well, I shouldn't say the opposite. I would think that the camera from the Tesla could be, but I think that the more compelling investigative tool here that they use are the cell phones and the social media postings and the once you get, look, you can find out. I mean, it's frightening what you can do, and I bet it's frightening how far the investigative techniques have come. I remember cross-examining cell phone experts 10 years ago and cell phone experts 20 years ago, and then doing it this year. What they can do now that they couldn't do 10 years ago or 20 years ago is almost out of a science fiction movie. And to the point, and all you have to do is take a look at when you do share my location or you do kinds of GPS locations and things like that, but the precision with which they can do this and the ability to determine at a certain moment where you are and what you're doing by location, and then comparing that to somebody else's. So you can say somebody was within. I mean, there is a pretty good theory that you can put two people within 6 feet of each other just by using historical data from devices. But think about that for a second, that you could say, I mean, that it's been revolutionary in criminal law in the sense that when people used to say,
yeah, it's not known what they're saying, that the speculation is April 5th, 2025 was when Celeste was last seen. And they're saying from the sources and other news media outlets that the trip was in mid-spring 2025. When did they go to Santa Barbara? Sorry, I was on mute. When did they go to Santa Barbara? Sorry about that, Deanna. About your uncle being murdered. And I don't know if you heard me, but I was talking about the dates for the Santa Barbara trip. They're saying LE from the sources, from secondhand people like news outlets and stuff like that, that the trip to Santa Barbara was taken in mid-spring 2025. And what do we say? March 20, 21st, 22nd is when spring starts and it ends in April. Let me bring that up. Let me see. So I put one is spring 2025 Santa Barbara, and it says March 20th, 2025. That's when it starts. And when does it end? It ends on June 20th. Oh wow, June? Is that right? January, February, March, April, May, June. Well, that's a long way, right? That's a long gap. Is that? Let me double check that again. When is spring 2025 in Santa Barbara, California? Oh, that's wild. I thought it was April, but this is what it says. I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Let me catch up on chat. Let's see. Cole says, yeah, they couldn't drive far with that smell. Colo Deladink says, Colo, that's why they left it where they left it. Yeah, that's the other thing too, right? It's I think at that point it was just too much. Too much of the smell. They could have moved the car any they could have moved the car, right? Yeah, that could have been it right there, trying to get in it and then move it from there. I mean, it was probably the smell or even just the, yeah, I mean that could be it right there. I mean, it always boils down to there's a body in the car, right? How come you didn't take it to your friend's house? Well, there's a body in the car. How come you didn't go get it cleaned if it smells, right? I don't know about you guys, but when my car smells, I go get it cleaned or I clean it myself. So why didn't you do that? Because there's a body in there. Why didn't you put it in the garage? Well, there's a body in there. All of it always goes down to that, is that there's a body in the front trunk of your Tesla. Car was probably out of charge too, so they could not move it very far without charging it more. Yeah, that's another good point too. I was making that point too the other day about if he did go to Santa Barbara and from Lake Elsinore, check this out, from Lake Elsinore all the way to Santa Barbara, it's a 6-hour drive. And if you stop by LA for whatever reason to the Hollywood Hills to his home, it's another, I think, 30-40 minutes. So I'd be interested to see where he charged and that data, if it is in the Tesla or elsewhere in the USB. I mean, could you imagine if they had the USB? I mean, how stupid would have anybody would be to leave that USB in there? And if it is, good. But could you imagine all the information that would have and where he stopped to charge? Yeah, that's a very good comment. Let me just catch up on comments. Deladeng says they probably meant to park it in front of the rental, but couldn't handle the smell. Yeah, that's a good point, because if that's the case, if you have a dead body right in your front trunk and you're trying to move it, but then your tour date's coming up, it's like, we got to get going. I mean, what other plans do you have to do? And if you try to move the body, it's so decomposed at that point. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, right? I mean, it's not like you can. I mean, and sorry, I don't mean to be so graphic or anything. So trigger warning, because this is true crime, and we do have to talk about this. Is that if the smell and the decomposition was so bad, why would anybody want to even try to move that or open up the trunk? Could you imagine if you opened up the trunk and just the smell of a decomposing body, Celeste Rivas, just hits you in the face, and then you shut it and you're like, I'm out, right? Cola says, not much juice left in the Tesla to power to move it further. That's a good point. Rufio banning Della Dang. Damn, okay, I remember seeing the interview now. I wondered how long they stayed in contact after interview. It's odd to me now that Benny went to Kai Stream. Public favorite is in anticipation of the case. Yeah, it could be, right? Della Dang. The car lights were blinking when tow yard was taking it in for evidence. Oh yeah, it was blinking. I wonder what that means. Like they might have charged it there, right? Darcy says, yeah, cell phone pings and all entourage moronic media posts. Yep, the media post too. So that was a good point. What's this guy's name again? I always forget this guy. The one on the right, the older gentleman. Cole SF. Yes, they had power, but probably not very much after sitting months. Dylan Cole, I thought that too. No battery, but the smell would make it impossible for someone to drive that car after 4 days, especially in the heat that was during those days. Yeah, it was hot during those days. It was hot because I went up there shortly after the body was discovered, and it's freaking hot. And I don't have AC in my car, in my truck, so I mean it's hot, and that's with the windows rolled down. So imagine if all the windows are rolled up. Super hot, and I was in the shade too when I was up there in the Hollywood Hills. So imagine in an enclosed area as small or as medium. Oh, thank you, Dr. Mark Garagos. Imagine that, right? I mean, it's unbelievable about how hot it was during that time. Native Girl, help support the channel. All donations really appreciate. Yeah, thank you, Native Girl. I appreciate you. Thank you for holding it down always. Thank you, Native Girl. Della Dank Rufio, what the F for? He's such a weirdo, I swear. There is my Cash App and Venmo. Yeah, definitely if you guys want to support the channel, goes a long way. Cole SF, they were moving it due to street cleaning, and I also think he wanted her close to him, like serial killers keeps parts of their bodies around as trophies. Could be too, right? We have that. We have seen in many cases where that's happened, right? That's happened where serial killers and killers or perpetrators, they keep trophies, they keep souvenirs, right? And that could be it too. That could be it, that he did want her close and wasn't ready to let her go, right? Could be. Deanna Morris, thanks. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Deldin could be, but I can almost guarantee dude couldn't handle the smell and said F it, that someone else can move it or just tow it, get it out of here. Yeah, see, that makes sense too. It's like, let's just get it out of here, let's just get it towed, let's move it over there, let's go on tour and just get it out. That's the thing too. It's right. It's like you're running out of time. That's what it seemed like at the beginning, how we were speculating that maybe he just ran out of time, whoever they were ran out of time. And let me just crack this Coke Zero. Thank you, Della. Thanks for the Coke Zero. They give me power. They give me power to go another hour. And or 2 or 3 or 4. We'll go all day. I'm not scared. And yeah, just get it out of here. Get it towed. Let's go on tour. Let's eat our freaking cheese balls, right? Remember that video on the tour date? Let's just order some burritos. Let's order some hamburgers, and let's just get out of here. Not our problem no more, right? I mean, that's what it seems like. Diddy Fuentes says, "Would you repeat the dates?" Okay, I would just always assume tech issues are my ass. Did I more? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Which dates did you want, Didi? Called many reasons to keep the Tesla around in his sick mind, and to have a body discovered after he went on tour is all quite diabolical. Didi, is that keyboard clicking I'm hearing? Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, it's my mouse. I'm trying this new like earpiece, or not earpiece, but microphone. It's supposed to be good, but I think you guys can hear like the background. So I need to get one where it's just you can hear my voice, or I don't know, make a studio or something, like one of those DIY studios where they make it out of cardboard and blankets. I don't know. Something like that, right? Let's go. Rufio Banning, Dylan Denk, I've noticed whenever a celeb names are about to be involved in bad news, they will go on streamers platform. To me, this is an effort to appeal to the masses before the news breaks. Oh, with Benny Blanco? Yeah, I'll show him in a minute. Yeah, whenever celebrities. Yeah, it could be right. I mean, it makes sense, right? For public, like, it's just like for public, what is it? Damage control. There it is, damage control. I'm trying to see like other things at the same time. And do me a favor, guys. Can you guys hit the like button, please? So that way we can get in the algorithm and get this out there and get it more awareness. And so that, you know, justice for Celeste Rivas in this case doesn't go cold, which I don't think it is now, because law enforcement is, I mean, I've always wanted to believe that the law enforcement was just on it 24/7, and it seems like they are. And sometimes we don't, what we don't see they're doing behind the scenes, but sometimes, yeah, I do get impatient, and it was just because of that, because of the finding the dead body in the car and comparing it to something a lot less minor like weed or drugs in the car. And not to say that that's not bad too, or drugs, you know, because weed's legal here in California. But that's where my frustration came from, where was why not just the rest? But they have a plan, it seems. So we'll see. Let me continue reading the comments so I can get caught up. Dang, that's wild. Della Dang, this doesn't happen all the time, but I've noticed it in a lot of instances. Della Dang, Mark, I honestly think she was possibly drained from her blood or body fluids elsewhere because the body starts to throw body fluids immediately after passing. Oh, that's interesting. So you think that maybe somewhere else she was drained of the fluids and then put in the trunk, and then that's interesting. Yeah, could be. Because it was like 70 pounds that her body was discovered, was 70 pounds. So where are the extra either parts or fluids, right? Yeah, interesting. Rufio says Santa Barbara, Montecito is full of elite weirdo celebrities. David ran to whoever his master is to deal with problem man here. Yeah, that crossed my mind too. It's like maybe he went up there to a friend's house, and the friend was like, "Hell no, get that out of here, get out of here," and probably took off. That's one scenario. Yeah, I think there would be evidence of something somewhere else. It happened in the second home. Thank you, Native Girl. LA to Santa Barbara is a 2-hour drive. Yeah, it's a 2-hour drive, right? And then from Lake Elsinore to LA to Santa Barbara is 6 hours, with or without traffic, I believe. I'm not sure which way it goes, but we can look at that too. Deanna Moore 7755 in May on YouTube. Wasn't the car professionally clean? Yeah, I have a timeline up here, and I'll go over the timeline with your questions. Deladank Mark, he had his Tesla towed from somewhere on the video on his second Instagram. I think it's his car. He waved and let me check. All right, yeah, definitely, yeah, check that out. Trigger warning. Thank you, Native Girl. Let me just catch up on chat. Colo SF. That's what they were hoping for. Tow yard would destroy the car. Dummies. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for that. For this guy's name. I always forget it. Didi Fuentes, the S he knows, man. Rufio, Oprah, Prince Harry, Scooter, Larry, David, Rob Lowe, Ellen. That area is festering with the elite who all live on big ranches. Maybe David was running to his handler, master for instructions or worse. Boom, the Coke Zero. Coke Zero. Maybe we could look at the timeline after. Yeah, I want to check out the timeline because it's a lot of the timeline for his dates. It's pretty interesting, pretty telling. And there's another stuff that I want to go over too. So I just want to catch up on chat. But that's a good idea. Rufio Cole says Rufio, with all due, David did not have connections to any of those huge stars. Didi, it sounds great. Don't change shit. Rufio Benny is huge. Prince Harry is my cousin, so please don't implicate him, okay? Huh? Prince Harry? Didi Fuentes, I think they were lazy AF and didn't want to take out what they deemed trash, just lazy justice for Celestial. Yeah, that's what it seems too, right? Like the laziness of it, the unpreparedness of it, just the freaking balls on these people, man, to do something like that to a minor, a girl, a child, and just to go about their day like nothing. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Rufio, you are who you hang out with. Just saying, only huge celebrities live in that area, and a lot of handlers. One thing for sure, their fame went to hell, and they made Celeste very popular in the afterlife. Darcy Benny is a weird, creepy cabron, but has nothing to do with Celeste. Oh, okay, gotcha. Rufio Banning, we don't know what we don't know. That's true. Colo SF, this guy is psychopath who fantasized about this for years. I don't think the industry is involved in her death, other than being complicit in hiding her when alive, etc. Manager, not Oprah, involved. All right, Didi Fuentes, thank you so much for the super sticker, $3.99. Thank you, Didi. Appreciate you so much. You're so great. I appreciate you. Thank you, Didi. That goes a long way. Thank you. Doesn't show the lemon character on here. Let me see. I have to look at that on my phone. I like those lemon characters. Oh, that's cool. It's a lemon giving baby lion a gift. Those ones are the funniest. Thank you, Didi. Cole says 2 hours is nothing in Cali. We have a large state. Some people even commute that far. Yeah. Especially if you have a Tesla, right? Didi, right, Cole, not as big, but IL is the same ish in that 2 hours. Nada. Cole, it's possible, but I doubt it. This seems like amateur hour if you ask me. At Rufio, he was on the brink of blowing up, and the label invested big money. They all have handlers, and we've seen how these handlers are. Of course, purely speculation, just turning over some. Yeah, Rufio, for sure. We yeah, opinions are welcome here, and that's fine. And I mean, there's something to that. What you're saying, I know what you're saying. And yeah, it does sound far-fetched, right? Like how you're saying it, but I mean, I don't want to go into that right now. But there are instances and cases, in my opinion, that have seen that where people have handlers, people have where labels are invested and they want the best for their artist, and they'll do anything to protect their artist. 100%. Whether that's in this case or not, I don't know. But man, I don't know. It's just weird. The whole case is weird anyway, right? Darcy, David didn't know any of the Montecitos Let's Pink Show rules. Santa Barbara, remote and desolate. Yeah, huh? Desolate, huh? That's what I'm wondering. What the heck was he doing out there? Cole SF says, Rufio Banning 23. I think if that was true, they would have a wolf handle it like a professional, not David murking and destroying her. Didi, good point. Mark Chow, let's not forget that. But yeah, the pelotas, man, garbage. Yep. Child. Yeah, it's not, it kind of gets lost, right? It kind of gets lost in the whole sea of information. That this is a child. Celeste Rivas was a child, and she was taken from this world too soon. And yeah, she had a troubled. Um, I mean, she had troubles as a teen. Who doesn't? But that doesn't mean that later on those troubles could have been rectified and could have been, uh, couldn't have been something for her to grow, right? And it doesn't mean because you come from a lower economical class or social class that the people in the upper classes take advantage of you or predatory behavior towards children like Celeste Rivas. And to me, that's what it seemed like some grooming behavior, predatory behavior, control issues, and just the factor of I'm better than you. If you see some of the videos that these friends, family, they call themselves, post, it seems like they are just all about themselves, all about image and money, fame. That to me is what it screams. And I mean, social media sometimes and videos and things like that don't portray how it really is in the background, right? We saw that with the Gabby Petito case where she was portraying, well, they were portraying just this bad ass relationship, all in this road trip, and then she ended up, getting killed. But it doesn't mean that because you're having troubles, you're going to kill your girlfriend. No, my point is that sometimes it doesn't seem social media to be what it is in real life. So maybe they were trying to portray themselves as good people, as this and the other, as charitable as this or that, in the sense of like oh, we're cool. Like if you see David in all his interviews, he does really good interviews. He's really like appeals to the camera. I mean, he does great, but behind the scenes, I mean, we don't know how he really is. Rufio Montecito runs straight into right into Santa Barbara, and east of those cities is all rural areas. Do we know his exact location? No, we don't know yet. Deanna Benny was toting a Hello Kitty suitcase and LOL doll suitcase. Benny is super sus. Deanna is strange. Didi, okay, I don't really pick the avatar. No, it was cute. Coke Zero, hey. Della Dankyo David was in Cali on September 2nd. Wasn't he supposed to be on tour? We'll check that out. Didi Fuentes, I mean, maybe you can, but I don't know how. No lemon. Native Girl says. Rufio Bay, Montecito, Santa Barbara County. Santa Barbara basically encompasses that whole area. Native Girl. Very twisted. Hola. At Goal, good to see you. Go. Good to see you. Go. Della, and she was a local to my second home community, so this is personal to me. Yeah, definitely. I know you make shirts. You were posting the shirts on our Discord, on my Discord, and I mean, I would love to have a Justice for Celeste Rivas shirt. Yeah, you make some nice shirts. Colo says Justice for Celeste is coming. I believe it. Rofield Bannon, all this takes me back to the Ann Lucas story. I feel like a lot of these big celeb kids went through something similar. Oh, right, like the child actors, right, when they grow up and they get messed up from the industry. Hola, go. Hola. Rufio Banning, which is why a lot of these celebs go into the developed dark triad personality types. Cole says, Della Dink, listen to that interlude. Celeste sounds very intelligent and mature for her age. She was outgrowing his BS. Yeah, that's another theory too that I have, is that, and I'm sure a lot of people share this opinion and this thought too, right? Because I mean, it's very playbookish, like what this is and what this situation encompasses. And yeah, she was growing, and it could have been to where she was gonna expose him, right? Or say like, man, this guy has been grooming me this whole time, and maybe her friends or her family are talking to her and saying, hey, this isn't good for you, he's just taking advantage, whatever it may be. One scenario that I had thought was that maybe she had either believed she was pregnant, or was going to expose him and say like, hey, you know what, this what you've been doing is you've been taking advantage of me this whole time. I am going to expose you. And that is one of the things that has happened before, where in other cases where people try to expose somebody, whether it be, I saw this case where this woman, this girl, a college student, was going pretending to go to college for like years, and when the time came to graduate, she couldn't graduate obviously because she wasn't going to school. She was pretending to go to school, and her parents were um, giving her money for school, so they thought. And in order for her to keep on that lie and that secret, she killed her parents. And that's the logic that some of these narcissists and killers have, is they don't think like us. We don't think like, okay, I'm going to kill you because then you're going to expose me. It's this type of thinking that we can't fathom, right, to kill somebody. And so this might have been something similar, where it got to that point where it's like, okay, if you're going to expose me, then that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to end your life because I want to keep that secret. So that's one scenario too. Hey, Scratch That Paint, good to see you. Welcome to my channel. Deanna Morse, Rufio, yes. Scratch That Paint. That explains why he got another Tesla. Right. It always goes towards the why he got another Tesla, why he didn't park it in the garage, why he didn't take it to go get cleaned, why didn't he have one of his friends take it? Why didn't he go get it registered, right? You have to go take that car to get it registered. Sometimes you can do it online, but sometimes you have to go to the DMV. You can't do it online because why? Because you have to go get a smog in California. And if you're going to go do a smog in California, there's a freaking body in the car. Let's go. Cola. So he thought he was so deep and he was so lame. Yeah, I agree. Most definitely, she basically made him end his career. Yeah, hit that like button. Thank you, Cindy. Della, he's a copycat dude. Cannot be original for the life of him. Thank you, Native Girl. Posting the link. Members only. Stickers, Discord link, chats, videos. Let's go. Go says, hey there. Rufio, Diana, yes. And they are generally extremely promiscuous celebs who also promote sex. At times sex obsessed. But it all stems from childhood trauma from being procured in elite groups. Deladank, I will be making them soon, fam. Oh, thank you, Deladank. I appreciate that. Yeah, let me know. Yeah, man, that would be awesome. Thank you, Deladank. Didi, at the time when brown skin treated like dirt, this case so important, Mark, and look at this. By covering this since the beginning, you got Mark effing Gregagos on this. He's the devil, but high profile AF. Hollywood is very dark place, especially for children, Cole says. I agree. Rufio, no, and Lucas is much darker than children being celebs at early age. It's a whole lineage of abuse. The children are turned over by parents as party favors and then promised celebrity and fame. Yeah, I mean, we've heard that, right? Somewhere we've heard that. It could be, yeah, it could be a lot of things there. There's a lot of stuff there to unpack, Rufio. But there's something to that. Dylan, maybe I can make some, Mark, and put them up on your YouTube as merch, and we can donate to helping her family so we can get a good legal. I'm down with that. I'm down with that, Dylan. You tell me. We'll do it. How you want the proceeds to go? I know it gets a little dicey when it comes to those. You tell me how you want to do it, and we'll do it. That's a great idea, Dylan. Great idea. Uh, Native Girl says, hi, Goal. I think that's what I'm saying. Or the kid who unalived his mom after she had just given birth, right? Jeez, man. For apparent reasons. For no apparent reasons, yeah. Yeah, it's just they don't, their logic is not like our logic. That's why when Harvey says, but yeah, Dang, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that because it can get dicey when it comes to charities and stuff like that. It gets dicey. So we'll have to figure something out. Where's my sandal? Oh, here it is. We'll figure something out for sure. Yeah, for no apparent reason. That's the thing too, right? It's like they're not thinking like us. There's no logical reason. So that's why when Harvey says to take it as no logical explanation, that's how I take it, because it's not going to make sense to us. It never will be, unless we're killers and we know what it is, and we admit to killing. Then we'll know exactly how it is or how it feels. We don't know that, so it doesn't, for us, the logic isn't there. They don't think like us. Killers don't think like us. Except Mark the Shark, we tried to make sense of the senseless. Absolutely, Cole says. Goal. Yes, Mark, exposing him possibly. I sure would like to know the motive for why she's not here anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like we don't. There's so many unknowns. Only she knows. Celeste Riva knows, and whoever the killer or killers or people responsible for this know. And Celeste Riva is no longer here to tell her story. But that's what the medical examiners and the detectives, they speak for the people that can't speak and who are dead and have passed to the afterlife. They're the ones speaking for Celeste Rivas now. We're the ones speaking for Celeste Rivas now. We're the voices for Celeste Rivas now. 100%. Gratitude. Thanks, Mark the Shark and chat. I'm dipping. All right, Darcy, take care. Good to see you. Rufio says a lot of the main artists and actors in Hollywood went through something similar. This is how they keep the system and characters locked down. Della, when he sells the rights to the story to Netflix, we will find out. All right, Darcy, good to see you. I believe Celeste's family wanted to go home, and he wasn't going to have that, and they probably got into a fight, and really he couldn't handle her or her attitude. That's my opinion. Deanna, out of fear that she would expose him eventually? Question mark. I think so. That's one scenario. Okay, Della. Yes, if she acted like she acted in the neighborhood video, I don't see Celeste putting up with David's shit. And all, to be honest, probably tried to defend herself. That's the thing too, right? She probably was trying to defend herself in this scenario, and was like, "Hey, man, what the f? What are you doing?" Right? And stuck up for herself. And he probably didn't like that because he was so used to being in control, or whoever it was, right? Allegedly, I have to say that. I don't want to get sued. Native girl DD. Yeah, she was. She was feisty, and good for her for being feisty. Good for her. Rufio says he was on the brink of blowing up too. I could definitely see that happening. Right, he was just on the brink of it, and they have statistics to where they show him eventually projecting up with all his tour dates. Right, they have all that information. Or do a fundraiser and be as transparent as possible. Should I got my Meta Glass, I'll record everything and delete everything, Delegate. I'd support that for sure. Make Xmas shopping easy as this year. Shirts for everybody who is CR. F you, it's a good cause. Wear it, be grateful. That's funny. Rufio, I wonder if they were able to follow his every move throughout the Santa Barbara area. Yeah, that's a good question. Dang, 100%. I think she would probably kick his ass. She was feisty. Cole says, and the Tesla knows. Del Denti Fuentes, that made me laugh and right. S, everybody gets a shirt. Yeah. Everybody gets a shirt. Hey, Jessica, good to see you. Welcome to my channel. Was Celeste in that car as it headed to Santa Barbara? Was she alive or deceased as they rode to Santa Barbara? Yeah, that's the question I was asking. If that's what she had. I mean, if that's whether or not that begs the question if she was in the Tesla alive, dead, or in the trunk. Yeah, that's a very good question. That's going to be one of the main questions too. And I don't know, man. I don't know. So many questions. Whenever we get answers, there's so many questions, right? Della, I would like to help support her family in any way possible, Mark. If you go to the court hearing, I'm coming too. Oh yeah, I mean, if there's a court hearing, I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but you know me, I go to courts for these cases, like the Jake and Rebecca Harrell case. I was there. Del Denk, who all went to Santa Barbara? Yes, who all went there? Didi Fuentes Cole, you're right. These kids grew up with tech. How do they not know it's everywhere and that perfect crimes because of Tesla and tech and eyes and ears everywhere are obsolete things of the past? Didi, that's a good point. That's a very good point because, in my opinion, I think they're just used to it. They're just so used to it because they're already born into this. And even though they know that everything's recorded, everything's GPS, everything, there's cameras everywhere, I think they're just so used to it. And along the way, human nature hits, and when that hits, it's being recorded now instead of it not being recorded as opposed to before, right? And they're just used to it. They're used to like posting their crimes. You ever see that where there's rappers or people like posting up their robberies and their faces or admitting to crimes on video is the stupidest thing, man. Like self-snitching generation, self-snitching teens, man. And I honestly thought this was going to happen in this case too, where these guys just could not shut the F up, but they did. And that was surprising. Cole says, I think if she was alive, she was drugged and in the front, like in One More Dance video. Rufio, good question. Harvey made it sound like they may have drugged her, picked her up, her body up, and brought her back to LA. Rufio, sorry for the grammar. I had a couple typos in the last comment. Yeah, no worries. Della, it was just Neo and David who went. I'm telling you, the video is representing David and Neo and Celeste, and one they put in the truck, in my opinion, and just another thought. Trunk. Hey, Stoic, good to see you. Hey, Mark. Hey, fellow. Damn, just got here. Haven't heard about this. Wild, man. Yeah, pretty wild. Welcome. Make sure you hit the like button, please. Rufio, weird how Harvey made it sound like he might dug her up in Santa Barbara and brought her back to LA. So did he make this trip 2 times? What am I missing? Yeah, there's like something missing, right? There's like something missing here. Let me play this.
I remember a murder case that I had many years ago where it took me forever to get the cell phone records, and I actually was able to exonerate the young man because he was more than 13 miles away at the same time that the murder was being committed. And but back then it was very crude, I should say, and rudimentary, because you were still just dealing with this idea of pinging off towers. Now you've got kind of 3 or 4 layers of, we're not just talking cell phone tower information, we're talking location where you can say this person was here within, give or take 3 to 6 feet. It's mind-boggling.
Okay, so
this is what I'm saying. They have crossed the path. That's why this other person is in the crosshairs.
So
no pun intended.
I get it. So here's my question that I have not been able to figure out, and I don't even have a theory on it, that if they took Celeste's body to a remote area of Santa Barbara County in the spring of this year, and if they say even dismembered it there, how does the body end up in the trunk of the Tesla in late August?
Well, if it stayed there
But
and
why? Why would it
decomposed,
stay there?
that is inexplicable, and you'd have to get into the mind of whoever perpetuated this, which is always hard to do because you always say who is capable of doing something like that in the first place and what is their mind doing. But more importantly, at least to my trying to figure out what a working or a hypothesis here of a theory is, why would you drive all the way to Santa Barbara if this person, and I'm not accusing anybody, and I don't want to convict somebody pre-trial, whoever it might have been, and if they have some indication that she was taken out of the county. See, that's one of the problems with some of this kind of speculation is, while he could have made the trip, and while he could have posted outside of LA County, say for those who are not familiar with the geography here, you'd go through Ventura to get to Santa Barbara County.
It's about 100 miles.
Yeah, it's about 100 miles, 90 minutes away. And you could go post up there. That doesn't necessarily mean that whoever is posting, whoever it might be, that necessarily alive or dead, that she is with them, unless they also are transporting some device which would indicate that, or unless there is some video that shows her there. So those are kinds of the nettlesome details they've got. They may be able to pin him outside of LA County in Santa Barbara County, but they don't necessarily know that if she, God forbid, was not alive, that she was necessarily in the car, unless they've got some video being placed in the car, or unless in Santa Barbara they have video of something being taken out of the car. Those are the kinds of questions that investigators look at.
I got to tell you, I'm thinking of three sources now, and one person just offhandedly referenced hiding a body, but more importantly, I know that the investigators view this Santa Barbara trip as a core piece of this case. And I may be wrong, but I think their operating theory now is that the body was in that car in Santa Barbara when David took that trip. I think that's their operating theory. I'm not saying it's true or not, but I'm saying I believe that based on what I know, that's their operating theory.
If that's the case, are you saying that necessarily she was alive or not alive on that trip?
I don't know, but based on putting pieces together, I think not alive. And I think that's why dismemberment, and again, I understand why you're skeptical of that term dismemberment, because the body was so badly decomposed, they didn't even know if it was a man or a woman. So I get it, but they clearly believe, and I know they believe that this body was dismembered, and I also know they believe that he had help doing it. That's their premise. So
I've had cases where decomposition was mistakenly thought of as dismemberment.
Right, but that may be the case.
Push back.
That may be the case, but when you add to that they believe he had help, there's something that they say they know about dismemberment that would lead to a second person. That's why I don't think it's eyeballing the body and saying, oh, he must have had help. I think there must be some evidence of somebody actually helping him, and that's why I keep going back to the Tesla. But I don't know. I don't know whether that video shows anything, but I know they believe that.
And well, look, there are techniques that forensically can be used for, and when I say forensically, that you get somebody to opine or give an opinion. How long has this body, I don't mean to be ghoulish, but this is the terminology how long has the decomposition been? there are ways that they can do that. I've been through this. They do in terms of I mean, it's somewhat graphic, but there is activity. There are things that happen to the body after one day, after a week, after a month, and they can look at a body. And I've been in autopsies where somebody has presumably been dead for a long period of time, and they take samples and they opine on how long it has been, what kind of environment the body was in during that period of time post-death, and they will then try to relate back as to what happened. I mean, that is not a simple task. And by the way, I've always argued that it's to some degree more of an art than a science in terms of the kinds of leaps that you take in terms of the opining. What are the foundations for that? In this case, I think that there are a whole lot of assumptions that they have to do, or they have to build on to get to the number two person, who they clearly have a focus on, and they're running it down, and as well they should. And as to David himself, I mean, there are fundamental issues with the investigation, which is, by the way, why I think they have not arrested him, and why they have been, at least initially, so close to the vest with the information they're releasing. There's just way too many variables at this point.
So, two things. One is, I will tell you that my best source in this, I was
Is it law enforcement?
I'm not going to say. I'm not even going to say.
Okay.
I can't even go there. But I'm 100 on this. I raised the issue of the Santa Barbara trip, and I didn't understand how the body would then end up in the Tesla. And all I was told back was, don't try and use logic to understand this, which is kind of an interesting comment in itself. So I want to leave you with my last and biggest question. You have a name of somebody they're looking at, and I know why you don't want to use the name, and you shouldn't use the name. But
Right,
let me.
I won't do it.
No,
I'm the
I
first guy. If I was representing,
I got
person,
it.
I'd be the first one to condemn somebody getting
I got it.
prematurely
But I
hung
can.
out to dry.
I can ask a legit question. I think you can answer without compromising anything. Man or woman?
That's a compromise.
It's
in and of
50%
itself.
of the
Well,
population.
yes, I understand
Mark,
that's 50% of the
Mark.
population.
Now
Can
you.
I tell you something? Internet sleuths at this point are so good at what they do that the last thing I'd want to do is confirm one way or another. All I will tell you is that they have closed the circle on what their investigation is at this point. I give them, and you don't often hear me say this, but I give them a lot of credit
I do too.
for the painstaking,
Yeah.
methodical analysis that they've done in this case. It's just so counterintuitive from what I'm used to seeing that's why I think it's fascinating to you and fascinating to me. We've been doing this collectively for what, almost 100 years. It's really
Stop. Why do you always end with that?
But it's incredible the tools that are being used in this case.
I know. Wow, this is fascinating. This was really interesting. Have a good weekend, my friend.
You too. Thanks.
Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Did you guys catch where there said what was the ping? Was it from the phone or from the Tesla? Because ping to me would be phone. Cuffy, good to see you. I sent you a message on the Discord. You didn't get back to me. I know you're busy, very busy. But I had asked you a question regarding the case, and I wanted to know if you had any information on it. But hey, welcome, Cuffy. Good to see you. Just whenever you can get back to me. Excuse me. Oh, he said both? Okay, wow. That's the thing when you see a video and then you're kind of doing other things, you know what I mean, to try to set the lives, you kind of miss some stuff. So Benny Blanco is this guy right here. Let me get my screen up here. So he's Benny Blanco, real name Benjamin Joseph Levin, is an American record producer, songwriter, and artist. So here he is. Let me share this tab. 1 second. Whoops. Screen share, right share. Screen share, right share. Right over here. Share. Make it larger. Make it larger. Make it larger. Right there. Right there. Boom. Boom. Way easier to do this than on my phone. That is Benny Blanco. Yours truly, Benny Blanco. Real name Benjamin Joseph Levin, is an American record producer, songwriter, and artist. He's one of the most successful pop producers of the last 15 years. Carrie? I think I saw Carrie coming in too. Let me see. Yeah, hey Carrie Mary, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? Dee Dee. Dee Dee. So that is Benny Blanco. Benny Blanco. But isn't Benny short for benzos and Blanco a slang term for that for that for that yay? For that yay? So this is Santa Barbara, the remote areas. I'm gonna say remote areas of Santa Barbara. Oh, cool. Good. That's good. That's cool, Carrie. It's good to see you. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. That's cool. Oh, he celebrated his wedding in Santa Barbara. Holy F. Holy F. I wonder if that's where David went to go in that area then. Oh, that's interesting. 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 Remember Della Dink? I think was it you, Della Dink, that said to try to do, or was it Benzo, to try to do public like to what do they call that? Public relations to get ahead of it. Oh, that wasn't you? All right. That's interesting though that that's where he celebrated his Santa Barbara. Yeah, so I'm gonna start saying remote areas because I can't really say rural areas. It sounds like I'm barking or something. A hotel called El Canto. Damage control. That's what it is. Damage control. Thank you, Native Girl. Coming in. Damage control. Didi also says it up here. Right on. Damage control. Damage control. Yeah, Didi. Why don't you come live in Cali? It's freaking stunning over here. Man, that's interesting though that Benny is did that over there in Santa Barbara. You're vacuuming. Okay, so there was other things that you guys wanted to go over, like some of the timeline. So if you guys have any questions in the chat, just put them in the chat, and then we can go over it. I know you guys had some really good questions in there, and we can kind of go over and see where that leads us because I wanted to go over one of the timelines, if it is in mid-spring, where law enforcement has said that he made the trip up there. And I want to focus on this right here, because I went deep diving, and I had shared this on my previous lives before, so I'm gonna see that right there. That's Santa Barbara area. I did like a 6-hour live on the Santa Barbara area, but let me share this screen with you guys. There we go. This is from David Extra's Instagram, and Della Dang had brought this to my attention, so thank you, Della Dang. We have a Discord for members only where we deep dive. We go into the freaking murky waters in this case, and we uncover some things, some pretty interesting things in this case. So we're all in on this case. So if you guys want to become a member up. I know somebody got a free membership, so check out the members only post to join the conversation on Discord. And so this right here, this area on his page, David's second page, let me see, was posted January 3rd. It says down here, January 3rd. And so I was looking at this, and I went, coincidentally enough, it fell on my lap that a place in Santa Barbara looked like this place. And you know David, he's always putting cryptic things and symbolic imagery. So let me bring that up. A Santa Barbara area. Let me bring up Google Maps. Bring up Google Maps. Santa Barbara, California, knows how to party in the city of Compton. And it's called it's like a trail. Let me see, where is it? Let me bring it up. Here we go. There's a couple areas like this. And here we go. Let me share my screen with you, my viewers, and my loyal members, which I appreciate to the core. Let me share my screen. Share this screen. Here we go. Okay, so this is Santa Barbara area, okay? And you see a lot of these areas. This is close to the 192 in California, Santa Barbara area. And so I had clicked on here, and you see like these trails right here, these like rivers, right? And so I clicked on it, and this came up, and I was like, whoa, that looks familiar. That looks familiar. Yeah, it is huge. It is huge for sure. But I think if they're saying Santa Barbara, that closes the window and place to where they might be saying. So I just clicked on this just to click on it, and it was Rattlesnake Canyon Trailhead. Let me see if I can bring up. Let's see if I can put it side by side. Yeah, here we go. So I can bring it side by side, and we'll compare it. It was just like something something that landed on my lap. Oh, it won't let me do it. I can only share one screen at a time. That's okay. Isn't that interesting though? See that part right there? And that's kind of how this would look like. This little area, remote area. See what other areas are on here. Yeah, see how remote Santa Barbara is? I thought that was interesting, just that place. Here's another creek right here. Read comments. Just catch up on comments. Where did I leave off? Okay, here we go. Rufus says, Colo Della mentioned Benny first, so I can't take credit for him. I just expanded on Benny a bit. Oh, North Cal. Cole used to be from North Cal? Right on. Rufio, remind me of Benny. SB connection, he was on point, something that I missed. Rufio Didi, I'm from California, Thousand Oaks. All right on. Yeah, we got a lot of California natives here. Didi, okay. Regarding timeline, could you please give geography lesson because I'm ignorant. California layout. Yeah, let me bring that up. Let me bring that up. Let me share my screen with you guys. That way you guys can get a better understanding of the geography of California, Santa Barbara area. So here's Santa Barbara right here. A lot of mountains area right by the coast. Yeah, I know a lot of elite people live here. Like Oprah has a house over there. But all this right here, Santa Barbara. So let me zoom out more. You see? Yeah, California's huge. And then we zoom in. See, there's LA right here. Santa Monica, Thousand Oaks right there. So Santa Barbara's right here. Hopefully that gives it in perspective. Plenty of elites live in Santa Barbara, away from LA, but close enough to go back and forth to do business. In Hollywood, weird. Goal says, yep, absolutely. So that's what, yeah, it's, oops, I dropped my glasses. Yeah, that's the thing, right? And it's secluded, but it's so close to a lot of the main areas like LA. Thank you, Cole. Thank you, Native Girl. Stevie says Santa Barbara and LA 2 hours apart, más o menos. Yeah, let me show you guys. Here we go. LA. Actually, I can put it to where his house is right here. Look, here to Santa Barbara. See, 1368 Vero Drive to Santa Barbara. Directions. Check this out. Boom. Oh, look at that. An hour and 53 minutes. So pretty much 2 hours, más o menos, like you were saying. Look at that. From his home over there to Santa Barbara. So that's LA right there. That's his house, or former house. Here's the house. They blocked it out on Google Maps. There's a Tesla right there, right in front of the house. And this was in May. This was in May 2024. Whoops. That's interesting that there's a Tesla right here. I know there's a Tesla up the road, but they park right in front of this house right here, where these other trash cans are, up here behind this car. So this makes me believe that this is David's car, because it's right in front of the home where they blocked out. That's interesting. You know what's weird? There's like a block right here where that dent would have been. It doesn't look dented up, or does it? It's so weird. Oh, the winners are good there? Nice. So I thought that was pretty interesting, this area right here. I almost, because I mean I do a lot of hiking, and a lot of the brush and the rocks and the way they are, the geography of this makes me believe that this is in Santa Barbara area, because of this creek right here. And there's a lot of creeks up there too. And this was taken on January 3rd, which was interesting because on January 2nd, SF Investigates was saying that that was the last proof that he had. And he's not sure what LAPD has, but I'm sure LAPD definitely has more stuff. Let's see. Here's another thing too regarding the timeline, is that, let's see, go back, is this right here. See, and this looks like the coastal area of Santa Barbara right here too. And this was on January 2nd. Oh, the winters are brutal. And so what I wanted to do is, because the spring date that has been mentioned a lot recently, I do want to bring up this interesting thing that I found in the gaps in these pictures. Let me go here. Okay, so these two pictures down here, right, is nature. Okay, over here too, nature, the moon, some more stuff, ocean. January. This was January 28th, right? So this is all January, right? And then it jumps to May 10th over here. Look at that. All of a sudden, this jumps to May 10th. Can someone explain that to me? Okay, it goes from January 28th, and then it jumps to May. And what were they saying about in spring, right? March to June? I thought that was super interesting how it's all of a sudden from January 28th, January 2nd from this one, he posted a new Instagram page, and then January, and then February, March, April are missing. February, March, and April are missing from his second Instagram. And then I was looking at this, and it keeps going, right? Here's another picture. This was in July 21st. And there's the circle. There's the quote-unquote fam. The fam. Neo to the left. Yours truly, David, sorry. Asia. And Celeste Herrera, right there. The four. The Fantastic Four. Right? So it goes to that. And then he's just taking selfies. August. It goes to August 19th. Another picture of the coast. September 2nd. Right? So we're getting close. At this point, there's a body, Celeste Rivas, inside of his Tesla, inside of the front Tesla. I'll read comments in a minute, guys. I can't read the comments while I'm on here, so I do apologize for that when I'm sharing my screen, but I will get to them, okay? And so September 2nd, we're getting close to when Celeste Rivas' body was discovered, and he's here chilling at the beach. Chilling, right? And then it goes to this zesty picture of him looking all vulnerable, looking all zesty on September 3rd. Okay. And then this one right here, September 5th on his account. And then right here, September 7th was the last post on this account, on his second account, extra D4VD. And then the next day, Celeste's body was discovered. This right here is her birthday, Celeste Rivas' birthday. 9/7 is her birthday. Okay, this is the last post. Isn't that wild? And because I did a deep dive, I was looking into everything as I normally do, and as you guys do. So I thought that was interesting, where it jumps from January, the end of January, to this one to May. So there's like 3 months missing in there. And here they are, the friends, Fantastic Four. And then September 7th, on her birthday, is the last picture from this. The last picture of him with a Hello Kitty shirt, nonetheless, on Celeste's birthday. With a cracked screen. Look at that. Look at that screen. Why is it cracked? Let me read comments. I don't even know where I'm at in the comments. What's the temperature here right now? I think it's 65. It's a little bit cold for us, but nothing like 39, Didi. Dang. Didi, no kidding. Yes, some of our public schools are stellar. I've been to Chicago. Pretty out there. I've been to the aquarium, a beautiful aquarium Chicago, Illinois has. Let me just catch up on chat. Sorry if I skipped some of it, but there's a lot of stuff we have to go over. Cole says, can we look at Benny Blanco's location? I mean, yeah, Google the venue. Yeah, we can look it up for sure. We can do a deep dive. Selena Gomez, Benny Blanco had their wedding ceremony at the Seacrest Nursery in Santa Barbara on September 27th, 2025. The 70-acre private estate is located in Goleta near the foothills. Whoa, September 27th. Oh, that's weird. September 27th. That's weird. Yeah, let me look it up. What is that? Seacrest Nursery. Seacrest Nursery. Oh wow, that is pretty. I'll bring this up. Damn, that's pretty. All right, hold on. Let me share this tab. Here we go. Look at this right here. Santa Barbara Seacrest. This is where Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco had their wedding. Santa Barbara. Dang, that's beautiful. Let me catch up on chat. I don't want to get too behind on chat. Thank you for that, Colo. Appreciate it. Goleta the foothills. Let's see. Didi says, totally. You're not kidding about having hottest governor. The hottest governor. Oh, that's funny. Did you know the winner was brutal? Cold trails, Rufio saying. I know I want to go hiking out there, the Santa Barbara area, the hiking trails. Because I love hiking. If you guys know, if you guys been around since the beginning, I'd love to go hiking. So maybe if I go boots on the ground out there, I can just go hiking, and I can probably go live if I have service out there. How's that sound, huh? Maybe go check out the terrain, see how it looks. Go hiking, boots on the ground, see what's out there. Gold says, I have lived in the city that borders Santa Barbara County, which is Ventura, for 31 years. This coastal area that runs along the 101 freeway is gorgeous, and lots of hiking, biking, riding, surfing, and swimming. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous, man. I've only hiked Muir trails a decade ago, and I was blown away. It's beautiful, says Della. Colo Spritzer looks a little bit like Fred Flintstone. That's funny. That's cool. Thank you, everybody. Seriously, for being cool in the chat. Thank you, everybody, for being respectful and just having a good time and being, just chilling, going over this case and just having a chill Saturday afternoon with me and everybody here. So I really appreciate everybody in the chat right now. Thank you so much for being cool. Cole says Merker fam. Native says OMG. Stoic, that's true, but I didn't say Stoic. How you doing, Stoic? Rufio, he must have gone to the most secluded place he knew, or someone in his circle knew. You have to know a local to know a secluded spot. Yeah, absolutely, right? How many times have we seen that in other cases? And I always say that like a broken record. How many times have we seen that in other cases where, for example, in the Delphi case that earlier on, without any information about the case, I thought that it was a local because of the high High Non Bridge or some, I forget what off the top of my head. It's been a long time. The bridge there where the girls were found down, a couple miles or a mile down the bridge, and only a local would know where that is, how that is, and where the trail is. And so, yeah, that's absolutely a good point, Rufio. Cole says, okay, that is him posing as Celeste. Which one? Which picture? All of them look like he's posing like a woman. And hey, to each their own. I'm not mad. You do you. But don't be out there killing children. You know what I'm saying? Did he think you Fernando of the timeline? I believe that he is F. I believe so too. Yeah. What do you guys think? That there's an arrest coming soon? Rufio, you'll get lost easy if you don't know familiar with the different mountain trails and forests. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Easily can get lost. And for somebody who's familiar too with that area, you would kind of know the layout of like the California areas, the California freeways. Like Gol was saying, right? If you've been living there for a good minute, you know kind of where the freeways are. East Coast, going to the West Coast, stuff like that. Going north, going east gets you to more remote areas. So yeah, that's a good point. Cole says he is imitating her long hair with that. Read the caption of the last pic of David. Let me check that out. Let me see. The last picture? Don't let them de-yassify you, Queen. Whoa. Whoa. I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe my eyes. What is David saying? Let me put this in the chat. This is what David said right here. I can't believe my eyes. He says, don't let them de-yassify you, Queen. Whoa. Okay. All right. Colo SF, that is so effing wrong. Rufio, is Neil from California? That's a good question. He's here in LA. I'm not sure where he is now, but he's been here in LA. Didi F, you're right. I'm puking. What is sick? F, this is Silence of the Lambs level sickness. Cuffy says, I sent you some info on Discord that what I could find. So, oh, thank you, Cuffy. I'll check that out. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Gold says, weird that September 2nd pick with the ocean and rocks look like lots of area off the 101 coastal freeways or even PCH, which is also coastal. Yeah, that's the thing too, right? Over here, because I know Della Denk had brought that up, and I was like, what is going on? And so I checked it out, and you know me, I freaking go deep waters. I mean, because we're sharks. We don't say rabbit holes. We say we go deep water. We go deep sea fishing. We go deep with this case. And let me see that case where, yeah, January 2nd right here in the coastal. I mean, this is California coast right here with the daisies in the background right here. Definitely California coast right here. I mean, where else is this going to be, right? He's not going to go to the East Coast to take this picture. Things like that. It just makes it so obvious. Do you guys remember this too, this video? I was trying to find where this was, and this is in LA right here. This is January 2nd. Because see, that's the Midvale Avenue, Kelton Avenue. That's in LA. So that was interesting too. And that's from his second account. Yeah, does look like coastal areas. Oh, let me bring that up. I don't. Okay, yeah, you're right. I just noticed that. Let me share that screen. Thank you, thank you. You guys remember this? January 2nd. And that's in LA. Midvale Avenue and Kelton Avenue. You guys can see that okay? Dee, yeah, Dee. I definitely need to take you guys on a hike. It's been a minute. I've just been so busy. Um, but definitely a hike is on the way. A much needed hike. Rufio says, my brother would know that area wave in a heat beat. I'll have to ask him later. Oh, okay, yeah, let us know. Stoic, what do we think he was doing out there, y'all? Yeah, what do you guys think, huh? Dion, Diva. sorry, guys. I meant David. Sorry, that just I saw him and I just slipped out. Sorry, guys. Jessica, where did Selena Gomez kidney come from? Huh? What? Didi, Reed Delphi, Monon High Bridge. Yeah, thank you. Boom, there it is. The Monon High Bridge Trail. Yes. And they would have to be familiar by a local, and sure enough, it was a local. Boom. So that goes to the point earlier about knowing the trail, because you could easily get lost. Yep. Or someone at least from California. Gold says, yep, you can take the 405 north out of LA, pick up 101 north straight into Santa Barbara. Wow. I want to check that out real quick. Check that out real quick. Read that comment again. 405 to the 101. Let me see. Oh, yeah, here it is. Look. Yep, boom. And then the 101 right there. Yep, into Santa Barbara. There it is, 101. Right there in the Santa Barbara. But it's going to have to be this area right here. Because this is more coastal, but it could be coastal too, right? If you're just kind of hugging the freeway up here. Let's see, this is more populated area. Or no, maybe not. Maybe at night. But this is more coastal. So it might be based on those pictures, he's more familiar maybe with the coastline. Could be, right? Read comments. Yeah, if you guys want me to look up something, we can go over that. We can do a deep dive. Cuffy says different case, but if anyone has seen Melody Buzzard, it has contact with Archibald Buzzard since 10/7/2025. Please contact the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Criminal Investigation 805-681-4150. Thank you, Cuffy. Cuffy is one of our mods. She's been helping me out with locations, court documents, etc., etc. Thank you, Cuffy, for your service. Yeah, since we're talking about Santa Barbara and this news for those of you in Santa Barbara, if you guys have any information with the Ashley Buzzard, right, with that case, please contact the Criminal Investigation Division 805-681-4150. Again, that's 805-861-4150 in the Ashley Buzzard case. Melody Buzzard. If you had any contact, 10/7/2025. Thank you. Rufio says, I don't think you... Okay, yeah. So I got that now. Okay, cool. Those who wish to remain anonymous through the information Santa Barbara Sheriff's tip line. And then she posts a link on there. Thank you, Cuffy. That's another case that I'm not covering, but I am looking at it closely since it is in Santa Barbara. And if all goes well, a little maybe, okay, maybe I'll be on the scene out there for the memorial. Maybe, okay. I don't want to say I will, but maybe, okay. I know there's a memorial in there, and I know that she's been taking those off in Santa Barbara, which is disgusting. But if everything goes well, I want to say maybe. You know what I mean? I don't want to say I am, and then I don't. I just don't like doing that. I like to keep my word. So if all goes well, then I do want to go up there and be on scene, at least for the memorial. Again, maybe it's just an idea. Okay. Oh, Rufus says it's near Wilshire Boulevard. Yeah, Wilshire Boulevard. Rufus passing through 3 counties: Los Angeles, Ventura, and Santa Barbara. And that's the other thing too, right? That's the other thing too. How many? I have a picture of all the cameras in LA too. Yeah, curfew. That would. I mean, that would be good. The only thing it's just I know that the mother is on house arrest, and she's been like tearing up the posters or something up in front of her house, which is telling, right? You would imagine that you would want that there so people can have awareness for your missing child. But that's just me. So Midvale. Gold says you can get off the 101 Coastal Park exit in many rural many remote areas. Some areas are private land as well, but you can definitely exit off and disappear from the main area, from the 101, right? Yeah. So that's a question, right? Based on his pictures on the Instagram, it's like, is he going to like the beach? Is he going to that area on his trip to Santa Barbara? If it's a remote area like this right here, or is he sticking to the coast, or is he going up north more towards the mountains, towards the creek areas, towards rivers, hiking trails, etc., etc.? What do you guys think? Do you guys think he would, or anybody, right, to do what they were going to do in this investigation? That is supposedly a big part of this investigation, which I believe it is. We don't know, but I do think that it may be big in this case, the Santa Barbara trip, or it might be a red herring, like some people have said. And LAPD is leaking strategic information now to local media, news, and sources, so that they can come back and say, "Hey, we didn't officially say that. We were just putting up the heat, and actually, he was over here in Lake Elsinore." Do you see what I'm saying? Could be it. Could be it. Could be that they're playing chess. Could be that they're it could be that they're playing 3D chess with this, because all of a sudden they came out with that information about David being the suspect. Rule roll. Why can't I say it, Native Girl? Why can't I say it? Oh, mountains and trails? Okay. Cuffy says, I have a ton of information maybe you'll be able to use for the Melody case in the new Discord for Dr. Vana. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, is it cool if I forward that to my Discord? Yeah, that'd be great. So I know you did drop a lot of information in there. So let me check out. Let me play the video again of these two guys, for those of you that came late. Plus, I want to hear it again, if you guys don't mind. If sometimes we miss stuff, so I want to hear it again, especially with the ping area. So let me play this.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show. It is Friday Eve. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. I've got huge news in 2 very, very big true crime.
Whoops, wrong video. Actually, this reminds me, I did want to go over her video that I didn't really get a chance to really go into. Let me play that video 1 second. It's from Ashley Banfield. I like her. She does good reporting too. And I think her dog passed away, which is super sad. Let me share my screen. There we go.
I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. Just a quick note, if you didn't know this, my little companion in the studio, Atlas, he left us this week. I'm so sad to report that our Atlas cam today for this episode is showing his collar and his leash and his water bowl that was always in the studio and a couple of his favorite milk bones. I do have an episode telling the story of what happened to Atlas this week, but it's very sad. He's 15 and a half, and it was time, and it was very sad. But I am continuing to do the podcast by myself now. It's very lonely, but I do have some big bombshells in the case involving Celeste Rivas Hernandez and the singer known as David. And I'm just going to say it. What the hell is actually going on with this case? Every time a new piece of this story surfaces, it doesn't clear anything up. It just seems to blow the whole thing open even wider. The singer, who calls himself, David with a 4, is really David Anthony Burke. That's his legal name. And by the way, he might have to start using that legal name real soon. And the underage girl that was found dead in the trunk of his Tesla, that was his girlfriend, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, according to his friends. And the more we learn about the investigation, the stranger this entire situation gets. Nothing seems to line up. Everybody's clamming up, and the questions are getting louder than the answers. The bombshell, though, this week was that LAPD sources say investigators now consider David, the singer, a suspect, which might raise the question, what took them so long? Except that 2.5 months after Celeste's decomposing remains were found in David's Tesla, authorities still aren't saying how this young runaway died, or whether anyone else may have had a hand in it. TMZ, as often happens, was the first in line for that leaked information and says David may not be the only suspect on the investigators' radar. The outlet also reports that David made a quick and mysterious trip to a remote part of Santa Barbara County back in the spring. He apparently set out in the middle of the night. Nothing weird there, right? This is what TMZ is reporting, and that he returned to LA just a couple hours later. Again, nothing weird there, right? Just a little trip miles and miles away in the middle of the night and back. And if that midnight drive to a remote corner of Santa Barbara County wasn't strange enough, just wait. There is a lot more underneath that little late night detour, but first, a quick word from our sponsor and a quick thank you to you for supporting this channel. My sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, they make this possible as well, and I really couldn't do it without them. And honestly, having a good Law Nation show, shout out Banfield on News Nation, weeknights 10 p.m. Eastern. I spoke with TMZ's Harvey Levin about all of these new details involving David, the possibility he's a suspect, and whether anyone else might be involved. Not to mention that little trip in the middle of the night to Santa Barbara. Here's our conversation. Harvey, what are the sources in the LAPD suggesting when it comes to this case right now?
Well, we're getting more than suggesting. We know what's going on. So there is not an official cause of death yet because the medical examiner has not ruled, nor have the toxicology reports been given to LAPD. But what I can tell you is that the robbery homicide unit and the investigators looking at this case are viewing this as a homicide and viewing David, the singer, as the suspect.
Are they?
A suspect.
Well, there's my next question. A suspect, because there was some intimation that was too difficult a job for one person to carry out. So are they thinking that there are more involved?
They believe there is more than one person involved in this based on the way and the manner in which the body was discovered, that it was cut up, and I don't know why, but they believe that it couldn't be the work of just one person.
I've been thinking it through, and I want to just put this, past you to see what your reaction is. Is it possible they're thinking there could be others involved because of the timing of the movement of the Tesla, and that comparing to the timing of David's schedule?
I wondered that too. The information we got was it was specific to cutting up the body. Wow. So that's the information we got. I am actually, the more I learn, the less I understand this case. And what's interesting, and I guess we can get into this and this whole mysterious trip to Santa Barbara, but one of the things I was told is don't necessarily use logic because there are lapses in logic here.
Well, let's go there. This weird trip to Santa Barbara County. Apparently, your sources have unearthed this. Walk me through what it was, when it was, how long it lasted, the whole story behind this trip.
So we are told that in the spring of this year, I can't give you a month, I'm just told the spring, David went to a remote area of Santa Barbara County, which is about 100 miles from where he lives in Los Angeles. A remote area of Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night, and spent a couple of hours there. And that is a hugely important part of this case, the way I understand it. And I don't want to be more specific, but based on all the things that are going on, that is a point that seemed to stand out when we got this story, that this Santa Barbara trip is very, very important. Now, what does the Santa Barbara trip mean? Remember, it's spring, and his body wasn't found until early September. So her body, rather, early September. So we're talking months. So, you could theorize that maybe he went to try and bury a body. Maybe.
I just need to pause it and make some commentary on this. I don't want to get dinged on it. And now that I can pause it too, I think in increments of 15 minutes is okay. I think that's what I've been getting away with. 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes.
He would have gone to bury a weapon. But if it was a body, why was the body found in the trunk of his car in Los Angeles months and months later? Would they have gone and picked it up and brought it back? Now, there are some people who are saying, well, wait a minute, maybe he took Celeste there and allegedly, did her in there. The reason I don't think that's the case is we were told David went to Santa Barbara County, not they went to Santa Barbara County. And, it makes me think, how would they know David went? If it was just a cell phone, I don't think what they would say David went. I think what we would get is his cell phone pinged in that area. We got the word David. That makes me think there is video from his Tesla, and that they have gotten into the Tesla. We know they have data from the Tesla, and maybe there is video showing him there, that they could track it there and they could see him there. And I don't know what it is that he did there, and it may well be that the LAPD knows, but we don't know yet. Well, and something big happened during that trip.
And to me, that would bring in a whole other jurisdiction. You would have the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department possibly involved in this investigation as well. I have not seen evidence of that. I don't know if you've been hearing musings and musterings that they're involved in some aspect of this, or that the jurisdiction might even change if killing happened there or if a body was discovered there. It just opens up a whole can of worms.
Well, you and I think alike because I spoke to people at the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's about 2 hours ago and really pushed to see what I could get. And all I would get back is that the LAPD is the lead investigator in the case, call them. So I couldn't get anything out of Santa Barbara. The way it typically works is that the area where the jurisdiction is that the LAPD would be searching would accompany the LAPD, and that's protocol with a lot of these cases. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Santa Barbara County Sheriff's did that. Now, I also asked if Santa Barbara County Sheriff was doing some kind of a parallel investigation, since Santa Barbara seems to be really important here, and I was just told, I was referred back to LAPD, and they wouldn't say anything.
I wonder if they would have said, we're not involved at all. Were they not involved at all? I mean, who knows, right? Would they?
Yeah.
The fact that they're saying
I tried that too, Ashley.
right. I knew you would. I want to go back to something that Steve Fisher, who's a private investigator who's been working this case, discovered inside the rental home after David and his whomever he was living with there moved out. He said he wouldn't be specific, but he said there were things that were purchased and left inside that home still in the packaging that looked like they could be used to dismember a body, but were not. And what makes me curious is, were the purchases traced? And if it weren't David who made those purchases, whomever did make the purchases of this equipment, could they be somehow involved as the other parties that might have given help if David, in fact, did something to Celeste?
I have no idea. What equipment are we talking about?
You know, he wouldn't be specific, but it almost sounded like it was equipment. I know, maybe that was a second thought. They purchased, it sounded as though he was describing buzz saws or large machinery and equipment that could, his words, could be used to cut up a body, but were not. We're still left in the packaging. And we're left there. And then I was also told by Steve Fisher, the PI, that the LAPD detectives that raided that home photographed it, documented it, did not take it because it wasn't used, it wasn't opened. It was just a fascinating development.
That's weird to me.
I know.
Because if the LAPD sees something that might remotely be part of a crime, it would seem to me that would be seized as evidence. And, you know, you can always put something in a package.
Yeah, the whole dents and the stuff like that. I was thinking that too when I was looking at those pictures, Rufio, is that of the Tesla, those dents, I'm wondering if those are dents from rocks. I mean, how many times have we not hit a rock, right? In places that in remote areas where we back up and we hit a rock. And then we try to get out of that and then we hit something else. So that's very, yeah, I was thinking the same thing too last night when I was deep diving in the case, as I was like, if he's going in these remote areas and he's trying to back out and he's in a panic and he hits something, he gets out and then that's it, then that could be where he got the dent in his Tesla. I also was thinking too that maybe Celeste did that and was angry at him and kicked the car and an argument happened. That also crossed my mind.
But if the package was, first of all, are they going to unwrap things at the crime scene? I don't think so. I think what they do is they take it to the station and they handle it very gingerly. So there's parts of that that doesn't make sense to me.
I'm with you. I was sort of flummoxed by that.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing too, is he's saying it doesn't make sense to him, but it doesn't make sense to anybody. There's these killers and people that kill and do things like that. They don't they aren't thinking like how we are thinking. Okay, so that's why it doesn't make sense to Harvey. That's why it doesn't make sense to us, because we're not killers. We don't think like that.
Report, but at the same time, the more I hear that there might be someone else involved and that the the dismemberment of the body is the clue that someone else was involved and trying to figure out. 'Cause listen, you and I have both covered many cases in which one person is more than capable of chopping up a body and sending it into multiple locations. We're covering the Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh story right now in Massachusetts.
Well, look at Jeffrey Dahmer.
Look at Jeffrey Dahmer and Robert Durst down in Galveston. Chopped up his neighbor, admitted it. Morris Black tossed him into Galveston Bay.
I agree with you, and I'm confused. Like I said, the more I learn, the less I know. And God, I sound like an Eagles song, but it's true. And I don't understand how the dismemberment is what makes LAPD believe.
Yeah, absolutely, Native Girl. She says the search warrant may not have allowed for the unopened tools. 100%. And they're being very careful with that specific warrant for specific items, like the computer that was brought out in that scene in the news where they brought out a computer. So if they were to open up or take any other items, then LAPD would have been effed.
That there's more than one person involved, but that is precisely what we were told.
So the other strategy I'm trying to think through as I try to put my LAPD hat on and get inside their investigative techniques, is it possible that they are trying to smoke David out, or at least get him nervous enough by releasing this little nugget that he is in fact a suspect, and
100%. 100%.
see what he does with that information and how he behaves?
I really didn't think of that. That's generally not, it's interesting. I really hadn't thought of that. Maybe, that's kind of an interesting theory.
I think so, because this whole time LAPD has been we've all have been on this case. Every single one of us who's been covering or who has been watching this case since day one, the LAPD has been very tight-lipped, except for the first day, which I've noticed that on the first day of the coverage, there was some unintentional leaks. For example, the alleged caught up torso, head, dismemberment part. That was an unintentional, I believe, leak. And then it was tightened up as more and more information came out that LAPD had found, and they knew that they had to, with any case, right, thread lightly, and they closed ranks.
Because I wondered too, because look, you've been working this case too. I have rarely seen the LAPD so tight-lipped on any case, and I'm talking all over the place. And we now have sources that up to this point had not spoken. And I can't say anymore, but it's an interesting theory.
I see big things are coming, and I'm going to stay.
He's so giddy, he wants to say it. He's so freaking giddy with his information. Let me play that again. I'm talking about Harvey.
Look, you've been working this case too. I have rarely seen the LAPD so tight-lipped on any case, and I'm talking all over the place. And we now have sources that up to this point had not spoken. And I can't say anymore, but it's an interesting theory.
I see big things are coming, and I'm going to stay tuned to your website and your reports on that one.
Yeah, I caught that. I wanted to play that again myself. So giddy with that information.
I can sense something's going on in there that you know and can't talk about, which is, you always know stuff before everybody else. So the other question I have is, do they know where he is? At this point, does anyone actually know where David is?
Well, I don't know if the LAPD knows.
That's another question too, right? Where is David? Where do you guys think David is? Is he still in LA, or is he in Texas with his family?
He was in LA. If he is still here, he is virtually in hiding because there are a lot of paparazzi agencies in LA. And, that photograph is worth a lot to these agencies. So if he's spotted out, they're probably going to get a picture of him. And we haven't seen any of these agencies say, hey, we got a picture of David. So if he's here, he is underground. And I think there's a good chance that maybe he went somewhere else where it's not going to be as, where there aren't going to be these, paparazzi agencies around. But we haven't seen him, and I don't know where he is. I know he was in LA, but that was weeks ago.
So he made a stop in LA, which is fascinating because most of the reports had him likely down in Texas, where his family is from.
Well, he may be. I know he went to LA after the tour ended. What he did after that, I don't know.
And nothing to suggest that the folks in Houston, that the authorities in Houston are working in concert with the authorities in the LAPD just to have eyes on him and see what he's up to. I'm always watching to see if somebody's making plans for a trip to Ecuador or some South American country that doesn't have an extradition treaty with us. I'm always watching to see what someone's doing when the heat is on.
I would be stunned if LAPD has not been in touch with Houston. I'd be stunned.
So I'm going to ask for your best guess because you live and breathe the business of what happens to people upon arrest and impending arrest. What do you think is about to happen? Do you think he's about to be in cuffs?
Well, we were told not in the near future. I don't know what near future means. One of the problems is the medical examiner has not determined cause of death, and they have not given toxicology to LAPD. Even if the medical examiner comes back and says undetermined, the LAPD could still move forward, and my sense from our reporting is they would. But I'm told, and I don't know what the specifics here are, is that the relationship between the LA County Medical Examiner and the LAPD has not been great over the last few years. And even though they could fast track, if they wanted to, the medical examiner could fast track some of these, the tests that they're doing, my sense is they have not done so because, it can take 3 months easy for something like this, but they could also fast track it. And based on our conversations, that does not seem to have been done, and it may speak to the relationship that LAPD has with the medical examiner. I don't know what's behind it, but that's what I was told.
Well, my God. I mean, if let's just say the tox comes back with a lethal amount of XYZ, that doesn't tell you.
Yeah, not in the near future. Hey, how you doing, Catalina? Wine Mixers, welcome to my channel. Jade, good to see you, Flo. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you. Yeah, Harvey's saying not in the near future. All right, on, cool.
Who put the XYZ into that person, and it's really hard to suggest what it means.
Well, let me tell you, Ashley, if that happens and the medical examiner comes back and says that it was a likely drug overdose, I think that would potentially blow up the homicide investigation because you don't know. I mean, remember, you can go way back in LA to John Belushi's death, where Kathy Evelyn Smith was prosecuted for manslaughter, which is a homicide, for what she did at the Chateau Marmont with John Belushi and heroin. But then you have to pin it on a particular person who gave him the drug. And then it's not as simple as saying, oh, he gave her X. If she died by some means of foul play, that's a more direct line in terms of a homicide than it is a drug overdose. So, and again, I don't know. I mean, it's weird to me that the LAPD is looking at this as a drug overdose. That would be weird to me, but it could be. It could be. I don't know.
See this? He's saying it's weird to him that he was LAPD was investigated this as a drug overdose, but he was saying that. Yeah, a few months ago. Thank you, Flo Joe. Let's go. Do gifted 5 gift memberships. Let's go. Let's see who got those memberships. Kalisa Cats received a membership. Baby Shark. Angie227 received a membership. Free gift membership level. Baby Shark. Nova's Inquest received a gift membership. Baby Shark. ROROE Row 72 received a Baby Shark. TFL TWD received a Baby Shark. Let's go. Thank you so much, Flojo. Let's go. That's cool. Nova's Inquest got one too. That's so funny.
But I know, but I will tell you this. They're not looking at this as an accidental death. They are absolutely looking at this as a homicide, and there's a difference.
That is fascinating. And I think about Casey Anthony's little daughter, who was so far decomposed, they never really could determine, other than a piece of tape over the face and mouth that ended up there, if that's really how she died.
Well,
and finding that is key.
And I'll tell you, when this all started, when her body was found, it was so badly decomposed and cut up that they didn't know if it was a man or a woman. And what happened was that we got a tip that this girl was missing. Her name was Celeste, and there was a poster that said, "Have you seen?"
See, this is another thing that I'm having questions is who sent the tip in? And we went over this. Hey, Sunshine Susie, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? We went into a deep dive of who could have possibly sent in the tip to TMZ, to Harvey, and then they went and looked at this poster, and then they called the mom, but it was so specific to where this tip led to them discovering the identity that it could have been Celeste Rivas when they called the mom. And my question is, why didn't this tip contact law enforcement, instead contacted TMZ?
This girl. We called the mother and asked the mother, and she told us, because the LAPD, all they said was she had a tattoo on her right index, on her index finger. We called the mother, and we talked to the mother, and she said that, yes.
Whitney, you sent the tip in? Holy shoot. Tippy, guys, breaking news, guys. Right here in my chat. You heard it here first. Holy shit. Whitney, you send the tip in? Where's that breaking news? Right there. Look, breaking news, guys. Holy shit.
My daughter had a tattoo, and it was red. I called the lead homicide investigator as soon as we got off the phone with her, and I gave the lead homicide investigator the information. I said, look, we just talked to this woman who not only said that her daughter had the tattoo, but it was red. And then 2 days later, they said not only that it was a woman, but it was Celeste.
They made the connection.
It was that badly decomposed that they couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. So I don't know, maybe the medical examiner is having trouble right now too.
I can imagine.
So again, there are a lot of unanswered questions here.
Harvey, I know you're going to have the answers before I do, so I'm going to call you again. Thank you for this. I appreciate it.
I'm always happy to be on your show, Ashley.
So that's where we'll leave it for now. But this case is moving fast and the details are only getting stranger. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss
You guys heard it here first. Whitney sent in the tip. Whitney, can I ask you a question? Why didn't you contact law enforcement? Why did you call Harvey? Jazzy Jazz, good to see you. Welcome to my channel. Yeah, I think she was just speaking off the cuff right there, maybe. So regarding the timeline of Let me see something. Let me see something. 1 second. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. Give me a second. It's regarding the timeline. Julie! Julie. Good to see you. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. If I missed you, raise your hand. I'll shout you out. Dang, you're gonna get a check. You haven't gotten your check. You're supposed to get paid first, and then you give the tip out, Whitney. Whitney, you're supposed to get paid first. Cindy, welcome back. I'm still live. My ass is hurting so bad right now. I bought a chair. It was on sale, and I put the screws in not correctly and stripped them. Well, one, because they were cheap screws, and I stripped the screw and messed it up, so now I have to return it. So now I have to wait for my chair to come in tomorrow. So I have towels, I have pillows underneath my butt to do these live longs. These long lives. Let's see. So let me share something with you guys about the timeline. I kind of want to be careful though, because I want to see. I want to do something. Hold on, let me share my screen. So I want to. Let me see something. Hey, Gravity, good to see you. Let me share my screen.
Gotta reload.
So I want to do like regarding the timeline. I want to do this before I forget because we were going over.
You gonna feel like you're trying to get away from me. If you do, I won't move. You gonna feel.
Let me see if I can find it.
I love my chopper in her. I love my chopper in her pants. I love my chopper.
Please.
No, she got
Back on that bullshit again.
One.
Back on that.
no, she got you blushing.
Dating. You know what? Please put your
Okay.
penis away.
So you see the date up here? It says 3:30. And let me double check for the date for that because I want to make sure I got it. All right, you get to see the stickers. Let me see. So I want to make sure that I got the dates right. So give me 1 second. I just want to make sure I got the dates right. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, so that is this year. Okay. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure, okay? I want to be accurate with these dates. So we went over David's second account. And do you guys remember I was saying about the dates, how it jumped from January late January 28th to May, right? There's a gap. And so I found it interesting that in her,
I'm not gonna ask you.
TikTok account, it goes from March, look at this, March 30th, 2025, and then it jumps
You know what my actual
to
problem is?
5/1/2025. April and May are, April is missing. Look at that.
Please put your penis away.
till
You know
whole
what my
month is
actual problem?
missing.
Please
Look at that.
put your penis
3
away. You know what my actual
to
problem
5.
is? My celebrity.
Do you guys see that? Do you guys picking up what I'm putting down? That there's a gap right there in April. And supposedly that was the last date. April 5th was when Celeste Rivas was last seen, according to some news sources. Or am I tripping? You tell me. Am I tripping? I'll shut it all down right now. I'll throw away this computer. I'll throw away this soda, this desk. I'll cancel my chair coming up tomorrow. I'll throw away the chair. But do you guys see that? Or am I tripping? There's a whole month missing.
You know what my actual problem
A whole month, and it's April.
You know what my actual
Jeez, man, that is wild. You've heard the word penis too many times, native girl? Sorry about that. Maybe I'll keep the soda. I'll throw everything else away. And why haven't there been no arrests? I'm just kidding. There are arrests coming soon, in my opinion. But I don't know. Maybe it's just my conspiratorial mind that was going there. But that did stick out to me that a whole month is missing.
dating.
From
You know what
her,
my actual problem is? My celebrity crush is Ronnie
from
Rad.
her account. How do I mute this?
Nah, she got you. Blushing twin? Oh, hell no. So you gotta lock up.
Back on that.
Does anyone else have? I'm way too.
Oh my god.
Y'all, I've been craving elote for like the last. Y'all only fuck with me when I'm posting my ass.
June 18th.
The dick wet. Spit on your hand. Spit on your. Man, these.
I was so.
I used to have.
Bro.
Did you pull out? She said,
It's okay.
she's sitting up there.
July.
She like puppy, I adore you. She like puppy, I adore you. I'm like
Really good at everything but head.
You said how I got.
I mean, you see what I'm saying? She's posting like every single day. Every single day. And then the whole month of April is just missing.
You ever post?
Oh my god.
Who was interested first? Who said I love you first? Who's more protective? Who cleans more? Who eats the most? Who spends the most money? Who is most likely to start an argument? Who was interested first? Who said I love you first? Who's more protective? Who cleans more?
Oh shit, thank you, Flojo.
Who eats the most?
Holy shit. Hold on, let me pause this. Damn, Flojo, let's go. Oh, look, Rufio, you got a gift membership. Thank you so much. If you guys got a gift membership from Flojo, make sure you thank him. He got a Rufio. Let's see who got it. Rufio, Ben. Ben got it. That's cool. And then DI360VR. Let's see. Connie. Oh, Connie got one. That's cool. See, I'm glad all these ones went to people. Rosie got one too. That's so cool. And Ben got one too. Rufio. See, that's cool. I like it when gift memberships, they go to people that are actually in the chat, that are actually, you know what I mean? It's just like people that do come in the chat. So that's fucking badass. That's freaking badass. Thank you so much, Flojo. I appreciate that. Dang, thank you. Thank you. What happened in March and April? Boom. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so if you guys, make sure you guys thank Flojo for the gift memberships. And Rufio, Ben. I haven't seen Ben in a while. I think he's on Sunny's channel. I think I've seen him there. Well, he's usually hanging out there. DI360VR, Connie Branch, and Rosie. Make sure you guys, if you haven't already, thank Flojo for your free gift memberships. We have Discord for members only, and we do deep dives in there. And I'm pretty much only covering this case right now, pending the Rebecca Harrow trial, which is coming back up in January. So I'm covering the David one, and I can only really cover one case at a time. So primarily, this is the one that I'm covering and deep diving into it at the moment. I hope you guys understand and appreciate that. Native Girl says, I don't see it because the word is attracting me train of thought. Jazzy Jazz says, and David said he was depressed in January, like we care. Oh, yeah, he did say that. Let me catch up on chat. Whitney says, everybody donates a mark can get a good computer on Black Friday. Oh, I got a computer. I didn't tell you? I bought a computer, a PC. That's why the streams are going so much smoother. I got, I can do this screen sharing. Look at, I can screen share this without any problem. I can go from this to this to this. I got like 20 freaking tabs open right here. I can go into here. You know what I'm saying? That chick was banging David for sure. Which one? Both of them or one of them? Sorry, I can't choose. I think she wants D. Anybody else think that? Jazzy, yep. Just like comments said, curly, blonde hair. Yeah, trigger warning, sexual language. I can't hear it because I don't have my headphones on because they'll have an echo, or I mean the what's it called? The speaker. So let me plug in the speaker again so that way I can hear it. Marisa, good to see you. Oh, all of them? But let me catch up on chat. Yes, I think David, her, Neil, and one of the managers. Wait, Mar, you followed her before she went private? Of course, man. They're all gonna go private. They're all gonna go dark. Remember when I said screenshot everything? Screenshot everything. Fill up that terabyte. Fill up the terabyte. Bean baby. Marisa, good to see you. Yep, I think also Neil, Anisha, Asia, David, and Rob. Which one's Rob again? Oh, the manager, right? Okay. Rubio. Rufio, I'm sorry. Says, thank you, Flojo. Wait, is this Karen who took over the Connie or her sister? Which one? The other one? Let me see. No, that's the I'm trying to mute this. Where's the mute button on this?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, here it is. There we go. Dang, it was right there. Where was I? Are you talking about Whitney, the cousin? It's Connie's sister? I'm confused. Stop flexing. It's a fine line, huh? Between flexing and being humble and being confident. Oh, Asia's his second cousin? Kissing cousins? Julie, what? My honeycomb bread muffins came out well. I wish I could share. Yeah, share them. That's me. I do that. What do you do, Bean Baby? Call us up. Mark's a shark. Don't get it twisted. Of course, he followed that hoe. Bottom right. Wasn't that she in the bathroom line? Did you know me and David are related? Then he said second cousins. Oh, right. One of them said that. Okay, yeah. Asia's really beautiful. What an idiot to hitch her wagon to a falling star. Asia, or whatever her effing name is. I thought that's who she was talking about. But let me see. But I did want to show that.
Since the beginning, it's been clear since the beginning. Trump
Her
is
latest
just
one.
a
This
little,
one 6 days ago. And I know she went private after or before this, or something like that.
too sassy. He's a little too quick with it, you know? Even the way he talks. It's been so obviously. Just the mere thought of two presidents topping each other off. We're in weird times, man. But I kinda love it. Can you animators hurry up and get on top of this so I can watch like a 20-minute animation about this love triangle? Okay, thanks. It's been clear since the beginning. Trump is just he's a little too sassy. He's a little too quick with it, you know? Even the way he talks. It's been so obviously. Just the mere thought of two presidents topping each other off. We're in weird times, man. But I kinda love it. Can you animators hurry up and get on top of this so I can watch like a 20-minute animation about this love triangle? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like with the posts, right? They're posting like everything every day, and they're posting these posts, and there's like a whole month missing from her timeline on April, and I think that's very telling. So I'm gonna just take a educated guess and say something happened in April to where they're scrubbing their social media presence in April, and I think after that they kind of started putting, didn't edit those out or delete those pictures in April because I believe something might have happened where it is incriminating, or it puts them in that spot, or it puts them somewhere close, or they're with David, or they're with Neil, or whatnot. So I think that's pretty interesting stuff too, right there, where something could have happened in that timeline in April. So here's Neo with David chilling right there, looking cute, looking all cute. David has his hand underneath him, his like his waist. Neo looking all vulnerable, having a David shirt right there. Look, having a David shirt on him, and then David right here says, "Sounds gay. ... I'm in." chilling right there. Bracelets. His do-rag. Neil looks super comfortable, super relaxed. David looks like he's in a state of euphoria next to Neo. I mean, to each their own, man. To each their own. Oh yeah, let me see what they said. Oh, these motherfreakers. All right, this just came in 3:37 a few minutes ago. Thank you, Flo. It says Celestia's body found in frozen state. What the fuck? What the? Oh, heck no. Let me share this real quick. It says body found in frozen state. Celestial body found in frozen state. Cause of death may never be determined. This one came out today at 3:37 p.m. my time, so it's 3:48 p.m. now. So pretty much 10 minutes ago. From TMZ, breaking news: Celestial's body had been frozen, and as of a result, it looks like the medical examiner will not be able to establish a cause of death. Sources directly connected to the investigations tell TMZ. According to those sources, oh, fuck. Here we go. According to those sources, the medical examiner received the body in horrendous condition. It was decapitated. The torso was intact, but the limbs had been removed and cut into multiple pieces. So that's definitely a felony. We're told all the body parts were partially frozen and had apparently been thawing out while sitting in the trunk of David's Tesla. Remember, David's vehicle has not been moved for several days when it was parked on a Hollywood Hills street near his rental home, which resulted in it getting towed and then the body being found. A TMZ report reported Celeste's body was in such a bad shape. Initially, investigators did not know if it was male or female. When the body was received by the ME's office, the initial determination was this was a victim of apparent homicide, but our sources says the ME is now having trouble establishing an official manner of cause of death and will most likely be undetermined. Other sources connected to the investigation tell TMZ the police, the LAPD's robbery homicide division is viewing Celeste's death as a homicide. Even if the official cause of death is undetermined, authorities can move forward with an arrest. 100%. 100%. The ME is not an end-all, be-all. TMZ broke the story. David is now considered a suspect in Celeste's death. What's more, TMZ has learned there is a second suspect who authorities believe helped David in the dismemberment of Celeste's body. Mark Gregos appeared on the most recent Two Angry Men podcast and said he knows the name of the second suspect, and authorities have told him this person might have been involved before, during, and after Celeste's death. TMZ also broke the story. A critical part of the case involved a trip investigators say David took to a remote area of Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night back in the spring, where he spent 2 hours. Here's the neighborhood. If Celeste's body was taken to that area months before it was discovered in LA, it seems the operating theory is that body parts were put in some sort of frozen freezer for a long time before it ended up in David's Tesla in late summer. Damn, that's wild. Frozen, huh? So that rumor, that theory, dang, that is wild. Jeez, man. I mean, just it gets more horrible and more horrible and more disgusting and more like put these pieces of shit in jail, man. These pieces of shit, whoever did this, man. Jesus, man. Jeez. Sorry, I didn't meant to say the Lord's name in vain, but jeez, man. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. I mean, come on, man. Like seriously. Like you guys did whoever did this allegedly, if David, if you allegedly did this, you did not give a F. You did not give a F about Celeste. You just like the idea of her, an idea of this twisted, perfect woman in your head, man. Just so disturbing and disgusting, man. And she's a child. She's a child. She's a freaking child, man. Come on, you know what I mean? This could have just gone differently. And now you're looking at a felony, 20 years to life, felony, and an accessory to murder. I mean, now I'm more convinced that, yeah, this is definitely a homicide. I'm more convinced now because this guy, Harvey, love him or hate him, this guy has sources inside the LAPD, and he has somebody close to the medical examiners right then and there. And jeez, man, this is wild stuff. And yeah, I mean, there's no official, right? But I mean, it doesn't take much to say like, okay, this was the thing, right? Because it had crossed my mind when the rumors of this came up on Reddit, right? We know Reddit's been at it and have been just nonstop with this case, as I have been too, in the Reddit files, and I know you guys have been too, keeping up with the case. We've been deep diving in our Discord. If you're a member, make sure you check out the members post so you can continue the conversation in our Discord, or we go deep. And so in Reddit, that was one of the rumors, that was one of the theories. And a lot of the theories and rumors that have been coming out in Reddit have been coming out to be somewhat true. And that's why they say try to take everything with a grain of salt, which I always do as a creator. I have to be careful because I can't just straight up say, even if I believe that David did it, I just can't, as a creator, just be like he did it without any proof and just with speculation. It's a little dangerous. It's a little, even though this case is very obvious to us, I have to walk that fine line between creator and commentator, and creator and to try to at least put the dates and facts and things out there the best that I can. But I do get caught up with the emotion of it, and I know a lot of people try to get the emotion out of it, but with this case you can't. You've been here since the beginning with this case, and you know that emotion plays a big part with me in this case, and a lot of you too. It hits home. She's a child, okay? And whoever did this to her needs to come to justice, needs to be brought up to justice, needs to have their day in court, because that's how the justice system here is in the United States. We can't just throw rocks at that person who we believe, as a society, we've grown better than that. And so they'll have their time in court to tell their side of the story. And if this is, again, Harvey has sources inside. He has previously before had stated that he has a medical examiner, someone in the medical examiner that would know directly when they would know the cause of death or the toxicology or things like that, that he would know because he has somebody in there. The guy has sources everywhere in LA. And this came out right now about 20 minutes ago. And if it's this the case, then man, you need to pay for what you did. You need to call the LAPD department, whether it's you, David, Neil, whoever it may be, because you are being looked at as a suspect, David. you need to come forward and just freaking cut your losses, man. Whether you believed it was an accident or not, just come forward and tell your side of the story, man. People respect that more when you are upfront and you are you fess up, you own it. You own it. And I think, David, and I'm talking to you man to man, is that if you come forward and tell your side of the story, I think people will respect that a lot more than if you are just hiding. Okay? And let Celeste Rivas rest in peace, knowing that allegedly, if you did it, or Neo did it, or whoever did this, it's just it went beyond beyond the pale, man. This freezing a child, come on, man. Do you see what I'm saying? Cut your losses and just come forward. Cut your losses and just come forward. But this is just, oh man, this is just so infuriating that, oh shit, I dropped my soda. 1 second. Give me a second, guys. But yeah, this is just super infuriating, and oh man, freaking heavy stuff. Yep, heavy stuff, man. Let me read that again. I like to read things twice so they stick with me. But TMZ does, love him or hate him, he does have good sources, and I know this was a big rumor in our Discord, in Reddit, in the whispers of the gossip world, and love him or hate it, this dude has sources inside of the medical examiner's office, and it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. But I'm just, when you feel like that, like a sense of a sadness, I think there's some truth to it. If this was something else, I wouldn't feel this way. I wouldn't feel sad. I wouldn't feel just heartbroken. And I think there's some truth to this. I really do believe that. So let me read this again for those coming in, or I just want to read it again too. Celeste Rivas' body has been frozen. As a result, it looks like the LA County Medical Examiner will not be able to establish the cause of death. Sources directly connected to the investigation tell TMZ. According to those sources, the medical examiner received the body in horrendous condition, that it was decapitated, and while the torso was intact, the limbs had been removed and cut into multiple pieces. We're told all of the body parts were partially frozen and had apparently been thawing out while sitting in the trunk of David's Tesla. Remember, David's vehicle had not been moved for several days when it was parked on a Hollywood Hills street near his rental home, which resulted in it getting it towed and then the body being found. As TMZ reported, Celeste's body was in such bad shape, initially investigators did not know if it was male or female. When the body was received by the ME's office, the initial determination was this was a victim of apparent homicide. But our sources say the ME is now having trouble establishing an official manner or cause of death, and it will most likely be undetermined. Other sources connected to the TMZ the investigation tell TMZ the LAPD's robbery homicide division is viewing Celeste's death as a homicide, and even if the official cause of death is undetermined, authorities can move forward with an arrest. Absolutely. TMZ broke the story. David is now considered a suspect in Celeste's death. What's more, TMZ had learned there is a second suspect who authorities believe helped David in the dismemberment of Celeste's body. Mark Regos appeared on the most recent Two Angry Men podcast and said he knows the name of the second suspect, and authorities have told him this person might have been involved before, during, and after Celeste's death. TMZ also broke the story. A critical part of the case involved a trip investigators say David took to a remote area of Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night back in the spring, where he spent 2 hours. Oh, wow. 2 hours. Look at that. A specific time. See, I missed that part. Wow. TMZ also broke the story. A critical part of the case involves a trip investigators say David took to a remote area in Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night back in the spring where he spent 2 hours. Wow. If Celeste's body was taken to that area months before he was discovered in LA, it seems the operating theory is that the body parts were put in some sort of freezer for a long time before ended up in David's Tesla in late summer. Wow, that was the end of the article. Man, that's crazy. So he was up there for 2 hours in Santa Barbara. Man, I don't know. I'm feeling very sick right now with this information. I think that's why the medical examiner and examinators, the website, I think that's why it's like for a security hold. Oh man, yeah, I'm feeling just, I don't know, super heartbroken right now. Yeah, definitely call prayers for Celeste. Oh. See, and I had stated too before where I had said that leaving her in the freezer would have made more sense to me, and that crossed my mind for a split second where I said, okay, if she was frozen, then she was frozen, but I would have just leave her in the freezer. You know what I mean? Because I have to put myself in the killer's mind and the perpetrator's mind, as per this book that I've read from John Douglas, Criminal Mind, with the FBI behavior analysts. They put themselves in the criminal, the perpetrator, the killer's mind. And I told myself, well, if that's the case, then I would have just left it there and then try to dispose of her body, Celeste Riva, in the manner of where I could dispose it. And it just seems sloppy. But in the book, it also says that it could be organized and disorganized at the same time. And this fits right into it. And see, that's why you wait for more information to come out to assess those. And then you can go forward. And that now seems somewhat organized and somewhat disorganized at the same time. So there are those two categories that they had put those from the FBI John Douglas's book, organized and disorganized killers. But there's also both. Jesse Jess says, so much thought was put into this. How could it not be murder? Right at this point, I agree. That's what's out here. They need to be arrested now. Yeah, they need to be arrested, right? Yesterday. So this, to me, it sounds like some moving parts are going on. And yeah, I mean, it just seems like the next step would be an arrest. I know, me too, Della Dank. Me too. Yeah, whenever you get those shirts, man, I would love to wear one. Just let me know how much for one shirt is, or I can get one. Oh, so you're back and forth, Whitney? Rufy says they will need to protect him now or arrest him immediately. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Cole says, my God, the cutout hurt so bad. What the F, man? Catalina says, yeah, this is sad. Telling I keep saying this ish, man. Yeah, you did keep saying that with the Frozen one, with your theories. That's right. I mean, I'm just freaking sad about this, you know what I mean? Yeah, because everybody dies and had their limbs fall off and freeze in their own. Sad. Why did it to control the narrative is beyond me. Catalina, thank you for, yeah, I mean, thank you guys for tuning in. Really appreciate it too. Whitney Dell, because they were trying to get him off. Well, that's what it seemed, right? Because his lawyers, I believe, were working behind the scenes to try to put in some misinformation, put in pictures and stuff like that about Celeste lookalikes to maybe throw off the timeline, which it did, right? The timeline was super confusing. You didn't know if whether you were going or coming with the timeline. It was super confusing. And to me, I believe that the lawyer had a big part in that. And I know that they have a freaking social media team behind her that maybe put out misinformation or information to confuse the public in this sense. I do believe that. I mean, that's why you pay those lawyers the big bucks to throw out doubt out there, right? In case it does go to trial, people have doubts in their mind. Subconsciously, they have that doubt in their mind. Thank you for the courage, Mon. Hey, chat, what's up? Yeah, for sure, Dylan. Everybody in here, too. You know, thank you for joining me on this trip. As you guys know, I've been going to the memorial since day one. I have a picture of the memorial when there was no flowers there. And I was the first one to put flowers on the memorial. And that doesn't mean anything other than that, you know, I've been covering the case since day one. And if anybody has been covering it since day two, fine, that's cool too. This case should everybody should be covering it for justice for Celeste Rivas. What I'm getting at is that I've been there since day one, and you've been there since day one with this journey, and we've been following every lead, every clue, videos, pictures, anything that comes out regarding this case. And this right here is just so gut wrenching, and you know, it hits home for a lot of people, and everybody has their own personal feelings and personal connections with this case. I have my own, and I know Della Danks from that area too. Her family's from the area too, so she visits the memorial too. So thank you for that, keeping the memory alive. And everybody has, again, everybody in my chat, you know, thank you for your help and the support with this channel, so we can continue to do what I do, and it goes a long way. So I just want to thank every single one of you here regarding this case. Oh man. Cole David, if you are reading the chat, F you, just F you. I feel, Mark, you're human and you care. Oh yeah, thank you, Go. Appreciate you too. Like, thank you for your your kind words and words of comfort. They do always come in this much needed time. Whitney says, I think Carter has been sitting on this information for a while. That's why he's been switching up on the narrative, because he knows he's about to look real dumb. I think so too. I mean, he has more information too that he just can't wait to say. And I think he has more information than it probably was from, I think this was it right here. I think this is it. This frozen, the body was found in a frozen state. I think this was what he meant in the Ashley Banfield interview, where he just was so giddy to come out with this information. I think this was it. Duck Creek. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no worries, Raphael. Thank you guys for joining in and tuning in. I appreciate you. I appreciate every single one of you. Very grateful to have such a great group of people. Wonderful chat. Everybody's super cool with each other. Della Whitney, right? Wearing the same shirt since 5 videos ago. Jazz says, but why bring the body back? What is the end goal? If she was frozen, why in freezer? Why not wait until you go back or back or the other murders finished while he's on tour. Thoughts? Yeah, Jazzy, that's what I was saying too. That was where my thought went. Was why not just leave her there? And from what Harvey was saying, that this doesn't throw logic out. And to me, that just seems so sloppy and unorganized. And somebody that either their first time or either somebody that's young or just foolish will do something like this. And this seems right on there about where it says, where he says, don't look at this in a logical sense, because it's not logical. So if that's the case too, I thought about that too, Jazzy. It's like, leave the body in the freezer, and I'm sorry, trigger warning, that way that you can do whatever you need to do to get rid of the body elsewhere in a fashion of anywhere else but to leave it in your car, right? That makes no sense. But then again, it just, sometimes it is what it is with certain cases like this. Sometimes criminals are dumb. Criminals are stupid, and that's how they get caught, is being stupid. Thank you, Native Girl. Yeah, if you guys want to be members, there's the link right there. So you guys can join the conversation on our Discord, members only, and help support the channel. Thank you guys. Thank you, Native Girl, for holding it down. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Whitney says, how many times do you think it takes to thaw a bone before you realize it's not accidental? Julie, we can't help but get emotionally involved when it involves those who are the most vulnerable in society. We have a heart. I agree 100%, 100%. No doubt, 100%. Julie, agree. Yeah, Rufy, that's a good question by Jazz. Definitely, Native Girl. Justice for Celeste, prayer hands, may the truth come out, 100%. And it will. You can't escape your faith. I said this since day one, is you can't escape your faith. When something like this happens, the universe corrects itself. It always does. With something so horrific like this, you can't escape your fate. It corrects itself. And there's no way that this incident would have just been swept under the rug, in my opinion. It just wouldn't have, or else there would have been heck to raise, protesting and things like that. I mean, I know me and Della Dank and Whitney were like, let's go freaking protest if nothing comes out of this. And I was like, I'm down, let's go, right? If it would have gone that route, absolutely. And it hasn't, fortunately. And it looks like there's been moving parts and behind the scenes, as most of these cases are. And like as I said before, my frustration was more of, if there's drugs in the car, you arrest that person anyway. There's an arrest. Now with a body, a child in there, in the condition that she was found, there's no arrest. That's where my frustration came, was that compared to other lesser crimes, this was so heinous that why wasn't there an arrest initially? And that also led to another thought of saying, like, well, whoever did this could have just fled to countries or places to where there's no extradition, and then what, right? That's another whole set of situations that you need to go through. And as we saw in the Ashley Buzzard case, where she did get arrested for something unrelated to her missing child. So that is possible. So I think that's where my frustration was why wasn't there an arrest, knowing that there was a child in the trunk of the vehicle. That's where I was my frustration came from. Julie says, in my opinion, the timeline is died late January. Della Dank, I'm so effing sad and mad. I know, me too. I think everybody is right now. I think everybody's feeling the same collective feeling as a group. of people who care so much about this case, so much about justice, that we are feeling sad and mad at the same time. I think as a collective, I think we can all agree that we all are feeling this way for sure. Jude says, body move march from a freezer and caught up. Delding, justice for Celeste Rivas. Rest in peace, Celeste. Sunshine Susie, this is very sick and heartbreaking. Dale Denk, I know I'm sick to my stomach. David's days are numbered. Dale Denk, that's so effing BS, no lie. Definitely trigger warning. Thank you, Native Girl, for that trigger warning. Julie, so it was frozen after being cut up like I originally thought. Dale Denk, he's a monster. Jazzy, so what about it does indicate homicide? Julie, so if it was late January, early February, where the hell was it stored? Flo says 2 hours is new and very specific. Yeah, I saw that too, 2 hours. And if that's the case, then that to me indicates some type of data. And it might be from the Tesla. As we know, Tesla stores data. And I know it stores some data, some analytical data to Tesla. I've read up on that, the manual that it does for diagnostic reasons. The Tesla does store, without the USB, it does store in sort of a black box that it also sends updates to Tesla and vice versa for diagnostic reasons for your car when you need help from Tesla, stuff like that. They can look up the information. So I'm wondering if that information was something similar to that, or something where they're detectives, right? If it says your car, you hit something out there in Santa Barbara, then it activates a recording, and then you're seen leaving, and it's the middle of the night, and it's 12 o'clock, and then before that you were over here charging it. You know what I mean? So that's very specific, 2 hours. So that to me tells me that they definitely have a timeline, a good timeline, if it's that specific. One of his songs, he says it's cold inside, but outside it's hotter than it's even been. Dang. When were those freezer photos posted in the house number 3 on Reddit? Good question, says Flo. Colo, I still don't get the San Bernardino trip unless it was where they did the murking. Stoic, Mark, I could not agree more with you. It's getting crazy. I'm pissed off. It's heartbreaking for sure. You know, Rufio, but framed in a sense of somebody who knew, hung him out to dry, and didn't follow through their part. Yeah, it could be, right? Like their part. But it also could just mean that they're both in cahoots, whoever it may be, because there is a second suspect. From their sources, it's David and a second suspect. And if that's the case, then they're just both equally as responsible. And as we've seen before in other cases, is who's the one who's going to rat the other person out, right? Because it could go both ways. For example, if it's allegedly David and David's blaming Neil for the incident, and Neil's like, oh, heck no, it was you, then that's where you have the back and forth, and that's where you start getting answers, because they are trying to save their butts in this. Flo, yes, the freezer and the box pics. Oh yeah, slow down the composition. So that's what made it last for longer, right? It made it last longer. It makes sense. And the thing is, I don't have that experience for the decomposition. I know some of you have more experience or have worked in funeral homes or things like that. I know we have people in here that have worked in funeral homes. I know Sarah Adams, our resident behavior analyst, has experience with that. I wanted to bring her up today or yesterday or sometime soon to talk about that, and we'll see if she reaches out and she can talk about that, because she has a certification with funeral homes and things like that. So Yeah, I'm just super sad right now, man. Julie, it depends where the freezer was and if they were losing access to it. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Right, because a big freezer, right? Like a restaurant freezer. I mean, those events, those wedding events, have huge freezers. Colo freezer was at his manager's house in the background of a pic, as I recall. Let's see if I can find that picture. Oh yeah, here we go. I'll bring it up. 1 second. We just catch up on chat and I'll bring it up in a second. Sounds like he got lazy and all obligations cut up to him and thought he had it all figured out, says Rufio. Gold says, come from Paris to Celeste's family. Absolutely, absolutely. So let me bring up that picture of the freezer. Damn, that's why everybody was quiet, huh? With this whole situation. Man, because how the brutality of it, the heinousness of the crime, right? Nobody wants to come forward to say they helped or had any part with this. Is this the picture you guys are talking about? If not, let me know. I'll keep looking. Oh, you got me, Dang. Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'm behind the chat. I'm trying to read the chat. I want to get caught up with the chat. Just by the shirt. Okay, thank you, Dale Dank. I appreciate that. Cola said they are making arrangements for his arrest. Surrender with his lawyer, I'm sure. Right? Jessica David loves gore. Yeah, I seen that. I seen that on the Discord where he says that he loves gore. Okay, this is okay. Thank you guys. I just made it a little bit bigger so we can see it better. Cola said, I said the limbs were cut up as well as cut off. Yeah, and that's the thing too. You know, there's like conflicting reports. You don't know what to think, and then you kind of try to go over it in your head. And I mean, again, love him or hate him, Harvey has sources inside the medical examiner's office that would know. And I know I'm sure he doesn't want to get sued. I mean, to me, I believe this. I believe it. I know we have to wait for law enforcement to come out with an official, right, statement, which I think it might be coming soon. And I think once you let it out of the bag, and once you let the cat out of the bag, it's hard to put it back in. So once you're out with this information, with this leaked information, and I do truly believe that law enforcement is leaking this information strategically, on purpose, and strategically. We've seen this in, I mean, I've seen this in mafia cases where supposedly they're going to do a raid on a house, but you know, the mafia doesn't know where, and then so they say they're going to do a raid, and then they start moving their assets or moving their product, and then that's when they reveal themselves because they're moving the product, right? And so as before they didn't know where it was, they're moving it, they're making moves, boom. So that is a strategy I know that has played out before. Neil was told to move it, and he was too dumb to understand what that meant. Boy, was he mad at her. Jazzy says, I feel sick to my stomach. I'm so terrified that she was tortured, that she knew what was about to happen to her. Whitney says, do y'all think his lawyer will drop him? Maybe David said he didn't do anything, and now how can she defend him? That could be it too. That could be it too. We've seen that too, where they're in the Jake Harrell case, the lawyer dropped Jake, and then Jake had to go with the public defender, Flo, because he lost control. Cindy said, "I remember the day you took flowers." Yeah, for sure, definitely. Thank you, Cindy, from sunny South Florida. Whitney says, "Hell nah, she's gonna go harder." Flo says, "And because the fact that she was starting to look like a woman, he liked her less and less every day that passed." Colo, I hope not, Jazz, but killers usually get off on the terror they cause in the victim. Thinking Native Girl, prayer hands, Della Dang, Flo, and she threatened to expose him. His secrets between him and Neil, Jazzy Jazz. Maybe they found signs of defense, broken fingers. If she was attacked, is so sick, she doesn't deserve this. So the two off there, says Flo. Flo, I agree, says Della Dang. Cindy, and when you went back with vases of water for the flowers and baby sharks, yeah, definitely put those baby sharks on the fence too. That was a nice gesture from the Shark family. So thank you, Shark family, and thank you, Cindy, for that idea. That was a really great idea with the. It was like a keychain almost, so I can put it on there so it doesn't fall. So it's been holding up. Dita says, "I just returned. This just break? Yes, it just broke. Sad news. Yeah. Yep, it does, Didi, right? It keeps getting worse and worse. Doing videos in the same shirt, 5 different videos, like really, Harvey? Then you're really stuck on the shirts, huh, Della Dink? Cindy from South Florida. David, if you're reading the chat, confess to the truth in yourself, and I agree. Coley, God bless you, Celeste. You did not deserve any of this. I know, right? None of this. Gold, thank you, Mark, for your dedication here on YouTube streets for Celeste, but also your boots on the ground. God bless you. God comfort your heart also. Thank you, Gold. I really appreciate your kind words. Thank you so much. Native, I wonder if someone else was assigned to move the car after the tour bus, but they left it and decided they did not want any part of it. Well, I think that could be true because from what SF Investigate was saying that somebody was left behind and in the mansion in the Hollywood Hills. Somebody was left behind. So now I'm thinking whether or not that was Neo or not, because someone was left behind and they might have been the ones that were supposed to move the body, move the car, but decided not to for whatever reason. Only they know, right? So that's another idea. Jesus, we're grateful for you, and I'll say this as a supportive and cool AF group of people you brought together. Birds of a feather. Thank you, Mark the Sharp. We're grateful for you. Thank you, Didi. I appreciate your kind words. I mean, definitely. Yeah, as a group, right? Everybody here is really cool, really chill, really supportive, and we are under the same goal as everybody else for justice for Celeste Rivas. 100%. Thank you, Didi. Appreciate your words. But he said, Native, I think this case, which is why the key card was found close to the card. Oh, right, the key card, yeah. The key card was found, yeah, right there next to the house. Mark the Shark nailed it. It's what he was alluding to. It won't make sense. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. I think so too. I mean, whoever it is, right? Yep. Why aren't people more like that? There are 33 people watching. Please like, and if you don't know, just ask and you'll be guided. Thank you, Didi. Come on, guys. Let's hit the like button. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Didi. I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll still have to wait and see, right? Because there hasn't been any arrests, Whitney. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Whitney, I agree. I agree. And is that by design, as everything else, or is that just something that they bungled, right? It's a misstep? Because as we know with these cases, there are missteps. Nothing is perfect. Nothing is straight perfect with any of the cases. I mean, look at Cobra case, right? It looked like they had a slam dunk, and then at the last minute they wanted a deal, which I didn't agree with, but I get it. But still, did not agree with nonetheless. I mean, it does make sense in April, in the spring, mid-spring, that would happen if her body parts were frozen, right? And then when they got back, it was thawed. But even, I mean, it's still wild because even if the body was frozen, I mean, in the heat, just the heat out there, it was just so hot. I would think that at some point the body would be decomposing even at a faster rate, even if they were frozen, but frozen nonetheless. Julie says it's like they watched Criminal Minds and thought they could get away with it. Well, yeah, didn't he say that he watched like all those crime shows? Which song? Della Dank? Asia gives you the creeps, Colo? You have to listen to it for it to hit you, or else you won't understand it's whose voice is on the song that is so heartbreaking. Oh, the one where well, she says that. She says that Celeste says that she got a song with him. And that's probably it. And that was heartbreaking too, to listen to that song. I can't play the song because I'll get copyrighted and then have to edit it out. But let me maybe if I play a little bit of it or something like that, I'll see what I can do. Because you can hear it in it. Oh yeah, like let him act out his fantasies. Jess says, I think he likes to tell stories. Just listening to a dude talk about his songs, I think her murder is the same. I think he hinted about it in her death and after. Yeah, his songs are about death and gore and body parts and all kinds of stuff. Sad and sick, he is an animal. What do we know about his upbringing? I'm mid-divorce, so I've got some gaps. Didi Fuentes. Yeah, I mean, he was homeschooled, and he did say that he had an incident or something like that in school that he said that he would never get caught for or something like that. Something strange. I wonder if he does get interviewed, he will talk because he's such a storyteller. I mean, I think he's itching to talk, but his lawyer's saying like don't talk. Which is a good idea in any case, but I personally would want him to talk, and he hasn't made a statement since. So the first statement that he comes out with, right, that's going to be huge news. Or even a sighting of him, that's going to be huge. If she fit in the front, she could fit in a small freezer too, in my opinion, Colo says. Well, yeah, especially if, her body was caught up. Just and didn't Neil and Asia live with David? They were all just one big effing family with a dead girl in the freezer, right? Yep, that's it. Okay. Yeah, do you guys know when the picture was taken for the freezer? I'll look it up right now as I'm reading chat. Oh, he loves the attention? Yeah. Seems that way. Gore obsessed fantasies, yep. Yeah, he did say that. Oh, thank you, Didi. I caught up with the chat. Well, on that. Thank you, Didi, for your one gifted membership for Baby Shark. Black Apple Gallery got it. All right, Black Apple Gallery. Welcome to the Shark family. Didi Fuentes with the gifted membership. Thank you, Didi Fuentes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. It goes a long way for the channel and the support. Thank you so much. They are desensitized by buying society. Birds of a feather flock together. That's what I'm thinking too. That it's that they're like-minded, right? Jazzy, I agree with you 100%. I think the idea of him, of this perfect quote-unquote woman in his eyes, whether obviously she's a child, but in his mind, that's what he's romanticizing, this idea. And I think we see that throughout him in his greeting meets or any other places where he's seen with like a curly-haired woman, girl. It's just his idea of what that is for him in his eyes, in his, whatever his goes on in there. I agree. Oh, thank you, Julie. Yeah, hit the like button, guys. Where are we at right now? Let me see. Oh my goodness. My freaking phone wasn't plugged in. That's funny. This whole time it wasn't plugged in. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, that could be it, but I mean, it could be a number of things, right? Because then it's just, I mean, at this point, anything can go, right? If they're willing to cut up a body, Celeste's body, and put her in a freezer, I mean, imagine all the other stuff it comes to them. It would be easy for them. I mean, I can't imagine myself cutting up a child, let alone putting them in the freezer, let alone putting her in the front trunk, let alone leaving her out there and just partying it up and chilling and having friends over, right? I mean, what the F, man? David Tomey's in here? Who? Didi says, total object, it was a storage usage. Yep, an object, yep. David, come out and play. Jazzy, I'm in Ohio, y'all. Don't start with me. I know, don't get me fired up right now, man. Don't get me fired up. Cindy from South Florida. How could the body parts still be partially frozen? The car was there for several days in the heat. It makes no sense to me. Yeah, that's where I'm having trouble too with it, because it's not an end all be all, right? With this information, it's my brain still keeps thinking about it with that heat, because I was out there. I was at the Hollywood Hills, and it was hot. And again, my truck doesn't have any AC, and I was burning up. Okay, so, and that was with the windows rolled down, burning up. So that's a good question, and that's a valid question. I'm not what is it, like a medical examiner professional? I wouldn't even know what that would be or entail. But that's a good question. If it was frozen, what the process would be, even in that type of weather. That's something I would like to know too. Zoom, Jazzy. Oops, Jazzy. Yeah, I hope I'm saying that right. Didi, we can just give the name of the song, which is Della Dank. Which is the name of the song? Just my mind is somewhere else right now. Well, not somewhere else, but it's just my mind and heart is in a sad state. Yeah, Rufio, that's what it is right there. Boom. Just you took the words right out of my mouth. Is like a dream. It's like a bad dream. Del White Winnie Day come out and play. East side, west side. I got my glass Coke bottles. Rufio, Cindy from Central South Florida, the medical examiner can tell if a body was frozen by the way it was breakdown. I'm sure they've dealt with hundreds of those examples. Didi, come out and play. See, I thought about that too, Julie, where they have, if they could put ice in there, ice packs or ice, or fill the trunk with ice, because I know there's somebody I remember a while back, they had said that there was a drain on the bottom, so they could have drained this and that. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, it was so hot out there. I'm telling you, it was hot, even in the shade. But again, I just don't have any experience with frozen bodies or how they break down in relative or in respect to them being inside or outside, or with frozen or not frozen, or thawing or not thawing. But those are very good questions. The One True Whitney says, there are some men who have a fetish about killing a girl while being intimate because it's supposed to be stronger finish. Sorry, trying to keep it PG. Whoa. Rufio, it wasn't frozen when they found her. The medical examiner determined that the body had been frozen. Ah, okay, I see. Okay, so yeah, see the timeline, right? The timeline. So if she was frozen, when was she put it back in? When was she put? Then she would have been put in the trunk even closer to the date, maybe killed. Okay, maybe killed in mid-spring, being kept frozen, and then put in the trunk closer to what is it, September 8th? Yeah, a lot of questions, right? We get one answer and thousands of one answer to, and then we have thousands of questions. I think it's the classic Christian kid who rebelled once out of the home. Julie from the Warriors movie. It scratches a brain itch every time. But wait, it does say found in a frozen state, so it probably thought, but it was leaving a frozen state. Oh, that's interesting. Or maybe August. Yeah, August, right? See, that's the thing, the timeline, man. With this timeline, I have so much trouble with it. It's almost impossible. You're autistic, Julie. Yeah, isn't it from the East Siders? I thought so. We drinking Coke and breaking in bottles. We ready to ride out. Yeah. Damn. I don't know if you guys know, but Whitney is Whitney's the Shark family enforcer. Okay. Jazzy Jazz says, I think he always knew he had to kill her. Damn. Dita says, Julie, mine too. Second frame is the end when he is walking by ocean and in the city. Song kicks as the credits roll. Yeah, you can get it north, east side, and west. Yeah, everything from the start. You're right, Bean Baby. Everything from the start till now just doesn't make sense, and I think that's what he was saying. And I think that's what it is. Sometimes some of these things just, they don't make sense. You know, we just can't put sense to it. The why isn't there, but the how is where we can dig into. To me, the why is always elusive. We don't know why killers do what they do. I mean, we can spend decades philosophic with philosophy on it, and so the how is where I try to focus. The why is so elusive in these cases. DD Mark having a real shit day, so I appreciate your comment and soothing voice and genuine caring and compassion. Oh, DD, I'm sorry, dude. You're having a bad day. Who did it? Tell me. I'm there. Thank you, DD. Yeah, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry you were having a bad day, and thank you for hanging out. Thank you for your help and support for the channel, DD. I really appreciate you. Oh, look at that. Bean Baby's like, I'm here for you, DD. That's cool. See, that's what I love, man. Just my chat being supportive of one each other, bringing people up. Bean Baby says, Della said, Friendsgiving at her place. Oh, shit. My partner loved the Warriors, got it on video, David Special Editions, and on the PS Game controls. It lives rent-free in my head. Witness says, where did the blood go? You don't chop somebody up and have the perp. Was he eating parts of her, maybe? Ooh. Native says, Native Girl says, Didi, glad you have Mark in chat to help you through the tough days. Absolutely. And thank you, Native Girl, for holding it down as my moderator. Thank you so much. Don't have my partner F not with my mill. I don't effing think so. We can go to the park across the street. All right. Park across the street from Della Dink's house. Let's go. Whitney, woo, Dell, I'll bring the ham. DD Mark, and even your phone not being charging this entire time, love it. I mean, I hope you have a long cord, but don't change a thing because your authenticity is so refreshing. Oh, thank you, DD. Yeah, I just try to be me. This is my style. This is the way I am. Sometimes out of, you know, my flaws. Sometimes my flaws are what make me who I am, and I have to learn to live with my flaws and learn to live with my brain. And I think that's what makes me me. And it can't be duplicated. It can't be replicated because it's only genuine to myself. It's you know, I've had a hard upbringing. I'll maybe tell you guys about that sometime, maybe in a members live. And you know, I try to stay cool, chill, calm, and collective whenever I can. And yeah, you guys also keep me in a steady mood too. So I really appreciate you guys too. Thank you. Jazz, I'll pick you up on the way, says Whitney. I think how they were able to determine that it was frozen prior to this is the same way if you freeze a piece of meat and then take it out to defrost. It's been in the freezer bitten, you can tell. That yeah, could be a good theory right there, right? The thawness of it. I mean, they're experts, right? They're just experts at that stuff. They have that kind of knowledge and equipment in their examining room. I mean, that's what they do. Didi says, thank you, Native Girl, for much. And I feel free the support. So she's saying thank you for your support at Native Girl. Yeah, Native Girl's cool, man. She's really nice. Cola says some Teslas you can get a freezer fridge for the frunk. Whoa, really? Ah, my butt is hurting. My chair comes in tomorrow. Ouch. Oh. Whitney, I believe there's a places and people who do special grades, etc. Says Bean Baby. Rufio, this is just bad dream. Yeah, that's what we were saying. That's what I was saying earlier when I saw your comment, Rufio. Thank you again, everybody, for being here. Hit the like button if you already haven't. Jules says, Whitney, that's what I said before. She will have freezer bite. Whoa. Jade says, how many days between moving the car and finding the body? I think August, June, July, August, September, so maybe a month. See, now what you say that, right, Della Dank, with the shirts have DNA? I mean, anything right now at this point is on the table. Anything. Blood on the on the shirts, the freezer, right? Just anything right now is on the table because of this right here. This news that came out was in a frozen state and that her body was cut up. What else could they have done, right? What else could they have done? If that's something that they could do, no problem, and go about their day, what else are they capable of doing without any, without any worry, without any care? Didi says, Ruthie, thank you for clarifying that she wasn't frozen at the time of discovery, but earlier. Oh, the invisible string theory. Yeah, that one's really sad. I'm gonna see if I can bring that up, and maybe we can play a little bit of it. I'm gonna try to. Let me see if I can. Because I know last time I played it, it gave me a copyright thing, alert, and then I had to edit it out, and it takes forever to edit it out. But I'll see what I can do. Maybe make some commentary, listen to it for a split second, and then maybe do some commentary on it. Well, I'll figure it out. But if not, I'll just edit it out later. It's fine. No big deal. I'm not scared. I just want to catch up on chat. So that's the alleged freezer right there. Okay, thank you, Bean Baby. I think you're talking to me or maybe somebody else. I don't know. That's wild, huh, Cole? If that's true, I mean, why wouldn't I could see that? Dang, that's wild. Oh, that concert one. Like I said, anything's possible at this point, man. I'm open to any ideas right now because if they're able to do that, what else can they do without worry? Yeah, Nancy Graysdale Dank was it, she believes that it was her in August in that concert. And it does look like Celeste was in the concert. It looks very much like it. And it looks like, yeah, she is growing up. She looks more mature. Not only that, but she's with that girl is with David's brother too. And we've seen other pictures where she's hanging out with David's brother. Coke Zero, boom, boom, boom. Della Dang. LLC Mark is a freaking G. He knows what is up. Let's effing go. I love my Shark family. Yeah. And we love you too, Della Dang. Thank you for being part of the Shark family. Della Dang. Dita says, I did. That's the song, right? The one with her voice. Thank you for letting me know. Mark said, Halcyon said that she was on his song. Anyone know if it was if she was happy about it? I'm assuming so. I would think so. Yeah, she did seem happy about that, which makes it even just more sad. Yeah, I'll bring that up. Mm-hmm. Yep, Rufio. Whitney. Yeah, it says okay. I'll see if I can look for that. Bean Bay, well, in certain states they're allowed guns hunting. Maybe they had large freezers for deer meat, etc. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. And they're not that expensive too, especially if you have money. Yeah, you can get a big freezer for sure. But then again, if it's cut up, if a body's cut up, you don't need a big freezer. I mean, we've seen that where bodies are cut up and are put in just a regular freezer. He says, I agree with whoever, and I'm always paraphrasing, he has always going to kill her. But on the live stream right before it cuts off, you can hear her say, I got a song with him. If you even, and it cuts off. Yeah, if you even, I think what she was trying to say is that if you even listen to it or something like that, but she did say that. And you know what's funny? That footage wasn't available right away up until recently, from my understanding, because I was like, whoa, where's this extra footage, right? I'm like, where's the extra footage of this? And then boom, it comes out. So I'm wondering if that was that was Sia at the concert. Oh, that makes more sense. Before you're gonna base it off songs, we also got to look at other stuff, like when the songs he says you stole something that didn't belong to me. Whoa. Dude, if you could watch the video where it says graping on live, what you see as a flaw, others see as an integral part. Oh, thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. Down to a temperatures low enough to freeze. Whoa. You had me at muffins. Della dang, not if you vacuum sealed. Flo says, did someone say muffins? Whitney says, I love you all, support you all, hugs to all. Oh, thank you, Whitney. That's what's up. I appreciate that. Whitney Ham, I'm thinking. Mark said he'll bring the Coke Zero. Yeah, I'll bring Coke Zero, man. I'm all over that. Someone say the word, I'm there. Don't tease me. Everyone in the chat, is a miracle. The fact that a bunch of particles of stardust came together to create you means that you're all 100% rare unicorn creatures and true creations of God. Boom, Whitney says. We put the Coke in Coke now? Just kidding, she says. Dang. Daily, much love to the Shark family. Wait, Coke doesn't have Coke? No, it doesn't, but it feels like it does, right? Didi, the one's true Whitney, yeah. I'm going to be mental if that's her blood on the shirts. I mean, Jazz, the thing is right now, anything is possible. Anything's like, it's just, at this point, anything is just, yeah. Oh, Sharks giving? Mark, chill. I've been trying to go on Discord for hours now and keep getting distracted. Clickety clack. Yes, I am. Bean baby. Yes, I am. Stop picking at your butt, twin. That's so fun. All right. Let me look up the video. I'll share the screen. I'm gonna try to make it as small as possible so that there's a lot of stuff on the screen. Let me see if I can put something on it so I can make it even more copyright friendly. Let's see. There we go. Let me add this right here. Let me add this effect. That would help out with the AI. So I'm going to play a little bit of this and see what comes up. I'll try to pause it whenever I can, just so we can hear this. I'm going to try to be very careful because I really don't want to edit this out later. It takes forever. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I'm going to mute my mic 1 second. You know what? I'm just going to play it. It's fine. I'm just going to play it like that. And I'll just edit it out because you're not going to be able to know its full context. So I'll just play it out. Let me put this on this full screen like this. Let me take this thing off because it's gonna ding me anyway. So I might as well just do it anyway. Let me see. Here we go. Oh, we'll get blocked? Yeah, that's what I figured. Damn. Keep it muted? Okay. Fuck. All right, let me mute it. Let me mute it and I'll put some effects on it. Hopefully I didn't get dinged on that already. I can drop the link in the chat. It's fine. That way you guys can watch it and then you guys can come back. It's a quick video anyway. Let me play this. It's fine. It's just you won't get the context of it.
Have you ever heard of the invisible strength theory?
So I'll try to pause it a little bit. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that does sound like Celeste. All right. So what do you guys think? I do think that sounds like her. And let me find that video where she says that she has a song with him. Let me find that where she says that she has a video, a song with him.
Yo!
Let me see if this is the right video. If not, I'll keep looking for it. Let me see.
Yo! Wait!
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, big spot me. Bro, thank you, Mitochondria.
I gotta stop with him if you even.
We
need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
Oh yeah, so this is the video where she says, wow. Yeah, this is the video. Look at that. Let me play that again, okay?
Yo! Wait!
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, big spot me. Bro, thank you, Mitochondria.
I gotta stop with him if you even. We need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too? Yo! Wait!
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, big spot me. Bro, thank you, Mitochondria.
I gotta stop with him if you even. We need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
Let me find the full version of this. Well, this part's cut off, but there's the other one that we've all seen. Give me 1 second.
I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's
This is the one that we've all seen. Crazy, she looks like just a kid here, which she is. I'm gonna play this.
I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of raping kids. No, I need to.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. Everything goes. Everything. Oh, yo!
And then here's the other edited part out.
Oh, yo! Wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan. Big fan. Oh, thank you, Mitochondria. Appreciate you.
I gotta stop with him if you even.
We
need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
Yeah, it's a good question. Like, what were they talking about? What timestamp? You guys want me to bring it up? I can bring it up. What are you guys looking for? In the TMZ one? The two Angry Men? I can bring that up if you guys want. We can watch it together. Two Angry Men, let me check that out. $14.32. Let me see. They're saying that he's going to be on the Epstein list. The chat is saying, yep.
I'm told they did find information that showed that somebody knew about what had happened at that in connection with the parking of the car when David was out of the jurisdiction.
This is when the body was found.
Correct.
So do they have a name of the person who was involved with that vehicle?
Yes, they believe they know who it was. Yes, absolutely. They believe they know who it is.
Well, that would
And
tell
I'm
me
not-
that there is video from the Tesla showing who got in and out of that car when it was parked on Doheny Drive.
I did not cross the person. I can think of another investigative technique which would have done this in basically once you know when that car was parked, once you know that that car had not been turned on after X date, you can then, and if you've got a pool of other people that are, once you have the call logs on the phones, you then identify all the people who are on the call logs. You then go get their cell phone information. You take that cell phone information, you get the cell tower information. You then take the cell tower information along with the call logs, and you can, I keep using the term, but you can pinpoint where somebody was when within a general area. And if they keep pinging in the same general area, that generally is indicative, depending on the load on the tower, as to where they are for a period of time. And that is one of the investigative techniques that they use to identify a second person.
So the second person you're talking about is the person who was in some control of that car when it was parked on the street with the body inside the trunk.
It's the person, the way I understand it is that the second person is a person who is connected to one of the last times that car was moved.
Got it. So that's not necessarily the Santa Barbara trip, because that was September.
Correct.
That was late August. Santa Barbara was spring.
Huh, that's interesting.
Yeah, but understand, that gives them, once that car stops moving, once they have no data that suggests that that car had ever been moved again, they know, okay, or at least it's a working hypothesis. We don't have to deal with after whatever date that is. We go backwards. So they started moving backwards, and they then saw all of the various trips that were taken. That is what I believe they have, your source, because I don't know who your source was, nor would I ask
Sources on this.
Yeah,
I'm 100% on this.
Right, but that would, what you're saying jives with what I've been told in terms of the investigative techniques, that what they did is reverse engineered it, if you will, from the last time the car was moved, what trips were taken, and they then focused on the trips that were taken. And my understanding is that there was a social media component to that, meaning there were posts that were made. And when they saw where the posts were made, they were then able to also determine where that was geographically. And that, my guess is, taking what you told me, that's how they pinned it to Santa Barbara County, although.
Yeah, I didn't go over that. I thought I did that. What the person, because I had, yeah, I'm pretty sure I did go over that. That I was saying that I had asked you guys, I asked the chat in a previous live before that if you think that whoever moved the car last knew or was involved in this case, and everybody said yes. And this is what he's saying. He's saying that he is alluding to, or even pretty much saying it straightforward, that whoever moved the car last is involved in this and is considered the second suspect. So yeah, absolutely.
The post, if you were to look at the post, you would not be able to tell, because there were no markers, there was no sign, it wasn't at a hotel or a club that you could identify from the post.
Right.
It was because of the geographical location that was pinpointed by all of these other extra techniques that they have.
So maybe the most critical question then, the person you're saying is a suspect, aside from David, who somehow had something to do with that car when it was parked on Doheny Drive in late August. Is that the person who is somehow also connected to the Santa Barbara trip in the spring?
Could be. That I didn't drill down on, and I don't know that the person knows. But what I will tell you is the reason that I push back a little, just not because.
You're saying that there is another suspect other than David who the LAPD has its sights set on with respect to what happened to Celeste before, during, and after her death, correct?
Correct.
Welcome to the Two Angry Men podcast. Mark, the singer David is in big trouble. We now know, and I can give you this 100%. Although the medical examiner has not yet determined cause of death, nor has the toxicology report been given over to the LAPD, the LAPD robbery homicide unit is viewing the death of Celeste Rivas as a homicide, and David is a suspect. And he is a
David is not the only suspect.
And David is not the only suspect. But what I am told is that at least one other suspect, it's not necessarily in connection to the murder, it's in connection to dismembering the body. And I think this all has to do with a mysterious trip to Santa Barbara in the middle of the night last spring. And I got details. What do you got?
Okay, so not only that, but you know how we've almost got whiplash on this story from, I think you were the one who had said that all of your sources had dried up like very, very early on this. And you were actually quite surprised.
Not anymore.
And the reason for that, by the way, my surmise, wild speculation, they not only got the records that support what you were saying is 100%, that he took a trip to Santa Barbara County, but they now also, and you may have reported this, I'm not in the weeds on the TMZ feed, but they've got his social media and have tied up social media with some of the trips, and they've got cell phone records that they have poured over, and they have triangulated this to the point where it's eerie. I saw this 10 years ago on another murder case that I had, but when it was in the infancy stages, they've got a chart at LAPD that you would not believe. They've got this thing down to a timeline that's almost by the minutes triangulated to the location, if you can believe that. And it's not just one source. When I say triangulated, it's media, social media, cell phone, Tesla, other, and all I'll say is other kind of GPS tracking devices, if you will. And it's really, I used to joke, or my father used to joke, LAPD is lost and presumed destroyed. They actually have elevated their game, and this is quite a feat of investigation so far.
That's fascinating. So let me tell you what we know, because it aligns with what you just said, that in the spring, David took a trip to a very remote area of Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night and spent several hours there. We have also been told, yes, there is another suspect, but the suspect is somebody they believe helped him dismember the body, because what we were told by multiple sources is they believe that more than one person dismembered the body. Now, I don't think they can conclude that just by looking at it. I mean, look, Jeffrey Dahmer dismembered a body completely, and he did it alone. So there's some reason they're saying he had help, and it's not just the way the body was cut up. So here's my theory, and I've got a little bit of evidence on this too, but my theory is that they may have done this in Santa Barbara County. And the reason there may be another suspect is that, yes, there's cell phone data, but I think more important, there might be Tesla video. Remember, Tesla has cameras on the car, and the LAPD, we're told, has gained access to that data and clearly that video. What if there is video of not just David in the car, but a second person in the car? And then the question, do they have any evidence the body was possibly dismembered there? I'm going to tell you something, and I cannot be more specific, but there was an offhanded comment made to me by somebody connected to all of this about possibly hiding the body there. I mean, just the words hiding the body. And it was posed kind of as a hypothetical, but it's somebody with some knowledge. And so what I'm thinking is that.
So that kind of makes more sense if that was the case, hiding the body over there in Santa Barbara, and she was frozen. that she was kept over there in a remote location for several hours with that situation, maybe.
I don't think they took Celeste to Santa Barbara County and killed her, if that's indeed what happened to Celeste. Whatever happened probably happened somewhere else, maybe in LA, and that the body was taken to Santa Barbara County, and maybe the body was dismembered there. Now, what I can't answer is, how does it then end up in his trunk? And that I can't figure out, back in Los Angeles. But that Santa Barbara trip is the key to this case, Mark. I'm telling you, I've been on the phone personally on this one, and that Santa Barbara trip is the key.
Yeah, and by the way, the whiplash that I've talked about in terms of the reporting on this as well, that whiplash also had to do with, at first, they weren't even sure that it was dismembered because of the
Neo's the source? Holy shoot. Oh, you know it, Whitney. You know I'm going to be there.
degradation. And so that took a little while, which was another reason they were being so kind of tight and close to the vest, so to speak. But it wasn't just, I'm told, it was not just the trip itself. It was the confirmation of the social media. And for those who think that, and I know I've heard people talk about this,
But I think that's what he was so giddy about. Harvey was earlier about where on the Ashley Banfield episode is that about the Frozen comments that the TMZ report about that. I think that's what he was about, what he was alluding to, and now we know.
People who are frequently on social media, they think that the phone is the only thing that is tracking you. But when you post that, whether it's posting on a phone or anything else, the use of the social media platform itself is basically something that is utilized as well that can determine your location. And so if you've got that, you've got your phone, you've got a time when you post some kind of a social media story, if you will. All of these things have now been utilized, and is one of the reasons it's taken so long, because search warrants have been executed on a number of these platforms or providers, and they were waiting to get back the information. They also clearly have yet another person that is a target of this, not just David, but they've got somebody else. And I haven't heard yet whether that person is talking or cooperating, but if it's anything like the feds, the first person in is the person who's going to try to talk or cut a deal.
We need to talk about this. So my information is that the other suspect and or suspects has to do with dismembering the body. Is your information that this could actually have to do with her death?
Yeah, and I've got a name, but I'm not going to put it out there. I've already been told a name as well. And
a name of a suspect?
Of another person besides him. And
in connection with the death or the dismemberment?
But they're not ruling anything out. I mean, everything is on the table. They have kept this wide open because they believe, and they believed since the beginning, since the get-go, that there was more than one person involved, which, by the way, you and I had talked about this way back when, that it appeared that there had to be more people than just David who were involved at least, or knew something that was going on. That's still a working hypothesis. And I know that they focused in at least secondarily and have not ruled anything out as to another person.
I want to press on this because what you're saying, you and I have not talked about this until now.
We haven't talked about this at all.
I know.
Correct.
So my independent information from multiple sources is that the suspect is somebody involved in the dismemberment of the body. That's very different from involved in the a homicide itself. So what you're getting is really important because I have not gotten a name. You say you actually have a name. I haven't
Oh,
gotten.
I actually have a name. I mean, there's some, I'm not, if I mentioned how, or if I mentioned a couple of things, and I don't want to betray somebody who gave it to me, but I will tell you that there is somebody that they have identified. There is somebody that they have not ruled out involvement before, during, or after. You know, there's when you do a autopsy, you talk about injuries. Is it post-mortem? Is it perimortem? Is it before? They haven't ruled anything out that way. One of the reasons, in my humble opinion, that the coroner and the pathologist has not released the report yet. And, you know, there were rumblings that as we are taping this today, there were rumblings that it was going to be today.
It's not going to be. We confirmed that. There was some activity on that, on the website, on her page, and her name has now been scrubbed. So it looks like there's a security hold on this, which is unsurprising.
Well, that isn't surprising because I think they do not want to release information that could jeopardize the investigation. And, you know, there is a symbiotic relationship between law enforcement and the coroner's office.
Ah,
I mean, I know
guess
by-
what? Guess what? I was told that there is a problem with this. And let me tell you what I know. That one of the sources I talked to this week was saying that the LAPD and the medical examiner have had a rocky relationship for the last few years, and that the
So I think they're saying that they had a rocky relationship with the ME, which makes sense. I mean, it's like a work environment with the LAPD department and the medical examiner. I mean, maybe the medical examiner is putting pressure on them to hurry up or try to put it in front of the line, and maybe the medical examiner is so backed up that they're like, "Hey, chill out. We're working as fast as we can. We're backed up." I mean, that's what it sounds like.
medical examiners have been slow in giving them information. So the ME still 2.5 months later hasn't accelerated this to a point where the LAPD knows whether they've even called it a homicide, what the toxicology results are. And we talked to somebody today connected to all of this who was grousing that when there was some activity on Celeste Rivas's page on the ME's website today, this person groused, well, in the Matthew Perry case, we had to find out what the cause of death was from the media because the medical examiner didn't even tell us. So there you go. There's a tense relationship between the two now.
It started a number of years ago, but by the time they get to court, they will admit generally under cross-examination that their primary source of information is the IO. And that's where they get most of their information. That shapes to some degree what they testify, even though they always claim that they're independent. I take that with a grain of salt. You are right that there is a history as of late, and more so with the LAPD than the LA County Sheriff.
Right.
And that actually started under the previous administration. Jim McDonnell has been doing who's now the chief of LAPD, used to be the LA County Sheriff, has been doing a yeoman's job by all accounts to try to repair that relationship. But, you know, it's like turning the Titanic. It's not an easy or an overnight.
Okay, we got to zero in on what you said because I think it's so important. So you're saying that there is another suspect other than David who the LAPD has its sights set on with respect to what happened to Celeste before, during, and after her death, correct?
Correct. And by the way, they have reverse engineered, as you know, they have the records. They know when that car was parked. So
See, this was interesting when he said they reverse engineered. They have the records when it was parked, right? On the last one was July 29th when they went on tour.
they had the outer limits of when they think the farthest out was when she could have been when she could have died. They then have reverse engineered that and have concentrated on triangulating all of the other GPS, cell phone, cell tower, social media. All of that information has been layered over in order to get, when I say triangulation, it's actually, that's a simplistic way of putting it. They actually do maps, so to speak, in layers. And so they know where the information is. They use the various techniques to try to show minute by minute where somebody is. And they've actually done that and reversed it. What they did find, however, is what I'm told, they did find information that showed that somebody knew about what had happened at that in connection with the parking of the car when David.
I agree with you, Colo, with that. Just their actions speak louder than words. It doesn't seem like there were any remorse, and that seemed to me forced when he's crying in the afterlife video. I agree.
It was out of the jurisdiction.
This is when the body was found.
Correct.
So do they have a name of the person who was involved with that vehicle?
Yes, they believe they know who it was. Yes, absolutely. They believe they know who it is.
Well, that would tell me that there is video from the Tesla showing who got in and out of that car when it was parked on Doheny Drive.
I did not cross the person. I can think of another investigative technique which would have done this in basically, once you know when that car was parked, once you know that that car had not been turned on after X date, you can then, and if you've got a pool of other people that are, once you have the call logs on the phones, you then identify all the people who are on the call logs. You then go get their cell phone information. You take that cell phone information, you get the cell tower information. You then take the cell tower information along with the call logs, and you can, I keep using the term, but you can pinpoint where somebody was when within a general area. And if they keep pinging in the same general area, that generally is indicative, depending on the load on the tower, as to where they are for a period of time. And that is one of the investigative techniques that they use to identify a second person.
So the second person you're talking about is the person who was in some control of that car when it was parked on the street with the body inside the trunk.
Yeah, see, and that's what we've talked about in our earlier lives, is that if you guys believe that whoever drove the car last knew that there was a body in there or not, and everybody said yeah. So you guys were on point.
Yes, it's the person, the way I understand it is that the second person is a person who is connected to one of the last times that car was moved.
Got it. So that's not necessarily the Santa Barbara trip, because that was September.
Correct.
That was late August. Santa Barbara was spring.
Yeah, but understand, that gives them, once that car stops moving, once they have no data that suggests that that car had ever been moved again, they know, okay, or at least it's a working hypothesis. We don't have to deal with after whatever date that is. We go backwards. So they started moving backwards.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. That's with, I would imagine, with most cases, right? They reverse engineer, they go backwards from that. Where were you that day? Where were you the day before? Et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure.
And they then saw all of the various trips that were taken. That is what I believe they have, you know, your source, because I don't know who your source was, nor would I ask
Sources
you.
on this.
Yeah,
I'm 100% on this.
Right, but that would, what you're saying jives with what I've been told in terms of the investigative techniques to try to show on triangulating all of the other GPS, cell phone, cell tower, social media. All of that information has been layered over in order to get, when I say triangulation, it's actually, that's a simplistic way of putting it. They actually do maps, so to speak, in layers. And so they know where the information is. They use the various techniques to try to show minute by minute where somebody is. And they've actually done that and reversed it. What they did find, however.
Hold on, I think there's an update on the cause of death. One second, guys. Might be some more breaking news. Hold on.
Some major developments in the Celeste Rivas death. TMZ has learned that her body had been frozen, and when it was found, it was still partially frozen in the back of David's car, and it was in such bad condition that we are told the medical examiner may never be able to establish the cause of death. So here's what we know. When the body was found, it was in terrible condition. It had been decapitated, the torso was intact, the limbs had been removed, and they were cut up severely. The body was partially frozen in the trunk, and this is really important because remember, the body had been sitting there for days before it was finally impounded and then the body discovered. And it was still, the body parts were still partially frozen. So we are told that when the body first went to the medical examiner's office in early September, it was listed as an apparent homicide, but that was just from what seemed obvious, that the body was cut up into pieces. The medical examiner is having a really tough time right now trying to figure out what the cause of death was. We are told it is likely the cause of death will go undetermined because of the condition of the body and the fact that it was frozen and the fact.
Yeah, sorry about that. Trigger warning. Thank you, Cole. Sorry about that, guys.
That it was cut up the way it was. So we have told you that we know David is a suspect, and even if it is undetermined, the LAPD can still move forward, as could the LA County District Attorney. The LAPD is viewing this as a homicide. David is a suspect. We know this. And one of the keys to the case is a trip that authorities say David made in the middle of the night back in this spring to a remote area of Santa Barbara County. We are now also told that there is a second suspect, and our information is that the second suspect has something to do with the cutting up of the body. Now, Mark Garagos, who is my co-host on the Two Angry Men podcast, told us in the most recent podcast that his information is that this second suspect is being looked at not just for dismembering the body, but also for what happened before, during, and after Celeste's death. So there is a second suspect that the LAPD has its sights on. They have identified the person. Garriga says he knows who it is, not saying, but it is a second suspect implicated here. So obviously the question, how on earth did this body go from Santa Barbara, if that's indeed where it was taken? And that seems to be the operating theory of the LAPD, that if it was taken to Santa Barbara, how did it end up back in Los Angeles in the trunk of David's car in a residential neighborhood. The only thing that makes sense, and that's months and months later, the only thing that makes sense is that based on connecting the dots, it would seem that this body was put in a freezer for an extended period of time, and it was so frozen that by the time it got in the car, it took a long time for it to unfreeze, and it had not fully unfrozen at the time the body was discovered at the impound lot. So again, it looks like there may never be a cause of death determined by the medical examiner. The body was frozen. Just keep looking at TMZ. We will have more updates as the days pass.
Jeez, man. That was wild. Decapitation, man. You guys want to do a poll? Let me see if I can do a poll on here. All right, yeah. I mean, just here's a easy way to do it, and this is all opinions, okay? Who do you think the second suspect is identified by LAPD according to their sources? Mark Geragos' sources is. That's the question of the day. Who do you think it is? Put your comments in the comment section, and let's see whose name comes up. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm doing it this way. So we have his manager when he says his manager. Cole says Neo. Marissa says Neo. Also Asia and Rob are also involved. Dang. Oh yeah, they're definitely not saying anything right. Yep. No, I'm just saying who you think. You can just say it in the comment. That way I can read it, and then that way I can just see it. I think that'd be the easiest way right now. I just don't feel like going into all the settings and things like that, because then it just disrupts the live, and the live's going pretty smooth. Jade says Neo. Damn, Neo. Dang, Neo. Jules says, what if Neo and David were both taking advantage of her? Something happened. Her panic tells Asia they conspire together. Then the boys do it, and she covers. Dang. So it's Melissa says Neo, Rob, Asia plus David. Yeah, that was way too high tech to do all this stuff. I know, right? I'm still trying to learn things, but let me see. Let me bring this up. Give me 1 second. So this is the latest from SF Investigates. I don't know what the heck that means, because I know that the Epstein files are also being released, but that's he's not able to speak on this matter anyway. So I think this is referencing something else. I think this is in reference to the Epstein files. Uncle says, didn't necessarily say the person in the last park to tell the same person with the same clothes that was in the house. Yep. Something like that. Something like that. What do you think it is? I don't know. That was just off the top of my head. I really don't know. Oh, he doesn't? Okay. Jen says, but it wouldn't take 2 or 3 weeks to thaw, right? Especially with that heat. So how could it be found partially frozen? Even with the ice, it can't believe it would stay frozen that long. Well, that's the thing, right? That they were saying that's what they were saying to Harvey. Like the logic isn't there, so don't even try to make sense. So, I mean, you know, yeah, more questions. It says men in the background and Donald is sucking the mic. Whoa. Jessica, I think Asia, maybe there could be jealousy there or spite. Goal says release the files, right? Dita says, I just finished a book where the person froze the body to make time of death impossible. What book was that? Whoa, that's interesting. What book was that? I just want to play this. I'm going to play it and speed it up just so in case I missed something or something. I like to watch things twice, if you guys don't mind. But I'll make sure I speed it up a little bit.
Is what I'm told. They did find information that showed that somebody knew about what had happened at that in connection with the parking of the car when David was out of the jurisdiction.
This is when the body was found.
Correct.
So do they have a name of the person who was involved with that vehicle?
Yes, they believe they know who it was. Yes, absolutely. They believe they know who it is.
Well, that would tell me that there is video from the Tesla showing who got in and out of that car when it was parked on Doheny Drive.
I did not cross the person. I can think of another investigative technique which would have done this in basically once you know when that car was parked, once you know that car had not been turned on after X date, you can then, and if you've got a pool of other people that are, once you have the call logs on the phones, you then identify all the people who are on the call logs. You then go get their cell phone information. You take that cell phone information, you get the cell tower information. You then take the cell tower information along with the call logs, and you can, I keep using the term, but you can pinpoint where somebody was when within a general area. And if they keep pinging in the same general area, that generally is indicative, depending on the load on the tower, as to where they are for a period of time. And that is one of the investigative techniques that they use to identify a second person.
So the second person you're talking about is the person who was in some control of that car when it was parked on the street with the body inside the trunk.
Yes, it's the person. The way I understand it is that the second person is a person who is connected to one of the last times that car was moved.
Got it. So that's not necessarily the Santa Barbara trip, because that was September.
Correct.
That was late August. Santa Barbara was spring.
Yeah, but understand, that gives them, once that car stops moving, once they have no data that suggests that that car had ever been moved again, they know, okay, or at least it's a working hypothesis. We don't have to deal with after whatever date that is. We go backwards. So they started moving backwards, and they then saw all of the various trips that were taken. That is what I believe they have. Your source, because I don't know who your source was, nor would I ask
sources
you.
On this.
Yeah,
I'm 100% on this.
Right, but that would, what you're saying jives with what I've been told in terms of the investigative technique, that what they did is reverse engineered it, if you will, from the last time the car was moved, what trips were taken, and they then focused on the trips that were taken. And my understanding is that there was a social media component to that, meaning there were posts that were made. And when they saw where the posts were made, they were then able to also determine where that was geographically. And that.
See, there we go. Post. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. So he's saying that there were posts made, and geographically, that's how they were able to locate that. So there was posts on social media, Reddit, do your thing and find these posts, whether they've been deleted or not, from that area, and they were able to GPS locate that. Dang.
My guess is, taking what you told me, that's how they pinned it to Santa Barbara County. Although the post, if you were to look at the post, you would not be able to tell because there were no markers, there was no sign, it wasn't at a hotel or a club that you could identify from the post.
Right.
It was because of the geographical location that was pinpointed by all of these other extra techniques that they have.
So maybe the most critical question then. The person you're saying is a suspect, aside from David, who somehow had something to do with that car when it was parked on Doheny Drive in late August. Is that the person who is somehow also connected to the Santa Barbara trip in the spring?
Could be. That I didn't drill down on, and I don't know that the person knows. But what I will tell you is the reason that I push back a little, just not because I know anything, because it was just from the premise, is that the person that is the focus, the other person, is not somebody after the car was found. That would appear, or somebody close in time. It's somebody who was geographically overlaid with his location, and they are surmising from that circumstantial evidence that the two of them had a connection to either the trip or something that potentially could have been untoward.
I'm a little confused. Is that second person somebody they believe was in Santa Barbara with David?
I believe that, yes, they think at some point on the trip.
I mean, that is the only thing that makes sense to me that would go with cutting up the body. That's the only thing.
I don't know. By the way, I still am not convinced that necessarily was the case, because I heard stuff that made no sense. I heard other kinds of speculation that didn't make sense.
Yeah, I agree, right, with the disrespect that they showed her in death is unforgettable and unforgivable. It's disgusting. I agree. Somebody else says that she searched for front freezers, and you can be controlled from your phone. Dang. I'll look that up in a minute. Remind me, guys, okay? All right, Whitney, take care.
I'm still not convinced that there was a cutting up, but if there was, that was separate and apart, that would be post-mortem, after death.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so
maybe long after death.
Correct. And then that presents all kinds of investigative issues.
But do you understand what I'm saying? That when we were told very clearly, and again, I have this 100%, that they believe he had help in dismembering the body. This, again, is their theory. David has not been charged with this, but that's what they believe. And I'm thinking, well, how would they know just based on looking at the body? Because one person can dismember a body. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer did it alone. So if one person can do it, why are they so sure he had help? And the only conclusion I can draw is, I know they believe they have hard evidence he was in Santa Barbara in spring, and that was a critical moment. And it sounds like, from putting the pieces together, that they believe Celeste's body may have been in that car. So if that's the case,
not just Celeste's body, but a second person.
And a second person.
And not necessarily, I don't know whether it was in the car. I don't know anything else. I know that the working hypothesis is that we got to the other person because of a device that was tracked.
Right. And I'm thinking that's a camera from the Tesla. Because
I'm thinking the opposite. Well, I shouldn't say the opposite. I would think that the camera from the Tesla could be, but I think that the more compelling investigative tool here that they use are the cell phones and the social media postings and the once you get, look, you can find out. I mean, it's frightening what you can do, and I mean, it's frightening how far the investigative techniques have come. I remember cross-examining cell phone experts 10 years ago and cell phone experts 20 years ago, and then doing it this year. What they can do now that they couldn't do 10 years ago or 20 years ago is almost out of a science fiction movie. And to the point, and all you have to do is take a look at when you do share my location, or you do kinds of GPS locations and things like that, but the precision with which they can do this, and the ability to determine at a certain moment where you are and what you're doing by location, and then comparing that to somebody else's. So you can say somebody was within. I mean, there is a pretty good theory that you can put two people within 6 feet of each other just by using historical data from devices. But think about that for a second. That you could say, I mean, that it's been revolutionary in criminal law in the sense that when people used to say, I remember a murder case that I had many years ago where it took me forever to get the cell phone records, and I actually was able to exonerate the young man because he was more than 13 miles away at the same time that the murder was being committed. But back then it was very rude, crude, I should say, and rudimentary, because you were still just dealing with this idea of pinging off towers. Now you've got kind of 3 or 4 layers of, we're not just talking cell phone tower information, we're talking location where you can say this person was here within, give or take 3 to 6 feet. It's mind-boggling.
Okay, so
yeah, that's a good point. How they can pinpoint you within 6 feet based on the technology, based on posts, social media posts. And yeah, we went over it earlier, Flo. We were sending me his Instagram about that location, and that it looked like this right here, these 2 pictures I was looking at, and that they look like Santa Barbara area. And I agree. And that's what this is what I was deep diving into the other day on the other live. If you guys were here, that I'm like, wait a minute, this this might be the coastal area, and let's see, and the other area right here could be Santa Barbara, in the canyons and the streams up there. And I mean, I went deep diving and I was looking at some of the areas up there, and I'll show you guys in a second for those of you who are maybe tuning in or missed that part. Let me see. So I mean, that to me puts to me, that makes it even more about the theory that I had, that those pictures were in Santa Barbara. And maybe that's what they're referencing, and then maybe they went to that location, or they have other information of the location there, right? Et cetera, et cetera. And see, this is the picture that I had clicked on first. Look at this right here on the other day that I went on live, and I was like, whoa, what the F? Isn't that wild? That one, and then the other picture. Let me see. The Instagram one right here. So you guys see that? Definitely does look like Santa Barbara area. And this right here is Rattlesnake Canyon Trailhead. A lot of trails out here. Creeks and stuff. Look at this. Look at all these creeks. Pretty interesting stuff, isn't it? The dates, let me check. January 2nd and 3rd. Just make this a little bit bigger. You have those Japanese ones. I did translate it, and it says, "This is my beautiful place." Okay. Oh, let me bring that up. It says, so the translation for that, it says, it's the Japanese part. And it says, let me bring this up. It says, my view is beautiful, or what I'm seeing is beautiful. And that's in Japanese translated to English. My view is beautiful, or what I'm seeing is beautiful. Some more pictures right here. Yeah, I mean, look at these rocks too. I'm looking at the. I mean, doesn't this look familiar to that? I mean, I was looking over it earlier. I mean, I deep dove, and as an avid hiker, I can. That's why this looked familiar to me, because I know the terrain in California. I'm very familiar with the brush, with the trees, with the rocks and stuff like that. So I was like, wait a minute, and so I looked, and I mean, I could totally be wrong, right? But this is in Santa Barbara. And so, and what they were saying about the Santa Barbara pinging and GPS location from social media posts. I mean, look at that. Look at this rock, and look at these rocks. Look at these streams. Are very familiar to what is out there in Rattlesnake Trail, Canyon Trailhead, boulders, rocks, streams. Right. Look at these streams right here. I mean, no more coincidences, man. Pretty wild stuff, right? So again, that makes me believe. So these posts are from January 2nd and January 3rd. Hey, Norma, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, the stain, right? It says hi. That's pretty weird too. Sorry, there's a lot of noise, guys. There's somebody playing like Mexican music in the background. Sorry about that. This one right here, the hi. Yeah, it does say hi on there. Norma Guerra, Norma Guerra, Norma Guerra. Good to see you.
So this is what I'm saying. They have crossed the paths. That's why this other person is in the crosshairs.
So
no pun intended.
I get it. So here's my question that I have not been able to figure out, and I don't even have a theory on it. That if they took Celeste's body to a remote area of Santa Barbara County in the spring of this year, and if they, say, even dismembered it there, how does the body end up in the trunk of the Tesla in late August?
Well, if it stayed there,
why? Why would it stay there?
That is inexplicable, and you'd have to get into the mind of whoever perpetuated this, which is always hard to do because you always say who is capable of doing something like that in the first place, and what is their.
You guys can't hear it? Let me try this. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Mind doing, but more importantly, at least to my trying to figure out what I'm working or a hypothesis here of a theory is, why would you drive all the way to Santa Barbara if this person, and I'm not accusing anybody, and I don't want to convict somebody pre-trial, whoever it might have been, and if they have some indication that she was taken out of the county. See, that's one of the the problems with some of this kind of speculation is, while he could have made the trip, and while he could have posted outside of LA County, say for those who are not familiar with the geography here, you'd go through Ventura to get to Santa Barbara County.
It's about 100 miles.
Yeah, it's about 100 miles, 90 minutes away. And you could go post up there. That doesn't necessarily mean that whoever is posting, whoever it might be, that necessarily.
Oh, the music? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I have it on full volume right now.
Necessarily alive or dead, that she is with them, unless they also are transporting some device which would indicate that, or unless there is some video that shows her there. So those are kinds of the nettlesome details they've got. They may be able to pin him outside of LA County, in Santa Barbara County, but they don't necessarily know that if she, God forbid, was not alive, that she was necessarily in the car, unless they got some video being placed in the car, or unless in Santa Barbara they have video of something being taken out of the car. Those are the kinds of questions that investigators look at.
I got to tell you, I'm thinking of 3 sources now, and one person just offhandedly referenced hiding a body, but more importantly,
the other thing too is I sped it up just for time purposes, but I can slow it down. Let me see, maybe that'll fix the audio.
I know that the investigators view this Santa Barbara trip as a core piece of this case. And I may be wrong, but I think their operating theory now is that the body was in that car in Santa Barbara when David took that trip. I think that's their operating theory. I'm not saying it's true or not, but I'm saying I believe that based on what I know, that's their operating theory.
If that's the case, are you saying that necessarily she was alive or not alive on that trip?
I don't know, but based on putting pieces together, I think not alive. And I think that's why dismemberment, and again, I understand why you're skeptical of that term dismemberment, because the body was so badly decomposed, they didn't even know if it was a man or a woman. So I get it, but they clearly believe, and I know this, I know they believe that this body was dismembered, and I also know they believe that he had help doing it. That's their premise. So
I've had cases where decomposition was mistakenly thought of as dismemberment.
Right, but that may be the case.
Push back.
Now, that may be the case, but when you add to that they believe he had help, there's something that they say they know about dismemberment that would lead to a second person. That's why I don't think it's eyeballing the body and saying, oh, he must have had help. I think there must be some evidence of somebody actually helping him, and that's why I keep going back to the Tesla. But I don't know. I don't know whether that video shows anything, but I know they believe that. And
well, look, there are techniques that forensically.
There was on another live that when Harvey went on, he said that he's almost sure that they have Tesla footage.
Can be used for, and when I say forensically, that you get somebody to opine or give an opinion. How long has this body, I don't mean to be ghoulish, but this is the terminology how long has the decomposition been? There are ways that they can do that. I've been through this. They do in terms of, I mean, it's somewhat graphic, but there is activity. There are things that happen to the body after one day, after a week, after a month, and they can look at a body. And I've been in autopsies where somebody has presumably been dead for a long period of time, and they take samples and they opine on how long it has been, what kind of environment the body was in during that period of time post-death, and they will then try to relate back as to what happened. I mean, that is not a simple task. And by the way, I've always argued that it's to some degree more of an art than a science in terms of the kinds of leaps that you take in terms of the opining. What are the foundations for that? In this case, I think that there are a whole lot of assumptions that they have to do, or they have to build on to get to the number two person, who they clearly have a focus on, and they're running it down, and as well they should. And as to David himself, I mean, there are fundamental issues with the investigation, which is, by the way, why I think they have not arrested him, and why they have been, at least initially, so close to the vest with the information they're releasing. There's just way too many variables at this point.
So, two things. One is, I will tell you that my best source in this, I was
Is it law enforcement?
I'm not going to say. I'm not even going to say.
Okay.
I can't even go there. But I'm 100 on this. I raised the issue of the Santa Barbara trip, and I didn't understand that the body would then end up in the Tesla. And all I was told back was, don't try and use logic to understand this, which is kind of an interesting comment in itself. So I want to leave you with my last and biggest question. You have a name of somebody they're looking at, and I know why you don't want to use the name, and you shouldn't use the name. But let me.
I won't do it.
No,
I'm the first guy. If I was representing,
I got it.
I'd be the first one to condemn somebody getting
I got it.
prematurely
But I
hung
can
out to dry.
I can ask a legit question. I think you can answer without compromising anything. Man or woman?
That's it.
Man or woman, huh? What would Neo be considered? I don't know. Oh man, what a wild stuff. Let me catch up on chat. Welcome back, Native Girl. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us. And or actually, let me share this right here, because you guys were talking about freezers and stuff like that in the Teslas, and I'll keep looking, but this is what I found so far. Was this pretty weird stuff? Let me check this out. Hopefully you guys can hear it. That's weird. That's a Tesla Model Y. Oh, you missed a ton, Cindy. A ton. Doing a deep dive today. Here, let me read this for you real quick, Cindy, since you came in here late. No worries, I got you, though. I got you. Cindy. No, isn't that wild? Tesla front fridge.
Day one of modifying my parents' Tesla without them knowing. Here's their Model Y performance, and I got the key. They're gonna love what I got them because it's like 40 billion. Let me show you exactly where we're gonna put it. Right under here. I got this fridge from Eco Power.
Let me mute it. Oh, look at that. Huh. That's wild. Look at that. How much space there's in there. I mean, it's still small though, so that would make sense, right? Look at that. Which has a lot of people have been saying about the dismemberment theory. And this is tripping me out. Oh, it's getting Chris Watts vibes or what? Who came in? Who came in? I know Cindy. I just saw Cindy. Native Girl came back. Let's see. Let me. Yeah. So they bought. TMZ came out with an article saying that the body was found in a frozen state. Cindy. You guys want to know when it was first towed? I got you guys. It was. Let's see. When was the Tesla towed first time? Full timeline. I'm looking. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, so the initial complaint was called in on August 26th. Then an officer first inspected and cited the car, the Tesla, on August 27th, 2025, then ticketed again on September 3rd, and then towed and impounded on September 5th, 2025. Boom. Cindy, we need like we need like 30 whiteboards. Let's see. But yeah, let me read this article for those that came in. Oh, Didi, thank you so much for your $10 super donation on the Venmo. Thank you so much. Seriously, I really appreciate you. Your support goes a long way. And I'm really grateful for you and everybody here in the chat. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. Do me another favor. You guys can't donate. It's okay. It's not required, but it is really appreciated. If you guys can hit the like button, that's free. You guys can do that for me, please. Thank you. Thank you, Didi. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So let me read this for those that came in late. This is from TMZ. It says Celeste Rivas' body had been frozen, and as a result, it looks like the LA County Medical Examiner will not be able to establish a cause of death. Sources directly connected to the investigation tell TMZ. According to those sources, the medical examiner received the body in horrendous condition. It was decapitated, and while the torso was intact, the limbs had been removed and cut into multiple pieces. We're told that all of the body parts were partially frozen and had apparently been thawing out while sitting in the trunk of David's Tesla. Remember, David's vehicle has not been moved for several days when he was parked on a Hollywood Hills street near his rental home, which resulted in getting it towed and then the body being found. As TMZ reported, Celeste's body was in such bad shape. Initially, investigators did not know if it was male or female. When the body was received by the ME's office, the initial determination was this was a victim of apparent homicide, but our sources say the ME is now having trouble establishing an official manner of cause of death and will most likely be undetermined. Other sources connected to the investigation tell TMZ the LAPD Robbery Homicide Division is viewing Celeste's death as a homicide, even if the official cause of death is undetermined. Authorities can move forward with an arrest. Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's video. I've always said this before. Just because if it comes back undetermined, there's no cause of death, it doesn't mean like then you're in the clear. No, you just have to get other evidence like video, circumstantial evidence. Anybody in the true crime community knows that. Anybody that follows true crime community knows that the ME is not an end all be all. And just because it comes back that you can't determine the cause of death, it doesn't matter. There's other ways to prove something with circumstantial evidence. I've said that before. I'll keep saying it. TMZ broke the story. David is now considered a suspect in Celeste's death. What's more, TMZ had learned there's a second suspect who authorities believe helped David in the dismemberment of Celeste's body. Mark Geragos appeared on the most recent Two Angry Men podcast and said he knows the name of the second suspect, and authorities have told him this person might have been involved before, during, and after Celeste's death. TMZ also broke the story. A critical part case involves a trip investigators say David took to a remote area of Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night back in spring, where he spent 2 hours. See, that's new information right here, is the 2-hour part. There's the neighborhood right there. Nice little watermark. I got my own watermark because I was there too. I'll show you guys in a minute. It said Celeste's body was taken to that area months before it was discovered in LA. It seems the operation theory the operating theory is that the body parts were put in some sort of freezer for a long time before it ended up in David's Tesla in late summer. So that was that article. Freaking wild, huh? That's the latest news that came out today, 3:37 p.m. my time, Pacific time, California time. Freaking wild stuff. I mean, damn, I'm seriously sick to my stomach just reading that again. But this is true crime, and this is the nature of it. I know, goal. That's the thing that can't get past is the 3-day. But I think when they move the car, I think when they're moving it from that location, from the Hollywood Hills in front of the house to moving it, they're not moving it too much. And when they're moving it, maybe they're putting ice in it. I have no idea. I mean, it's just, everything is just weird to me, this whole thing. And hey, Sharon, good to see you. Welcome. But that part, yeah, I'm having trouble with everything. But hopefully it seems like we're getting more answers. And this is headed in the right direction. In my opinion, I really do think so. Oh, yeah, the 72-hour warning. Yep. That's a whole 7 days until the 3rd. Crazy. Yep. Yep. Dark Rituals, Jessica is saying. Chris Watts murdered his pregnant wife and children. They got video footage of him pulling his car, truck first, halfway into the garage, loads of body and drives. Yeah, I was following that case. I mean, that case, the dude cracked right away. Yeah. Thank you, David Grow. Appreciate that. Dropping my links. Yeah, Norma. Good. Hey, Sharon. Sharon. Hey, Graybird. Good to see you. She says, or I don't know if it's, if she was decomposing since spring, how did they find that tattoo? Shush. You don't need nice some run on the 12-volt batteries. I know that's what I was looking for. Let me see if I can find something of that. That'd be interesting. Let me find that real quick. Let me see if I can find something. Yeah, I just read this article. It's a new breaking news. They're saying that the body from Harvey TMZ sources is saying that the body was partially frozen, cut up, dismembered, and that's why they believe, LAPD believes that there was more than one person involved. And this other second person is a suspect who who moved the car, the Tesla, the last time. They believe he's the suspect that also helped with before, during, and after. Yeah, let me see if I can find that. Let's see if I can find that. What is it? 12 volts? That doesn't sound like much. 12 volts? And sorry, there's like a party going on next door. All right, this is what I found. A lot of these portable freezers, they're pretty small, because I've looked into getting one for my Ryobi collection. They're pretty expensive too, but they're worth it because you don't need any ice. Let me see what this one's about.
Power Test Fridge, the world's first portable freezer designed specifically to fit in the sub-trunks of Tesla Model Y and Model 3. With 20-liter and 35-liter capacity options, Test Fridge offers practical storage.
Oh, the 12-volt ones? Yeah. I just noticed that. Yeah, but they're small. They're tiny. I know which ones you're talking about. They're pretty tiny. App control. I didn't see any ones that are related to like the Tesla X. Yeah, the Tesla X. Yeah, that's what I was just saying right now. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't find anything. Can you drop my email if anybody has that? Just can't seem to find it. Tesla Model X 14-volt freezer. Maybe that's why. Actually, here I found it.
What is going on today? Pretty excited because ACO Power, I think it's called ACO Power, sent me these right here, which is actually a couple coolers. And this one right here is actually made to go into the sub trunk of your Tesla Model Y. And they actually have a bunch of other coolers for the 3 as well as the Model X. It says that it's compatible with the Model Y. But I thought this was super cool, and they actually sent this to me to check out. But the one thing I was concerned about getting a trunk or sub trunk fridge only was that if you're packing your car full of stuff on a trip,
these are bigger
and your
too.
trunk is
These
full,
look way bigger.
You of course cannot easily get to the sub trunk to get to your drinks or anything like that. To check out one of your fridge, move this one this time. Let me just spin this around. As you can see, it is contoured here to fit perfectly inside of your sub trunk. We have an LCD screen here at the very top. It's got a latch system here on the very top. And on the inside, we do have looks like some microfiber. I wonder if it's like a towel. It does look like a little microfiber rag. There's some pads here, and these pads are supposed to go on the bottom of your lid. And the one thing I do like about this is that I believe you're able to power this up in a couple different ways. This first one here is to power it up via the 12 volt plug that we have in the back of the Model Y. But from what I remember, that there's also supposed to be a plug for you to use a regular outlet. Like, so if you want to plug it into a battery bank or something like that, you're able to do that as well. I'm not seeing that plug, but we will look around.
I mean,
all
yeah,
right, so with the fridge
bit,
unboxed, let's get everything out of your sub trunk. All right, for the first one, we'll just kind of test fit it, see how it does fit, and there you go. Drops right down below. But as you can see here, it comes right at the same, pretty much the same level as the side parts right here, where your board normally sits. So you can see, yeah, it actually fits right on top without any lift or anything like that. But it does come with a couple pads where I believe you're supposed to put them right here to give it a little bit of a lift. Put these pads on here, lift up the bottom base just a little bit. All right, so not that bad. And just give you guys a better look at it, this is what it looks like. No issues as far as fitment goes. Now, I can show you kind of how it looks on the side. It does sit, I would say, right below this edge piece right there. So you do have a little bit of space there, as well as on this side, and you do have some gap here. So you do have a little bit of a gap all the way around here. And I'm assuming that is, of course, to give the refrigerators areas to breathe, areas for it to vent out. Now, I haven't plugged it in yet. Now, what's interesting is that the sub trunk power is on this side, but the 12 volt is actually over here on this side. So I'm not sure why they routed it that way, but that's just the way it came. Plug it in there, keep this nice and flat, and drop it straight down there. Make it nice and clean. Let's put it back right here. There you go. Oop. Plugged it in and it just turned on.
This
All
is
right,
the
so
trunk.
I just plugged it in,
yes.
And you can see
Yes,
here
guys,
we are
trunk,
at
I just wanted to see this
71 degrees. What I want to do is let's get this to fridge temperatures. Okay, 40. All right, so let's see how long it takes to actually get to 40 degrees. All right, so with the waters cooling down, quick unboxing on this one. Now, the one thing that's really cool about this one here is that not only, it actually comes with a little bottle opener here on the back. That is pretty cool. But what I like about this one is that you not only have this as a cooler you can plug in, so to have it as a portable cooler where it stays cold when you're plugged into either a cigarette 12 volt or a standard plug, but you also have this right here, which is a removable battery. So of course this is what's going to keep your fridge nice and cold. But
see, this would make more sense. I couldn't find anything for front trunk model Tesla's Model X, the one that he had. But it is, I mean, you could turn it into a cooler. I mean, that you could do that, just add ice to it. These ones have it in the trunk, and these ones are also for the Model Y and Model X, okay?
You also have the option to use this as an external battery bank. So it does have USB ports here, one type C, 2 USB A's. All right, so as far as accessories that it does come with, this looks like it is for solar. So if you do have solar panels, you can plug it in right here. It comes with the adapter, and this is what looks like is missing on my other one, on my Tesla fridge, is this plug. So this is the one where you're going to need to hook up to the side of the fridge and plug it in here, and then this goes to a standard wall outlet. For some reason they didn't throw one in that fridge, but they put one on this one. All right, so it's been about 25 minutes. Let's see where we're at here. After 25 minutes, we are at 51 degrees Fahrenheit for the fridge. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's a good question. But this one, I mean,
it's nice and cold here. Of course, water's not going to be cold just yet, but it's going.
And if the-
51
and if
degrees.
body parts are
So it's
missing,
about
then
20 degrees
I
now
could see,
after
like,
about 25 minutes.
sorry, trigger warning, like
that it's been cooling
maybe-
down.
maybe
And like I said, this is
some
what I
body
did
parts
here on the
being in
side.
here
I just
and some being missing.
routed the cable all the way around the side, pops it over here, and then plugs it into the Model Y. You have the 12 volt here on the side. Now, the one thing that is cool about this fridge is that there is an app. It's called the Tesla Fridge app. All you do is select it here for download it, and it shows you, you just hit start searching, and it'll connect to your cooler, and it has the current temperature, which is 39 degrees. I actually just moved it up from 40 to 44, but it gives you a little idea of where you should set the temperature. So if you just have drinks in there, you can set it at 44. If you have some fruits or vegetables, move it over here to 28 or so. If you have some seafood, 10 degrees, and then if you have ice cream, you can put it at 0, but it does go all the way down to -8 degrees Fahrenheit. But for me, I think the most important part is that if you want to turn it on or off, so if you aren't going to be using the cooler for a little
these are
while,
pretty nice,
you can
actually.
actually just power it down here, hit power,
Real nice. And,
and there you go. It's actually, it says success, and there you go. See how it turns off? And then
can
say
do it with your
you
phone, too.
are going to be hitting the road and you want to turn it back on. You want to give it some time, of course, to get cold. You can do it remotely. So you just go back to your app, hit power, and there you go. It powers it back on. All right, so as far as size-wise for this cooler, this is the 40 liter, like I mentioned. It fits straight
40
back
liter.
here, and it goes about to the brake line of the other cooler. So you can see this. It actually goes to that brake line here on the back, the split.
for the other one.
So that fits really nicely here, in case I'm not using this one. So if I put this sideways here on one side, just make sure it does close. Perfect. And there it is, guys. Quick unboxing and install of both. This is the Tesla fridge. Right now it's cooling down my waters, and then what I'm going to do now is plug this in, charge this up right here, which is the battery for this fridge. But like I mentioned, you can actually power it off of a standard wall outlet or a car charger or car outlet, 12 volt, like we have here on this car. I can actually technically power this one up with a 12 volt that's in the very front of the car. Now time, of course, to test it out, hit the road, and see how these do, see what the pros and cons are of having a Tesla fridge like this one, or is it better to go with a standard portable fridge like this one. As always, if you guys got some value from this video, a big like would be much appreciated. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss my next video talking about.
Oh, so that's a portable one in the back. That one looks bigger. But let me give this guy a like. So this is for Model 3, Y, and X. I bet he didn't realize that his video was going to be for educational purposes in a murder investigation, huh? Tesla of the day. This guy's channel right here. Hold on. Make sure I get credit to this guy. That's his channel right here. Tesla of the day. I give him a like. That's pretty interesting. Let me find. Yeah, they do need to arrest him, huh? Voice of Celeste. Well, in this one there is a little bit.
Yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, big me. Oh, thank you, Mitch.
Oh no, we did. We heard her voice in the TMZ one where she was getting into a verbal altercation with the neighbor. I'll play that in a minute.
Mitochondria?
I gotta stop with him if you even.
Are
We need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
All right, Didi. Yeah, dismemberment, man. That's some. No, hey, what's up? How you doing, Graybird? Good to see you. No, that's not Celeste Herrera. This is Celeste Rivas. Can get a little confusing. See, this is the one that David had. This one's a lot bigger. Way bigger. Give me a second, guys. Let me pop this Coke Zero. I'm powered by Coke Zero. And hold on one second. Nothing like a warm Coke Zero. Needs to be colder, man. I had to turn down the temperature in my my mini fridge because they kept exploding. Let's see how this one, the Model X. Let me see if I can find the actual ticket where it says all the information of the Tesla, that we were all on the same page. So I know there's a little bit of confusion in here. So let me bring that up. Let me bring up an official document. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, so it is a 2023 Tesla Model X. 2023 Tesla Model X. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let me share this real quick with you guys. We're on the same page. We've seen these ones. Model X. 2023 Tesla Model X. That's what he had. So see, these are official documents from SF Investigate. No, I didn't see one. What is it? Where is it? Let me see. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm missing your comments. It's just there's a lot of stuff that I want to go over. If you wouldn't mind putting that again on there or email me, Julie. But it's a 2023 Tesla Model X. It was. It was. It was really good. It's really good. Oh, is it really 40 liters? Dang. Yeah, if you can send me a link to my email. There it is. Oh, I can check it out. I couldn't find one. But then again, I was just kind of looking pretty quick. Let me read comments, man. I missed so many comments. Sorry about that, guys. Let me read comments. Jazzy, is it possible that SF said they didn't see anyone doing anything with it after it's parked, plus all the dirt on the car? Julie Jade, the car came from David's garage straight to the street. Norma says, yikes. Yeah, I think Jade said made a comment or question. I can't find it, but she asked a good question. Trying to find it. Jed, I'm still thinking incinerator. Whoa, an incinerator? Just because I guess it's that the ritual occurred in Santa Barbara. Hot dog, that was a turd. Jazzy Julie, really? Cindy, Lean, I just got here. What I miss? Oh, if it has gray lining? Let me see. 1 second. Yeah, we can check that out. Actually, yeah, it's a good idea. 1 second.
Los Angeles police investigating how a badly decomposed body ended up inside the trunk of an impounded Tesla. Chopper video showing detectives on scene at the Hollywood tow lot after receiving a call concerning a foul odor coming from a vehicle. Police say the car had been at the lot for a couple of days. When asked about reports the vehicle is registered to 20-year-old singer David, a spokesperson for the singer told NBC News David has been informed about what's happened, and although he is still out on tour, he is fully cooperating with authorities.
That was bullshit. Let's see if I can find a better one. A better angle. Actually, hold on. Actually, I have a picture. What am I doing? I have a picture of it. I'll come up. There's so many pictures. I mean, the good thing is that I organize them in one folder, so that's good. Makes it a lot easier. I know I have it here. Oh, here it is. Huh, I don't know. What do you guys think? Can't really tell. Let me see if I can get the let's see if I can get a better image. Let me see. Bring up a better image. An enhanced one. Oh, let me check it. I'm sorry. Julie, let me check it. Oh, but it's still the trunk, though. It's still the trunk, which is fine, right? Let me share the screen. Yeah, thank you for that. Look at that. Control it in the app, too. Damn, it's big, too. So this is for the Model X. Yeah, look at that. 40 liter capacity. Dang, that's huge. For a portable fridge, it's pretty big. Yeah, thank you for that, Julie. Appreciate it. Sharon says they had her fingers but not her hand. Is that correct? No legs. That's correct. Leggings, plastic though, with the head and torso, no arms either. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Like the head and the torso, that she was dismembered. I mean, it's a little vague, but it's kind of morbid. You know what I mean? And the whole thing is morbid. And we're all saying that, you know, whoever did this, whether it's David, Neil, or anybody else in the group, that they didn't have any remorse or anything like that, to where they wanted to find help for Celeste Rivas. Sean says, I listen to David over and over speak about the Itami character, and I swear it gives me chills now. It's like Itami is his demonic personality in his head that he engages with. This is very scary. Yeah, this freaking Itami one. He stated how the boasty ideas and how it really cool. It was like, dude, you're really sick. You are actually living out your thoughts, and the label is actually allowing you to do this. Let me share this one. It's like enhanced it on ChatGPT. But you can't really tell from the picture anyway. Oh, here it is. Just get rid of all this other stuff over here. Clean it up. There we go. That way we can see it a little bit better. Oh, fuck. Oh, I can't wait till my new chair comes in tomorrow. Jade said, posted a picture in one of our unverified news Discord. Okay, let me check it out. Thank you for that, Jade. Let me share this real quick. It says, no, a stock Tesla X does not come with a freezer in the front. The front is just an insulated storage compartment. Wow, it's insulated. Damn, that's interesting. However, aftermarket portable freezers designed to fit Model X front are available for purchases that can be powered by the car's 12-volt battery outlet. Oh, shit. Huh. That's interesting. Portable freezer may come and sell portable freezers. Yeah, maybe that's what the plastic bags were, right? I mean, it could also be like dry ice too. I know dry ice lasts a lot longer. Yeah, that's interesting nonetheless. His road manager, Joey and Joe, that big hefty teddy bear, is also always with him. Yep. Flo just says, Della, thank you. He's going to get her degree. We're still going to be here. Thank you for sending me that, Jada Bot. Appreciate that. Thank you. That was some pretty cool insight on that. Cole says, Mark the Shark, maybe take a stretch break. We do not want you losing circulation. And are you peeing in a catheter or something? Oh, man. Well, it's past 3 a.m. in the morning or so. Sleep is needed. Oh, you think there's a lot of people involved? Gray? Yeah, it might be more than 2 people, huh? Sean says, and I heard that he is no longer listed, that she's no longer listed in the medical examiner's office either. Did you hear anything about that? Yeah. So that's the thing, is that probably from a security hold, but from what Harvey's sources are saying, that it's just undetermined. So yeah, maybe that's a little bit of both, right? It's on a security hold, and it's also undetermined. It could be, but to me, I've always said, just because it's undetermined doesn't mean that there isn't other circumstantial evidence or video, right, from the Tesla phone logs, social media posts, social media subpoenaing the social media accounts, phone records, all that. Per SF Investigates, watching a rag tabloid get trolled would be hilarious under almost any circumstances beside at the expense of a teenager. Rag tabloid get trolled. Huh. Colo, I think they knew the Tesla was full of veterans, so they stopped driving it, but her body was still frozen. In my opinion, that's the most part. Was this a ritual? I don't know, man. Just the thing to me now, it's like, in David's mind, it could have been, right? In his freaking mind, it could have been some type of something like that. I mean, I don't, you just never know what is going on in that dude's head. Only he does. Yeah, they're both. Who recorded his videos? I think wasn't Cirques a videographer, and Neo and other people. I don't know. Good question. Yeah, SF Investigates. He's beefing with Harvey. They're both at it because they want to be the first. I suppose. I don't know what the heck that's about. Oops, I was on mute. Sorry about that. Let me bring that up again. Sorry about that. So pretty much he says, watching a rag tabloid get trolled would be hilarious under almost any circumstances besides at the expense of a teenager. There you go. Yours truly, SF Investigates. I know, that's what I'm saying too. I mean, he just can't come out and, I mean, if he was a better communicator, he would be great. I know he's trying to make a joke or trying to be witty, and it just falls flat sometimes. You know what I mean? I respect the guy big time for what he's doing with the case. I really do. It's just when it comes to communicating with the public, it falls flat, even when he's trying to make a joke. I mean, I don't know. Again, I respect the guy, so I don't know. Let me grab some water. I need some water. Give me a second, guys. Stretch out for a minute. Oh man, I needed some water. Oh. Yeah, Sharon, wasn't that you that said the breadcrumbs are seasoned? I always laugh at that. Was that you? Graybird, what are you doing, huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? That's the second time you've mentioned that. What's going on, buddy? You okay? The breadcrumbs. Season. Marisa says, I think the beef is also TMZ doesn't give credit where credit is due. And they also play like SF and hasn't done anything to further the case. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's okay to respect people. You don't have to agree with them, but, you know, could be a level of respect, right, for the better of the case. But you know, clash of egos is what happens. I mean, I get it. Like, you want to be the first to break everything, break the news. Asia Collins, is that what you're talking about? Asia Collins? Is that who you're referring to? You talking about this girl right here? Oh. David, is that you? Greybird? Is that you, David? Trying to infiltrate small YouTube channels and cause misinformation? Is that you? I don't know. I don't know where Hera is from. You guys remember that one? When he got all scared looking at a girl that looks like Celeste Rivas? Which video? Oh, the one that I just showed? Yeah. How do I take this off? Oh, there we go. Oh, let me show you guys this right here. Some of you might have not seen this. Let me show you this right here. Oh, actually, I'll go to that video, but this video right here, it's from the tour.
Show you guys the eats.
This is what these guys are worried about, and this was in the tour. And keep in mind, Celeste Rivas is in the front trunk of his Tesla. Keep that in mind, all right? Let me try to make this big. Or let me take this breaking news thing off. 1 second. So you guys can see it better. Yeah, he does, doesn't he, Julie? I'm noticing that. I'm giving them enough rope to hang themselves. That's what I do here. I give you enough rope to hang yourself. You do the hanging for me. I don't have to do anything. But if that's your opinion, Gray, that's okay. I understand that's your opinion, but say it's your opinion. You know what I mean? That's okay. That's okay too. Check this out, guys.
I'm gonna show you guys the eats before we embark on our tour adventure. We got the Bangin' Balls burgers, the Bangin' Balls tender, tour bus vibes, studio in the back because we making music called Tour. You know where it's at. You know what it is. Why am I talking like this? I don't know. See y'all in San Francisco. First show on the way. We're gonna get naked on stage.
Isn't that wild? All this while Celeste Rivas is in the car. I mean, they're more. I always say this when I see these videos. They're more worried about if they want a cheeseburger or a burrito, and they're just chilling. Chilling. Doing a video. Chronicles tour bus. There's Asia Collins right there. I think Jazzy Jazz was asking about her earlier. There she is right there on the tour bus. Stuff in her face. There's Neo. Looking all suspect, huh? Allegedly. We don't know. Look at this guy. Neo, you better be calling your lawyer, man. You better be making phone calls, man. Because once David gets in there, he's going to throw your ass under the bus. That's what I noticed too. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 areas to where you can sleep. That's the tour bus right there. Again, this is all when Celeste Rivas is in the front trunk. Okay, yeah, so let me share that. I wanted to share that with you guys. There's also another video I wanted to share with you guys, and it's this one. Let me see if you guys have. Okay, here we go. This one right here. Let me upload it. Uploading 42%. Listen to this guy right here. It's loading. Give it a second.
So I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard about the David. So I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard about the David situation, and a lot of you guys may know that I used to be friends with David. And a lot of you guys have seen the stuff I put on Twitter and Instagram trying to expose him, because there was some stuff that I knew since 2023 that I have tried to make public, but you know, it's been shut down by legal team, you know, just people, friends, close friends of David. It's been shut down. They tried to, you know, I tried to post it on Twitter, they removed it. So as you can see here, I've attached some photos just of some of the stuff that's happened. There's way more.
See, in this one, it says like, I mean, he brought receipts.
I do hope that hopefully it comes to light. You know, I'm working with some people right now to hopefully, you know, get him exposed once and for all. Obviously as well, my prayers are going to the family of the victims, and you know, it's a disgusting thing that happened, and I just want to say that I feel guilty for, you know, knowing this, and I swear to God on everything, I try my best to get it out. I've been trying since 2023. Y'all can see the proof. I've put the proof on Twitter, Instagram, you know, y'all saw it. I tried my best. I've been trying, and you know, it just didn't work. And I'm so glad because, you know, everything happens for a reason. The truth will come to light. Everything happens for a reason. This dude, David, had, ignored me multiple times. He would only get answer the messages from his underage fans. So, you know, it all comes back to him. So I'm so glad that obviously this is being exposed. And yeah, that's it really. And, we just got to hope for the best this time.
Yeah, and Gleazy, one of David's old friends, he came out. I'm not sure when that video came out, but that was before, or that was after everything happened. He was saying that he tried to expose David and nobody was listening, that he got threatened. Let me bring up that one word. He says he got threatened by legal action. And he said he was on, I think, 16 at the time. Let me bring that one up. Loading. So much faster doing lives on my computer than it is on my phone.
So I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard about the David situation, and a lot of you guys may know that I used to be friends with David.
Whoops, same video. 1 second. Okay, this is the right video. It's loading. Loading, loading, loading. Damn, they're like having a party next door. Shouldn't take long for this to load. It's like a little video. Let me see. Hey, let me know if that guy or person is being disruptive. Let me know. I'll get rid of them. I don't care. I'm not in the mood for trolling or trolls or anything like that, especially today. And if you're being disrupted, everybody's cool here in the chat. You're gonna stick out like a sore thumb, okay? I'll let the sharks freaking handle it. So just let me know, sharks, if they're being cool or not. Hey, Lexi, good to see you. Yeah, it might be David, huh? Might be David going in here. David, you should be calling your lawyer, man. Not going into small YouTube channels. All right, it's loading. Here we go.
I just want to address some stuff. Now, a lot of people on Twitter are mad at me because in 2023, I tried to expose David for what he was doing at the time. And I just want to clear up that the stuff from 2023 was not about the Celeste girl that was obviously recently in the news. It's nothing to do with her. I didn't know about her. I didn't know she was 13. I maybe heard her name once or twice. I had nothing to do with her. The stuff I have from 2023 was nothing to do with Celeste. These were other girls, underage girls, that had claimed David had messaged them or had, relationships with them or, doing inappropriate things with them. And I want people to know that in 2023, I did try and bring the situation to light. And a lot of people remember, I was having a lot of shit for it. It got so bad that David's legal team had got in contact with me to remove everything. I've attached an email here that I received from his team in 2023. And basically they removed my song with David from, streaming services because apparently I was spreading misinformation. The thing is, after that, I got in touch with David and I was like, yo, are the claims true and all of this? And he was like, he literally said, I've got it here. He said, no, it's just some people trying to get clout. There's no evidence and stuff. After that, everything was shut down. Everything, no one else came out after that. So from my point of view, you guys need to understand that it did look like they were just claims. So a lot of people are asking me, why was I promoting a song in 2024 and 2025 that I had with David? It's because the claims that I had in 2023 were, put on hold. It's as if they didn't exist. I had no idea. I was told that they were false by David and his legal team. So after the whole situation happened, I actually felt bad for, spreading misinformation. I thought it was all fake. Obviously, with the stuff that's happened in the past 24 hours, I realized that, they're now real, and some people have come out to me and told me that, it was true. Not just that, but in 2023, when I made the claims, David's legal team did not want anyone to know that David was doing this type of stuff. So basically they blamed me and said that I was leaking music, but I wasn't leaking any music. They blamed me for leaking music. I was leaking the facts. So they just said that they're gonna blame me for leaking music. That's my punishment. My song is off. That's it. And you guys need to understand that I felt terrible. I felt like I was gonna ruin his career out. I felt like I was spreading misinformation for him. I felt disgusting, bro. I was like, I gave him claims that weren't true because from what it looked like to me, they weren't true. They were cleared and everything. No one else came out after that. But then obviously now it's a different story. That's why I was promoting the songs in 2024, 2025. I was cool with him. I wasn't like, friends with him and stuff, but I didn't have a problem with him. Little do I know that he hated me. He has me blocked on Twitter right now, and he's blocked me within the past 24 hours because I was not blocked prior to, everything happening. And also, I just want to add that I live in Egypt. I don't live in the US. I can't go to NYPD. I can't go to LAPD. I can't get in touch with the FBI. The stuff that I had was just Discord messages, I didn't have any solid evidence that he did it. But now obviously looking at it, it makes sense. So I just wanted to clear it up because a lot of people think I'm doing it for clout and I'm doing it for this and I'm doing it for that. I'm just doing it because I felt the time was right, and I've been sitting on this information and I'm just glad it's out now. I also want y'all to know that I was 16. I was a kid. I was scared. I didn't want any legal things to happen. I didn't want my family to get involved. I was a 16-year-old kid. I was petrified. But that's it really. I just wanted to mention that I don't have anything to do with Celeste. I'm praying for her family. There's a GoFundMe link. It'll be in my comments. I'll try pin it. And at this time, we just need to pray for the best, and hopefully this dude gets what he deserves. And I'm so sorry for not speaking about this sooner. I was scared, and I'm doing what I can now.
Damn, that's wild, huh? Look at that. This guy spoke out when he was 16, and David's legal team didn't want people to know that he was doing this. Isn't that wild? Right. No, I think this guy is legit. I mean, he came out on. I was like, man, I think this guy's legit. The way he was saying things, and now in light of new information, what he's saying has more weight to it. Freaking wild stuff, huh? Yep. Graybird, where were you? What were you doing in Santa Barbara in the spring? Do you remember? Do you remember what you were doing? Della Dank, you know it. You know when I go live, he comes out. You already know. Gray says, David says, I'm sorry, Graybird says, the group is hiding something. Maybe everybody is bought because of this case is so weird. Jesse Jez, I know how to find out. Ask him if David is innocent. Oh, that's a good question. What group is this talking about? The whole group, yes. Sharon says, Graybird, one thing about me, I'm very good with details, and David patrolling our page. Julie, you're being very vague. Norma says, wow. Gold says, who wants to cloud out someone that gets involved with minors allegedly? So he has been pedo for a long time. Yep, Norma Getta. From this, it looks like it. Della, MF Diddy waiting for you with some baby right now. Oh, yeah, glad you made it. Is it still raining out there? Cole says, he said he attached the email. Can you read the email? Email? Send me an email? I don't see an email by this guy. Yep, no email. Thank you, Gold, for the email. I'll check that out in a minute. Yeah, I don't see any email from this person. Okay, it's not raining? Okay, cool. On the guy's TikTok? Let me see. Hold on. Let me hear it again.
This video, I just want to address some stuff. Now, a lot of people on Twitter are mad at me because in 2023, I tried to expose David for what he was doing at the time. And I just want to clear up that the stuff from 2023 was not about the Celeste girl that was obviously recently in the news. It's nothing to do with her. I didn't know about her. I didn't know she was 13. I maybe heard her name once or twice. I had nothing to do with her. The stuff I have from 2023 was nothing to do with Celeste. These were other girls, underage girls, that had claimed David had messaged them or had, relationships with them or, doing inappropriate things with them. And I want people to know that in 2023, I did try and bring the situation to light. And a lot of people remember, I was having a lot of shit for it. It got so bad that David's legal team had got in contact with me to remove everything. I've attached an email here that I received from his team in 2023. And basically, they removed my song with David from streaming services because apparently I was spreading misinformation. The thing is, after that, I got in touch with David and I was like, yo, are the claims true and all of this? And he was like, he literally said, I've got it here. He said, no, it's just some people trying to get clout. There's no evidence and stuff. After that, everything was shut down. Everything, no one else came out after that. So from my point of view, you guys need to understand that it did look like they were just claims. So a lot of people are asking me why.
Oh, I see. The thing is, this is a clip. It is on the screen? Let me see.
Promoting a song in 2024 and 2025 that I had with David, it's because the claims that I had in 2023 were, put on hold. It's as if they didn't exist. I had no idea. I was told that they were false by David and his legal team. So after the whole situation happened, I actually felt bad for, spreading misinformation. I thought it was all fake. Obviously, with the stuff that's happened in the past 24 hours, I realized that, they're now real, and some people have come out to me and told me that, it was true. Not just that, but in 2023, when I made the claims, David's legal team did not want anyone to know that David was... That's it, really. I just wanted to mention that I don't have any... And this video, I just want to address some stuff. Now, a lot of people on Twitter are mad at me because in 2023, I tried to expose David for what he was doing at the time. And I just want to clear up that the stuff from 2023 was not about the Celeste girl that was obviously recently in the news. It's nothing to do with her. I didn't know about her. I didn't know she was 13. I maybe heard her name once or twice. I had nothing to do with her. The stuff I have from 2023 was nothing to do with Celeste. These were other girls, underage girls, that had claimed David had messaged them or had, relationships with them or, doing inappropriate things with them. And I want people to know that in 2023, I did try and bring the situation to light. And a lot of people remember, I was having a lot of shit for it. It got so bad that David's legal team had got in contact with me to remove everything. I've attached an email.
Oh shit! Good
year
eye.
that
Oh wow. Let me see. Let me read this. Hi, Ian. I represent David, and we request that the track entitled "Afraid of Myself," which features David, be removed. Not the whole album. Dang. Look at that. That's 9. That's the 9th of June. June 9th, 2023. Dang. 2023. Holy shit. 2 years ago. Whoa. This guy came in with receipts. Look at that. Hi, Ian. I represent David, and we request that the track entitled "Afraid of Myself," which featured David, be removed, not the whole album. So that's what they do, man. These industry freaking gatekeepers, man. They will, if they see that there's something that you're messing with their money for whatever reason, they'll go after you legally, financially, threaten you. I mean, this kid he was 16. He said he was 16 at the time, so he's 16, 17, 18, so he'd be 18 now, 19, I'm assuming. But dang, so he was 16 at the time, and he's getting emails, he's getting calls from the music industry, from his team, and he's saying that they were aware of it. And look at this, the 9th of June of 2023, boom, right there, 2 years ago, a little bit more than 2 years ago. Wow.
from his team in 2023, and basically they removed my song with David from streaming services because apparently I was spreading misinformation. The thing is that,
see, look at that, and they disguise it with saying he was spreading misinformation. Wow.
I got in touch with David and I was like, yo, are the claims true and all of this? And he was like, he literally said, I've got it here. He said, no, it's just some people.
Okay, let's read this one. See, that's from David. Look at that. He came prepared. Look at this. I just took this guy's word for it because, I mean, it sounded, and these came up quick too. So it says, is this, so he asked David, is the stuff people told me about you true? And then this is in March 19, 2023. He says, nope, just some motherfuckers trying to get clout, spreading false information. Whoa.
Trying to get clout, there's no evidence and stuff. After that, everything was shut down. Everything, no one else came out after that. So from my point of view, you guys need to understand that it did look like they were just claims. So a lot of people are asking me, why was I promoting a song in 2024 and 2025 that I had with David? It's because the claims that I had in 2023 were, put on hold. It's as if they didn't exist. I had no idea. I was told that they were false by David and his legal team. So after the whole situation happened, I actually felt bad for, spreading misinformation. I thought it was all fake. Obviously, with the stuff that's happened in the past 24 hours.
Hey, Jen, good to see you.
I realized that, they're now real, and some people have come out to me and told me that, it was true. Not just that, but in 2023, when I made the claims, David's legal team did not want anyone to know that David was doing this type of stuff.
See, so he's saying David's legal team didn't want anybody to know that he was doing this type of stuff.
Basically, they blamed me and said that I was leaking music, but I wasn't leaking any music. They blamed me for leaking music. I was leaking the facts. So they just said that they're going to blame me for leaking music.
Yeah, see, they disguised it as leaking music and misinformation.
That's my punishment. My song is off. That's it. And you guys need to understand that I felt terrible. I felt like I was going to ruin his career out. I felt like I was spreading misinformation for him. I felt disgusting, bro. I was like, I gave him claims that weren't true because from what it looked like to me, they weren't true. They were cleared and everything. No one else came out after that. But then obviously now it's a different story. That's why I was promoting the songs in 2024, 2025. I was cool with him. I wasn't like, friends with him and stuff, but I didn't have a problem with him. Little do I know that he hated me. He has me blocked on Twitter right now, and he's blocked me within the past 24 hours because I was not blocked prior to, everything happening. And also, I just want to add that I live in Egypt. I don't live in the US. I can't go to NYPD. I can't go to LAPD. I can't get in touch with the FBI. The stuff that I had was just Discord messages, I didn't have any solid evidence that he did it. But now obviously looking at it, it makes sense. So I just wanted to clear it up because a lot of people think I'm doing it for clout and I'm doing it for this and I'm doing it for that. I'm just doing it because I felt the time was right, and I've been sitting on this information and I'm just glad it's out now. I also want y'all to know that I was 16. I was a kid. I was scared. You know, I didn't want any legal things to happen. I didn't want my family to get involved. I was a 16-year-old kid. I was petrified. But that's it really. I just wanted to mention that I don't have anything to do with Celeste. I'm praying for her family. There's a GoFundMe link. It'll be in my comments. I'll try pin it.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So let me go into something else too that I wanted to show you. I just oh, that's good, Jen. Cool.
This time we just need to pray for the best, and hopefully this dude gets what he deserves. And I'm so sorry for not speaking about this sooner. I was scared, and I'm doing what I can now.
Yeah, see, I knew this guy was legit. I knew this guy was legit. He said he was scared, and he's even sorry for not speaking up. But he was 16. Could you imagine being 16, and you're in a freaking powerhouse of lawyers or legal team is calling you or showing up to your house or showing up to the studio and threatening you with legal action at 16? I mean, you're just trying to put your music out there. Wow, that's sad. These freaking gatekeepers, man. So let me share my screen with this. I wanted to share this too. And this one came out 10 hours ago on Reddit. And it was by Hunter Chalice 96. And it says same photo location and who's... Oh, okay. Well, this one... Actually, hold on a second. Let me find the original post. Should be here somewhere. It might be on there, but give me a second. Let me find the original post. That's weird. Where did it go? Oh. What the heck? $10 hours ago. Oh, okay. Dang, a lot has come out. Okay, here we go. I just want to be able to I'll share my screen in a second. I just want to be able to this isn't the original post, but let me see if I can find it. Shouldn't be too hard. I mean, I do have the picture, but I want to read the post. Okay, yeah, here it is. Here it is. Let me share my screen. You guys seen this right here? David and another minor. Somebody posted this in Discord. I'm sorry, Reddit. And it says, this is from Apple user 758877. Says, I knew someone who dated him and was a minor at the time. Ghost is right, Mark. They shut this young man down, possibly a history of bad conduct. Wonder if police have looked into this. Well, he said he was in Egypt and he doesn't know a way to contact the police, but I'm sure within that time, I'm sure he did get contacted or somebody contacted him or he contacted somebody, because I think that's circumstantial evidence on top of everything else, if anything, right? I think that's important. I mean, he has firsthand account talking to David and having that information firsthand account. I would hope that he did find a way, even though he's in Egypt. I mean, you can call the embassy and they can connect you. I mean, you can do it online, right? The internet is all over the world. I don't know why he wouldn't want to do it online or something like that. I don't know. I really don't know if he did or not. And I went to his page and there's really not much there. So his career didn't, I don't know if his career took off or anything because he wasn't able to collab with David, which sucks, right? Because you're 16, you're trying to collab with a bigger name and to get your name out there, and they hold that over your head. Like, if you don't act right or get in line, we're not going to put your music out. We're going to delete your music, and you're not going to be part of this because you're spreading quote unquote misinformation. So that's pretty interesting that I found that on Reddit. Pretty strange. Let me see if let's see. I was trying to find some text messages too that I saw on here earlier. I have a picture of them. I'll bring it up. It's fine. Yeah, Jen, you silenced. Just sucks, You're trying to make it. You're a kid. You have music. You have talent, and these freaking gatekeepers, man. I have a huge problem with gatekeepers. Wherever it may be, right? Anywhere there's gatekeepers, and nobody should have that much power in that power position in order for somebody to go big or to go in this direction, or get famous or get get their money, right? Stuff like that. I don't believe that one person or a gatekeeper should be in charge of everybody. Like the Weinsteins of the world and stuff like the Weinstein of the world. It's just, I don't know. I don't like that at all. It gives them too much power, too much leverage for situations like this. Let me bring up this picture 1 second. Yeah, Jan, for sure. And that's the thing too, is that they don't want us to know that there's plenty of room for everybody, plenty of money to go around, plenty of fame, plenty of it to go around, and it's an illusion that only a selected few can get in, and I have a problem with that. I just it's stupid. Everybody should be free to grow as a person, grow with your skills, grow with your professionalism, grow with your music, whatever talents you may have. Let's see if I can just share my screen. Okay, here we go. Oh, wrong one. Could have sworn I saved it on my desktop. Now I don't see it. Could it be that I saved it somewhere else? Yeah, let me see if I... Oh, that's why. Oh, let me see. I'm sorry, guys. I'm looking for this. I know I saved them. Let me just look over here. Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, I know where they're at. Hey, Yashodi, good to see you. Yeah, Coke Zero. I like Coke Zero. I used to drink a lot of Diet Coke, but um, when Coke Zero came out, it was a game changer. Okay, here we go. Let's see. I found them. I found these text messages. Thank you for being patient. Let me bring these up. Let me save them. Fuck. Share my screen, or let me bring these up. Here we go. All right, so these messages are from somebody close to Asia, and it says, hi. It says, do you know Asia's friend isn't with David anymore, and that the whole situation traumatized her? Sorry, that's my friend, and I've been with her for a while the past few months. And she texted me hurt, saying, what the heck, because we follow each other. And then they say, I don't know, she's posting pretty detached. She's pretty detached from the situation for being traumatized, and has said some pretty odd things regarding it. You should look into the situation, but I believe she does not have good intentions. Don't want no drama for you, though. These are just my thoughts after being invested into the case. It says me commenting that it's not harassment, lol, but I understand she's your friend. I don't know that. You need to look into what actually professional investigators are saying about the situation. All this stuff comes out to a boiling point, and many people are going to be linked. And this was before the suspect thing came out. I'm just so tired of the evil, soulless people who thrive off social climbing and using others, but really have no morals and no humanity at the end of the day. And then that person says, show me evidence. That's not my job. It's not easy to find. You can look it up. The private investigator at SF Investigates, or so many other news outlets who have talked about this friend and their involvement. Peace and love with you. Don't want to argue with you. That's just part of it. I guess this person commented in one of the posts of Asia or something, and then her friend was like coming back to them and saying like, hey, why are you posting that in Asia's comment section? I was trying to find the original post because it describes it and it gives more content to it. I wonder if it got deleted or somebody deleted it. Hold on a second. I thought that was interesting. But I'm trying to find the original post. It just gives it more content, but let me see. I'm gonna have to just share my screen. I'm sorry about this, guys. Yeah, I'll just share my screen. Okay, well in the meantime, let me share this video that FloJo sent me. 1 second.
Okay, take a look at this video with a freezer in the box.
Actually, I don't want to get dinged by. So this is from Zoff. We've seen a picture of it, but there's a video of it. So I won't play the voice or anything because I don't have permission to play it. But here it is. So there's a freezer. We saw a picture of it earlier today. That's the one I brought up earlier. Boom. And then here's the video of it. There's the freezer right there. September 4th, 2024. Okay, there it is. Video of the picture I showed earlier. Yeah, that's what she's saying, that Asia is traumatized and that she cut ties off with David, which I don't know. I mean, for all we know, that it could be just David and Neil, right? I mean, that's a possibility too. I mean, there's so many variables that could be this or the other. But yeah, she was saying that she's traumatized and that she hasn't been feeling good about the whole situation. Yeah, that one looks small. That freezer looks small. Then now that I'm looking at it, and even in the picture, it just looks small. I think what happens is that, we see a freezer, we see a compact size one. Um, I mean, it could be it too. I mean, if she's being dismembered, it could be any. I mean, the possibilities are endless. I mean, for all we know, they might have already found the freezer. Or where she might have been put in. The best of the turd? That's a funny name. How you doing? Oh, here's another one. Oh, the text message says, because it's scary for her. Imagine you find out about your friend. I get your point, but I've seen that girl's heart, and she's a kid also scared of what she found out her friend did. She's so much younger than us. She held him accountable and cut him off once she found out. He would lie about a lot, and she would also never really stay over his house. It would be temporary months, and he would pay for her videos. The way she's handling it but I feel like harassment isn't the way to fix it, and I'm your friend. I'm not the one making these allegations. I'm working with information I've gathered. I don't think you have seen the other side. So that's a part of the other conversation that was with the text messages. Some other stuff I wanted to share. I mean, all this other stuff makes more sense now, right? Like this picture of him in Lake Elsinore, the guy that we just saw from Egypt. Just everything is just making more sense. Says, in my opinion, they had her body hidden in Santa Barbara, California, in someone's house and brought her back to Los Angeles. That's the thing too, right? Because Santa Barbara, I mean, those are some big houses over there. And I mean, at this point, nothing is far-fetched anymore after we found out that, there's dismemberment, cutting up of the body. I mean, it's horrific, man. Just freaking horrific. Yeah, the tour's been canceled about a couple months. Let me show you guys a video. Go to my channel. Hold on a second. Let me show this screen. I just want to show that how far it is, and I'm pretty sure you guys seen it, but it's not that far from where the Tesla was found to where David's house is. Let me bring that up 1 second while I stretch. It just come out an hour ago. I want to watch this.
Investigates has some new information about the death of Celeste Rivas. She's the 15-year-old girl whose body was found in the front trunk of a Tesla that belongs to the pop singer David.
Yeah, you know, police say they now consider the singer a suspect in her death and say they have better information about when she may have died. Our investigative reporter Eric Linder joins us live from the newsroom with an update for us. Eric?
Hi, Michael and Colleen. Well, as we've been reporting, LAPD detectives from the Robbery Homicide Division have been working this case intensely ever since NBC4 broke the story that a body had been found by workers in a tow yard back in September. Well, now those detectives, we're told, are closer than ever to understanding what happened to this girl and when it happened and who may be responsible. A senior law enforcement source with direct knowledge of this case tells NBC4 Investigates they now believe 15-year-old Celeste Rivas died sometime in the spring. That happened months before her remains were found in the trunk of that Tesla on September 8th. And now the source also tells us that pop singer David is being considered a suspect in her death. Early on, a representative for the singer told us he was cooperating with police. Our law enforcement contacts are now telling us that was never true. David canceled a concert tour after the discovery of the body. Then he moved out of a rental house in the Hollywood Hills and has been staying in Texas. Celeste Rivas was last seen alive in Riverside County in April 2024. There's a memorial there, but her family has declined to talk with us about these most recent developments. Earlier on, a relative told us Celeste did have a relationship with that singer, whose real name is David Burke. The Tesla had been parked out in the Hollywood Hills for about a month before it was impounded in September and the body discovered. Our law enforcement contacts also say they now have reason to believe another person helped with the disposal and concealment of Celeste Rivas's body, but so far they haven't told us if that person has been identified. I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard, NBC4 News.
We start with new developments in the case of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, whose body was found in the front trunk of singer David's impounded Tesla in September.
David was officially identified as a suspect in the teen's death this week, and now a source that's close to the case says detectives have identified a second suspect. Lindsay Pena, live in our news center with the latest on that. Lindsay?
Rick and Kareem, this is the second major development in this case this week. Back on Tuesday, a source was able to confirm to KTLA that singer David is being named as a suspect, as you mentioned. The body of the Lake Elsinore teen was found September 8th in the front trunk of David's Tesla, impounded at a Hollywood tow yard. David was on tour at the time, but police now believe Hernandez was killed last spring. The medical examiner reported she had been dead for an extended period of time. Just yesterday, the case was updated in the medical examiner's website. The cause of death had been listed as deferred for weeks, but now there is no information listed, which means there could be a security hold on the case. Late today, TMZ reporting that Rivas's body may have been frozen, and that could make it difficult or nearly impossible to determine the cause of death. Our request to the medical examiner's office for more information hasn't been answered yet. Now there are reports of a second suspect being named. That information coming from attorney Mark Garagos, who is not connected to the case but says he's talked to people close to the investigation and they've told him this person could be involved before, during, and after her death.
I think what law enforcement is focusing on right now is they're trying to determine locations, and they have reverse engineered. They obviously know when they found the car. They obviously know when they discovered the remains. They now are reverse engineering the movements of all those who were involved, and they've done it in a very sophisticated way.
Garagos and Harvey Levin of TMZ both confirming independently that investigators are looking closely at a trip that David took to a remote area of Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night last spring. At this point, one former LAPD detective we've spoken with says David is likely under surveillance, and all of these developments could mean an arrest is coming soon. Attorney Allison Treasel saying investigators are likely taking their time and being extra careful since this case is so high profile.
This is a high-profile case with a lot of eyes on the LAPD, and they don't want to get it wrong. They should not have to be in any type of a rush because there's no statute of limitations on a murder case if this is in fact a murder, and the coroner has yet to release the manner of death or the toxicology reports.
As of now, there have still been no charges and no arrests in this case. In the News Center, Lindsay Pena, KTLA.
Oh, thank you, Deladang. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, that's cool. I appreciate you. Thank you. Deladang with the super chat, $5. Let's go. Oh, man, that just pumped me up. Oh, that got me all pumped up now. Thank you, Deladang. I appreciate you. Thank you for being a member. Thank you for being a member of the Shark family. Let's go. That's crazy, right? They're saying that he was never cooperating. Dang. Called them out. Called their team out. That dude was never cooperating. Dang, that's funny. You were never cooperating, David. Made it sound like he was cooperating, right? Made it seem like he was in a good standing with the LAPD. That dude was never cooperating, man. Jeez, that's funny. So that's from like more reputable sources, I suppose, you know, reputable, however you want to call it. KTLA, ABC, Fox. Usually, yeah, usually there's more like more news that comes out from mainstream sources. Might be too early. Maybe they're checking like their sources or something. Are you serious? Oh shit. Is that a new record? Let's go. Let's go. That super chat just pumped me up. Oh man. Let's go. Oh shit. David started the fires? What? Here, let me show you guys something. I should put a watermark on this. Just never know. Let me let me put a watermark on this one or something. At least put my name on it, because it's an original picture. I want you guys to see. Whoops. I want you guys to see how dedicated I am with covering this case. Most of you know, but just for those that are new members or new subscribers, let me share this with you. Let me put edit text and put a text file. It'll be a little crude, but you'll get the idea. I'll post this on our Discord. I think I already have. Let me just share this with you guys. Let me share this. It's a little crude, like the watermark, but it's the best that I can do on the fly. What? Didn't save? What the heck? Gotta be kidding me. Give me a second, I'm gonna bring this up. I just know I should be putting a watermark on it. Just because it's an original picture. But I'll do this real quick. Give me 1 second. This is Lake Elsinore right here. No, I just had it on mute because I was typing pretty quick. But this is Lake Elsinore right here. But I was trying to show you guys a picture, but let me Deladang, that's right. It's just because I was trying to watermark it, this picture, and it just wasn't coming out. It's fine. I won't watermark it. It's all right. It's my original picture, and you guys see it here for what it is. You know what I mean? This is an original picture, and you guys know that I cover this case. And so if you guys see this picture right here, so they won't let me do it for whatever reason. Yeah, it won't let me do it anyway. That's weird. This is Lake Elsinore. This is this is the liquor store right here where Celeste Rivas would frequent. It's weird. It's like it's letting me upload some pictures because I wanted to share the pictures with you guys. A lot of the pictures that I had or have. But this is the liquor store, Celeste Rivas. This is the one that captured Celeste Rivas in the surveillance footage. That sucks. I don't know why it's not letting me. That's fine. I'll figure it out later. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And it does that with my phone too, where sometimes I can't load the picture up. But I wanted to share like a bunch of these pictures with you guys. But Lake Elsinore, I went out there. Real pretty. Which picture, Deladink? That's funny. Oh, that's funny. I saw it. Never mind. I thought you were just kidding. I was like, what are you talking about? But it's beautiful out there. Lake Elsinore, it's real pretty. Here's a lake. I saw somebody fishing. There's a lot of people fishing out there. Oh yeah, I'm muted. Damn, thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I was just saying that these flowers were from all of us, from the Shark family, and these were I put in her her grave. These are from the Daily Mail. Just super sad, man, all around. See, this was her final resting place. This is actually at the Queen of Heaven, I believe that's what it was called. Cemetery. And I put a baby shark there and some daisies, some flowers for her from all of us. I do want to share these pictures. Yeah, that place is beautiful, man. That place, if it wasn't so far, I would want to. That's where I would want to be buried. Yeah, see, this is where she's buried. Queen of Heaven, Cemetery and Mortuary Offices. Oh, that's the offices. But yeah, but that's the name of the place where she's buried. Yes, Norma, yes. Absolutely correct. Yeah, it's a beautiful place over there. I took a lot of pictures out there. Real pretty place. It was a beautiful day too. I remember I wanted to take a bunch of pictures for everybody, for you guys. I mean, it's such a gorgeous place out there. I'm glad I can share these pictures with the Shark family. Thank you, guys. Oh, see, there we go. This picture was the one that I wanted to show you guys. That's the water bottle. That's the one that I had put on her. You guys see, there's like not much there. Well, there wasn't anything at the time, and I got upset. So this is the one that I wanted to share with you guys earlier, and I got freaking so pissed off that I was like, Like I was gonna yell, like, what's up, community? You know, I thought you guys cared. What's going on? Where's the raza at? Where's everybody at? What's going on? Where's the community at? I got so pissed, but little did I know that they had a memorial or a vigil. I'm sorry, for the for either for that night or the next night. I'm just so pissed. But yeah, that's from all of us.
Coming together in solemn tribute tonight to remember a life cut short.
Yeah, a vigil was held in Lake Elsinore for Celeste Rivas Hernandez. She is, as Karine mentioned, the teenager whose decomposed remains were discovered in the trunk of a Tesla and then tied to a popular singer named David. Rachel Menitoff joining us live in Hollywood now with that story. Rachel?
Rick, Karine, good evening to you both. Many parents and classmates attended tonight. Some told us they didn't know Celeste well, but they can put themselves in her family's shoes and realize this could have happened to someone they love and care for.
Santa Maria, Madre de Dios.
A Lake Elsinore community mourning the suspicious death of 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. While we don't know how she died, the teen's decomposed body was found inside a Tesla at a Hollywood tow lot after someone reported a stench coming from the car, which happens to be registered to popular R&B singer David.
This really hits home as a mom, and this could have been anybody's kid.
Celeste was last seen alive in April 2024 in her hometown of Lake Elsinore, about 60 miles southeast of LA. She was 13 at the time. Her mom tells TMZ her daughter had a boyfriend named David, and both David and Rivas reportedly had matching tattoos on their index fingers. Last week, LAPD detectives searched a home in the Hollywood Hills where the performer stayed and were seen leaving with a computer and other items.
Dios te salve María, llena eres.
Tonight, amidst this large group of mourners, is a hope for clarity and answers about Celeste's disappearance and untimely death.
I feel really bad for what happened to her because the story is so messed up, and it's like, I don't even know what to say. My friend told me about it, and it's like, I never imagined that would happen.
And David seems to have canceled the rest of his U.S. tour, which was scheduled to wrap up in L.A. and San Francisco, as his involvement in the case becomes more of a focal point. A representative for him tells us that he is fully cooperating with the investigation.
That's funny, representative that represents him. I missed that part. That's so funny. And now we know he never was cooperating. That was just a bunch of bullshit that he was cooperating. So anything that comes out of his camp, I don't believe anymore. Well, I shouldn't have. I mean, I took it with a grain of salt anyway, but it's just, it was all bullshit. Yeah, so the community came out, and that was funny because I was just so pissed off, man. I was like, what is going on? There's nothing here. Man. But yeah, everybody came out, the community came out and held a vigil. Whitney, hide your man. Damn. Yup, torso and a head, dismemberment, beheaded. Yup. Savages, man. Like no freaking compassion or remorse or for any for life. Like no consideration, man. Didi says, agree about him not cooperating. If it was BS, then it's BS now. Yep. I don't believe it. I want them to define what him cooperating right now looks like. Yep. Yeah, I don't think he ever was cooperating, right? I mean, that's what came out from his camp, and yeah, they're gonna make him look good. Let me you know what kind of sucks a little bit. Well, it like it sucks and then it doesn't suck, but about the place over there, the where they had the where they had the funeral, was that every Thursday the flowers get thrown away. Every Thursday. Hey, my pictures aren't coming up. I wanted to share some pictures. Maybe I have too many. I think maybe that's what happens. I was having too many images up. Let me see if this works now. That's so weird. Like some pictures come up and some pictures don't. Maybe it's like a thing with restreams. Because I mean, there's some pictures that come up, some pictures don't. See, like that came up. That one doesn't come up. No, yeah, it's just sometimes like I'm muted and I'm trying to look for something because I'll like click and stuff like that. I was just trying to find these pictures. Well, I mean, I found them, but it's like it's not letting me share them. Well, some I share, but I think it's because of like the format and stuff like that. A lot of the ones that I wanted to share, I did share. This is an AI recreation, all right, guys? Don't come after me. The lawyer. Yeah, but I definitely wanted to share a bunch of pictures with you guys. Let me see what pictures it lets me bring up. Keep trying. Yeah, I think it might just be the program. Let me see if putting videos up will work. Yeah, see, this one comes up. This is the where she's buried, Celeste Rivas. Rest in paradise. I mean, just such a gorgeous place out there. But every Thursday they get rid of the flowers and anything that's there. Every Thursday. So if you guys ever want to, go pay respects or anything like that, or put flowers there, do it on a Thursday. So that way they'll be there all week. Yeah, see, these come up. These come up. See, this is the one where he's saying that it's in the Discord. This is David, and he says he loves gore. I used to be addicted to watching gore videos, gore porn. Look at this, gore is greater than porn. This was 2 years ago from this date. Some weird stuff, man. I think I think some of his wires got crossed. This is some more Discord messages. David right there. Me and deleted user got a kid on the way. But I mean, this is pretty weird right here. Him saying that he used to be addicted to freaking gore and porn. I never went over the Discord messages, and I did want to do that. And look at this right here. This is in the same Discord too. Check this out. Get rid of that. It says 9/8/2025. It says, sorry, it's ABC7 LA. I don't think I can say it. They just posted it. And it says, whoa, what the hell? It says a dead body was found in David's car. And then she says, yeah. Isn't that wild? Yeah, I did. They were. I had to wait a little bit so that way they could mow the grass, and then I had to wait a little bit, and then I put the flowers on there so that way it lasted all week. So that was good. I mean, it was just perfect timing too because I got there on a Thursday. Hmm. I think it was 1 or 3. I think, yeah, something like that. But if you talk to them and you ask them, just ask them if they already went over that area where you want to put, obviously with Celeste Rivas, um, and just let them know if that they already went. Yeah, you have to do it Thursday, but it has to be like later during the day. Like they have to already had clean that area, which is her area, and then that way it's there. I mean, the better bet, just go there on a Friday, and they'll be there all week, just to be safe. And you have to wait around, like I did, but that's okay, no big deal. See, there's another one right here too. Um, this guy says like justice for Celeste Rivas, and then David posts okay on there. Have you guys ever seen this right here? Isn't that weird? Some more of the Discord chat. There's another one where Celeste is like covering her face. Doesn't like the recent news, doesn't this picture is like eerie? Isn't it like so creepy now? Um isn't this image like seen in a darker light now? I mean, everything is in a darker light. I mean, it always has, but now it's like more. And then the more information that we find out later, right, is gonna be just insane too. Looking back at it, it's always like that. It's always like you see things before, like this picture. We were like, "Whoa, that's kind of weird," but now we've heard of like dismemberments more, and we've heard more about behead, like the head and the torso, right? So this picture is just like, oh my goodness, man. So this guy, freaking David, man, this guy's super, super, super on the dark side, man. The dude went on the dark side, and the thing with his family is like they're all family oriented and they look like great people. But I think that's what it was with this guy, with David, in my opinion, that this guy was just battling demons inside of him from good and evil in his head. For whatever reason, this guy was just gonna be, yeah, I think so. I think it's gonna get worse. I think you're right. I think we just have seen a little bit of what is. I mean, we haven't even seen anything, any of the evidence that law enforcement. I mean, I can't imagine what evidence law enforcement has: video, images, pictures, right? I mean, could you imagine seeing video of somebody putting bags in the Tesla in the front, like nothing? I mean, I've seen that before, and I think in a case where you see this guy and he's just like loading and let's see if I can bring it up, but he's like putting trash bags in the bag, and it was this guy that he met online. I forgot who it was, but it was like they caught the dude on camera, and he was just throwing the trash like nothing. He's wearing his clothes. Let me see if I can find it. Kind of just reminded me of this. Let me see if I can bring that up. See if I can find it. I'm like blanking out on the name of it, but I mean it's just like okay, here we go. I think this is it. Oh yeah, this is it right here. Let me share this right here. Oh, thank you, Whitney. Thank you so much. Let's go. $2 super chat. Thank you. Is it fighting demons or dealing with consequences? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I found it. It's right here. Look, check it out. Whoops. Let me get rid of these right here real quick, and then I'll share my screen. Hey, how come it's not coming up? Oh, there we go. You guys remember this case? It's like video of them going into the hotel. Luca Mangata, I think that's his name. Freaking one of the creepiest cases I've seen. Thank you, Whitney. Thank you again for your $2 super chat. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for being part of the Shark family. Look, he's wearing his clothes. Oh, wait. No, he's not there. Is he? Let me see. Okay, yeah. See, look. Look. See how he has that shirt? See how this guy has that shirt? The yellow one? And then Luca, I think that's his name, Luca. He has a white shirt. And look, he comes out and he's wearing his shirt. Hopefully they show when he's like throwing away evidence. He throws away like body parts. It kind of reminds me of this case right now with the Celeste Rivas. It's like no care in the world, nothing, going about your business, no big deal, just another day. Okay, yeah, here we go. So they catch. Look, he looks in the mirror, chilling, looking good. He's wearing the other guy's, and this at this time the guy's dismembered. This guy's dismembered. See, this is him. He's like throwing away more of his clothes, more of the other guy's clothes. See, look, that's like body parts there that he's throwing away. Blood. More evidence, throwing more evidence. See, like nothing. See, more bloody stuff. I think it's coming up. From what I remember. I mean, it's been a while. It just was on the top of my head. Hey, Amy, good to see you. Welcome. I'm telling you, yeah, some people are just, and they do it with just the no care in the world. Let me see if I can find like a documentary on that. Let me see what happened. See, he's throwing away more stuff. See, because from what I remember is that he was throwing away like trash bags and stuff. See, he's throwing away more stuff. Let me see if there's like a. Let me see if there's like a documentary on that real quick, like a short one or something.
Dismembered. Images of a Canadian man holding a door for a Chinese student who was later found dismembered. 32-year-old Luca Magnotta admitted to killing Jun Lin in 2012. He videotaped his acts and mailed parts of the body to schools and to 2 political parties. As part of his trial, the harrowing images from the CCTV at the building where the murder took place have been released by a Canadian court. In it, Magnotta and Lin are seen entering the Montreal apartment building. The next day, Magnotta is repeatedly seen entering and leaving the building, carrying plastic bags and also a grey suitcase. The killing of Lin grabbed headlines around the world, and Magnotta became the subject of an international manhunt. He was arrested at an internet cafe in Berlin and is pleading not guilty due to mental illness. The trial continues.
Damn, that's wild. Yeah, to schools and to jeez, man. To schools and to political parties. Yeah, I mean that was the one. Don't fuck with cats. That's the one it's based off of, this dude, Luca Magnotta. I mean, just a freaking animal, man. Yeah, a lot of these videos they're pretty long. I don't want to get copyrighted again. I'm already gonna have to edit the videos where I played some of David's music. But yeah, that's based off the Don't Fuck with Cats one. I'm just trying to find like because it you know what I'm saying. It's just like there's no. I mean, the way these people kill is just unbelievable, man. Let me see if I can. Let me see. Let me see if I can play a little bit of this. Usually in the first minutes they'll say the story. Let me just play this for a little bit. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Give me 1 second, okay? Let me take a bathroom break.
Crazy. A human foot had been mailed to Conservative Party headquarters.
His torso was found stuffed in a suitcase on
The suspect is a 29-year-old model and self-styled porn actor named Luca Rocco Magnotta.
The most we know about Luca Magnotta comes from the digital trail he created of himself.
Police agencies around the world are circulating photos of Luca Magnotta.
Magnotta is wanted for the gruesome murder and dismemberment of 33-year-old Jun Lin.
He was spotted, questioned, and then arrested, ending a feverish manhunt that has made headlines around the world.
This is where the hunt for Luca Magnotta ended. When police finally arrested him, he was looking at pictures of himself on the internet. Tonight you'll hear from people who knew Magnotta. Their stories have never been told on TV before.
I mean, I knew he had problems. I mean, it showed.
In my heart of hearts, I knew it was Luca within the first 30 seconds of the video.
Someone had to pay attention to him every moment of every day. It was a drug for him.
It was a painfully public story and a deeply personal story, and much of it played out in a virtual world. Good evening, I'm Mark Kelly, and welcome to the Fifth Estate. The story of Luca Magnotta isn't an easy one to tell, but it is an important one to learn. We were all shocked when we heard the lurid details of the murder of Jun Lin, a crime Magnotta has been charged with, a charge he has pleaded not guilty to. But a group of online investigators had been monitoring Magnotta for 18 months leading up to his arrest, observing his disturbing behavior, warning authorities repeatedly that he was a danger to society. Tonight, you'll meet them and hear what they uncovered during their investigation, the missed opportunities, and the lessons they learned hunting Magnotta. It's May 2012 in a sparse apartment in Montreal. 29-year-old Luca Magnotta is spending hours alone and online, a virtual shut-in, desperately looking for fame and recognition. Police say it was in his apartment that he planned and executed a bold and bloody attack, then videotaped it for the world to see. But what would push anyone to do this? And how did he go from internet wannabe to the object of an international manhunt? And why would anyone go this far to get our attention? Magnotta was born Eric Clinton Newman in 1982. He grew up in Scarborough, east of Toronto, the eldest of three. His parents split when Eric was young. In his online postings, he wrote that growing up, he was close to his grandmother Phyllis. He says he was homeschooled because he was told the world was a dirty and dangerous place. But he went from one broken home to another when his grandparents' marriage also ended in divorce. His mother now had a new boyfriend. Eric described him as a monster. As for his father, the two had now drifted far apart.
Let me see if I can fast forward a little bit, but this one is yeah, man, this is wild. This is a wild one. I don't want to play too much of it. That was only like 3 minutes. I should be okay. That's pretty much. Hopefully they went over it in the beginning.
The only bright light in his family life was his sister Melissa, one of the few people beyond himself he would ever describe as beautiful. His family life in shambles. He wrote there was no relief at high school, where he said he was an outcast. So what do his classmates remember? Well, for someone who would go on to be so notorious, they say he didn't act out or stand out. He was, in short, forgettable. By the time he was 22, there wasn't a whole lot to know about Eric Newman, but we now know he was struggling with depression. He underwent a psychiatric assessment and was prescribed medication for life, and that would play a part in what happened next. In 2004, he befriended a 21-year-old girl online. She had the mental capacity of an 8 to 12-year-old. He used her credit cards to rack up thousands in unpaid bills. But police say he didn't stop there. They allege he also sexually assaulted the woman and videotaped it. His name is Doug. Newman's lawyer was Peter Scully. Was that a concern of yours when you initially took this case, that this guy was preying on a mentally disabled woman?
Definitely.
Yeah, he also videoed his crimes too, and I wonder if that's what the dismemberment was too, right? Oh man.
Compared to the fraud charges, the sexual assault allegation is infinitely more problematic.
Then something unexpected happened. Before the trial even started, the Crown dropped the sexual assault charge against his client. Now, looking back, Scully is unsettled by that decision. Had he been convicted of that, what impact would that have on his life?
Huge.
How so?
Well, he would have been on the sexual offender monitoring, which means he has to report to officers supervising him, and probably for life.
So the decision not to pursue those charges changed his life immeasurably.
Immeasurably. With huge ramifications to our society eventually.
Newman was convicted of the fraud charges. The judge, aware of his psychiatric assessment, warned him, "You have a medical problem, and you need to always take medication. If you do not, your life is going to get messed up." After years of turmoil, with few prospects for the future, Eric Newman needed to reinvent himself. In 2006, he legally changed his name to Luca Rocco Magnotta. He began a transformation that led him to Toronto's gay community, where he met Barbie, a transgendered woman who would become his girlfriend. Changing his name was easy. Changing who he was, much harder.
I mean, I knew he had problems. I mean, it showed, you know, when I was with him. Just his body language, stuff he would do sometimes. It's just, you know, in his character, you could just, his mannerisms.
But Magnotta was a master of self-promotion. He marketed himself as a model and a high-flying escort. He appeared in a handful of porn movies, no stage too small for his ambitions.
I'm just swimmer, so myself in shape.
Yeah. What's it been like for you becoming an escort? Do you enjoy your work?
Yeah, you know, I really do enjoy my work. I get to meet new people and, all the time, and you know, I'm a people person, and you know, it just worked out great for me. You know.
He basked in the attention he received on the internet show Naked News.
You know what the best part is? The best part about being an escort is I'm my own boss. I get to pick my own hours.
That's pretty much the gist of it. They said that he was homeschooled, but I mean, I don't know. I don't have an opinion on that, whether you're homeschooled or not. Public schools are great. Some of them aren't. Some homeschooling is great. Some of it is not. I don't know. I just don't have an opinion on that. It's like case by case. I mean, I don't know if that maybe played a role. I don't know. But that's pretty much the gist. I don't want to play too much of it, but that's the gist of it. And he was like dismembering. He dismembered this guy. And that's what reminded me of the Celeste Rivas case because of the nonchalantness of him. Yeah, this one gets really dark. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. It's a good documentary. I just don't want to play too much of it. Let me get that for you guys. Yeah, it's a really good one. And yeah, it's pretty heavy. And then the Don't Fuck with Cats, that one is based on that. But this one's really good. This documentary one. And this is what reminds me too with this case, with the Celeste Rivas case, is about how the internet's coming together and in the name of justice for Celeste Rivas.
Are you ready? The internet is boundless. There's the happy. Are you ready? The internet is boundless. There's the happy places, and then there's another part of the internet, the seedy underbelly. I was on Facebook one day,
and I found this video. I pressed play.
It was the worst video I've ever seen.
He needs to be stopped immediately.
People went nuts. So we started looking. He could have been anywhere on the planet.
This person wants to play a game of cat and mouse, and I'm up for that. There's a lot of information in the video. You see a door handle, electrical receptacles.
Everything pointed to North America. But then
you hear some voices.
It was Russian.
Oh, maybe he's located in Russia.
Thousands of people looking to find this guy. There was a tidal wave of leads that were coming in.
I wasn't gonna stop until I found him.
Clearly, this video is not the end.
Something bad is about to happen. He's gonna kill somebody. All of a sudden, another video appears. My mind doesn't want to believe it's true.
These are the things, the telltale sign of somebody that's going to become a serial killer.
We had a ticking time bomb on our hands.
Twisted story that keeps twisting.
What I'm seeing is impossible.
He's going to get the attention of the world now.
2 mysterious packages.
Le dépeceur de Montréal.
An international manhunt.
This isn't the first time. It's not going to be the last time. This is going to get progressively worse.
Yeah, I don't think they'll show that here because it's I mean, they don't show it in the documentary. It's just this is just the trailer.
In the seedy underbelly of the internet, there's an unwritten rule, Rule 0. Don't fuck with cats.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy how like the internet comes together like that. There's another one too. There's another case, something similar like that, where people are trying to find in where this guy is because he says he's about to kill somebody, and they're trying to find the location of it. I mean, it's another wild one. And let me see if I can find that one too, because that one reminds me of this too, where the internet is trying so hard to trying to find, you know, they're international. They're trying to find where this guy is because he says he's gonna either kill his family or something. I mean, it's just wild. There's another one. Let me see if I can bring that up. I mean, let me see. Yeah, listen to this one right here. This is another one too, where the internet is trying to save this family. I mean, it sounds so far-fetched, but it's true. Let me share my screen.
Life in jail without a chance of parole for 40 years. Life in jail without a chance of parole for 40 years. That was the sentence handed down today to Menhaz Zaman, the 24-year-old who led a double life and killed his entire family. A warning, some of the details in our story are disturbing.
Yeah, trigger warning with this one too.
The pain and anguish of an unthinkable tragedy may never wane for family and friends. The weight of the crimes committed were front and center as Justice Michelle Furis delivered her reason for sentencing today, stating that Zaman betrayed his family's trust and the murders he carried out inside their Markham home was nothing short of a, quote, slaughter. It was around 3 p.m. on July 27, 2019, when Zaman killed his mother in her bedroom. About an hour later, he killed his grandmother in the very same room. It's at that point that he had a nap, played some video games, and waited until about 11 p.m. for his sister to come home. When she did, he attacked her in the guest bedroom. Around midnight, his father returned home from his job as a taxi driver. Moments later, Menhaz Zaman murdered him as well. Following sentencing today, we spoke with one of Zaman's lawyers, who was instructed by the convicted killer to join the Crown in requesting that his parole ineligibility be set at 40 years.
This sentence was specific to Mr. Zaman. So at the end of the day, the 40-year sentence, it could have been so much higher.
The coroner found that Zaman hit each of his family members over the head, likely with a crowbar, and then slit their throats. Justice Furist told the court today that it's difficult to imagine a more cruel way to kill someone. According to an agreed statement of facts read out in the court 2 months ago, Zaman first thought of killing his family 3 years earlier. Zaman had been living a double life. His family thought he was studying to become an engineer at York University, but instead he failed out of a program at Seneca College and spent years pretending to go to class. Instead, he'd go to the mall or the gym. Zaman's legal team told us today that his age was a factor in sentencing.
The first-degree murders could have run consecutive to each other, and he could have been facing a much, much higher sentence. It didn't necessarily have to end up the way it did today. I would be inclined to tell you that age was a factor, and that's as much as I can tell you.
Justice Furist added today that it defies understanding that while his mother and grandmother lied in their blood, he napped and played video games, lying in wait to kill his sister and father, who came home hours later. The grim discovery was made after police were led to the home by users of an online gaming platform, who Zaman had messaged when the killings were taking place. The court heard today that he even shared photos on the platform of each of his family members' dead bodies. Zaman stood and showed no emotion today as his sentence was handed down. He'll be 64 years old before he's eligible to apply for parole. I'm Adrian Gobriel for City News. Life in jail without a chance of parole.
Yeah, see, that's a wild one where he's like online pretending that, or I mean, he's pretending to go to college, and he didn't want to be found out. And so what he did was he killed his family so they wouldn't find out. And that's why I played this too, because it kind of plays in a little bit in this case too, where a scenario or a theory would be that Celeste Rivas was gonna expose David. And yeah, it's pretty wild stuff. And so what he did was he killed his family because he didn't want to get exposed for not going to college. There's another case like that too, where there's this girl too. She pretended to go to college, and then the family was giving her money, and come graduation day, I mean, she couldn't. Obviously, she wasn't going to graduate because she wasn't going to college. She wasn't going to school, and she killed the parents because she didn't want to be found out. And that's what I was saying, just the selfishness of it. And it's a pretty wild story. I mean, there's a documentary. I'm not sure where it is, but there's a good documentary on this case. But that's the guy's name on there. If you guys want like some true crime content, you guys can look him up. Let me look at the other one where it was the same thing. Oh, right, that one. Yes, that one. That's the one I'm talking about. Do you know the girl's name? I think it was like they said like the Tiger family or something like that. Let me check that out. And so that's what I was saying. It's you just don't know how these people like that, they're not in the right state of mind. So it seems so beyond the pale to think, or beyond our comprehension to even bother with the why. You know what I mean? Like why they do it. It's just, I mean, I don't know. But I think one of the big reasons is that because they didn't want to get exposed. And I think that's what happened. It could be with David. In the situation where David didn't want to get exposed, or he just wanted to live out his sick fantasies too. That's another one too, because if she was dismembered and maybe he had these fantasies for a long time and acted them out too, that could be another reason for the dismemberment. He just wanted to act out his fantasies. They just got worse and worse, and then it became wanted to do it more, to the point where he killed her. Oh, what did Jennifer do? Okay. Okay, here's a good one. Play a little bit of this. Same thing. Just didn't want to get exposed to that she wasn't going to school. Yeah, it's funny how, like, she was tied up supposedly, but then she called 911 and they were asking her, like, how did you escape, and were you the only survivor, right? And then it was just so insane with this one. Yeah, I just gotta make sure I do commentary on this, because I don't get dinged. But yeah, this whole setup scenario was just ridiculous, man. They're killing the parents. She's alive. She escapes. They it's just so stupid. Like, has her phone, calls 911. Just ridiculous, man. The Lulu murders?
She says the robbers used a black shoestring to bind her arms.
So your hands bound together, and this is the arm that's the strings wrapped around against the banister? Mm-hmm. Okay, so now how can you get to the phone?
See, this is like the interrogation room. They're asking her, like, what is going on? Like, what? Yeah, right? So stupid, this case. And so they're asking right here in the interrogation room, like, what happened? She's trying to explain it. So freaking, it's comical.
And how do you make the phone call? 911?
Mm-hmm.
And do you talk down like that?
Yes, I'm yelling at the phone like this.
And how can you hear?
I turned the volume on max.
Yes.
It's like, how did you have your phone? How were you able to hear? She's like, so you can tell she's like trying to think about it on the fly. She's like, I turned up the volume.
So that's exactly the way that you're talking to her against the railing.
So it was possible she was telling the truth.
In that sense, yes.
So at this point, you listen who could answer side.
She blamed a lot of her behavior on what's known in popular culture as tiger parenting.
Tiger parenting is common in Asian culture. It's described as tough love, some say bordering on tyranny. And Grimaldi says Han Pan was the classic tiger dad, pushing education over all else, even choosing what career path Jennifer would follow. And instead of praising her action,
Downstairs.
It doesn't feel good to have secrets, does it?
No. So she had already shifted in the eyes. Nothing but the truth. But it's not what anyone was expecting.
And see, this is what I'm wondering too. And I've said it over and over, and we all have the same idea: is what about the text messages between Celeste Rivas and David? There's got to be some type of communication, whether it's from Discord, whether it's from text messages, from phone. Even if she doesn't have the phone, I would imagine that they would subpoena the company, right? And then all the freaking text messages come up, right?
That we
See, like, look at that right there. You know what I mean? Video, text messages. Testing 1, 2, 3. I had to change my microphone. That's crazy. My microphone, the other one. Damn, that's no lie. That one lasted a while. That was really good. Dang. I just wish the noise cancellation was a little bit better. Just give me 1 second. I need to hear this. When I changed that one for my microphone, it's not. It's the audio's not. Let me try disconnecting and connecting it, or else I won't be able to know. Because there's a lag if I put it on like a headset.
is this.
Good night, Cindy. Thank you for joining me. Appreciate you always. Thank you for being part of the Shark family. Dang, that's wild. Yeah, that's a wild case. Let me fix my audio. Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me try to put it up here a little bit better. It's not. This one's not as good. This one's not as good as my other one, but it'll do. Let me check out the Lulu. What is it? The Lululemon? Oh, it's good now? Okay, cool. Thank you, Julie.
Gruesome murder inside a local Lululemon store wants a new trial. Brittany Norwood maintains investigators never informed her of her rights, and her attorneys argue that testimony in this case was flawed. Stephen Cheetah is live in Bethesda now with reaction to this new request. Stephen?
Allison, this effort for a new trial is in the very early stages. Brittany Norwood's attorneys filed their papers for an appeal just yesterday. Now, this murder took place here in downtown Bethesda in this Lululemon right behind me, and the effort for a new trial is bringing up a lot of painful memories here tonight. Inside this Bethesda Lululemon, police found Jana Murray. She'd been killed with 6 weapons and her body riddled with 331 wounds, a murder which still haunts this upscale neighborhood.
Nothing really happens around here, and like the fact that that happened here, just like that kind of stays in your head.
Also inside the Lululemon, Murray's co-worker Brittany Norwood, tied up and wounded. She said 2 masked men did it. Police said she did it to herself. A jury convicted her of first-degree murder in 2011 and sentenced her to life without parole. Now Norwood wants a new trial.
It's so clear-cut that she was the one who did this that there's no way that she should deserve a retrial.
Norwood's attorneys maintain prosecutors relied on testimony about a knife from a police officer deemed expert incorrectly. The defense says prosecutors used evidence from interviews with Norwood in which investigators did not Mirandize her, inform her of her right to remain silent, or right to consult an attorney.
She was not in custody. Miranda didn't apply, and she wasn't entitled to it. That's what the judge ruled. He ruled properly, and these convictions will stand.
For those who want to move on, Norwood's quest for a new trial resurrects an incident some here would like to put behind them. Many also think it's a waste of time.
There's no way. There's no way. She obviously did it.
The Maryland Attorney General is expected to respond sometime later this summer. Now, if this appeal proceeds to the Special Appeals Court, that will probably take place sometime in September, if not shortly thereafter. Reporting live, Stephen Chief.
Damn, that's wild. Oh, how she survived? Yeah, that's... Dang. Let's see if there's any more news reports on that one. That's... Never heard of that one. That's wild. Oh, here's this one right here.
John Hendren has more from Bethesda. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Beyond.
Jana Murray was laid to rest yesterday after being killed in the Lululemon store where she worked. Tomorrow, one of her co-workers is scheduled to appear in court to face murder charges. John Hendren has more from Bethesda. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Bianna. Police say this was a workplace dispute gone lethal. One possible motive, Brittany Norwood may have been accused of stealing from this store. It's an accusation some who knew her say has come up before. Police now say it was a pair of shoes that first tipped them off. The crime scene had 2 pairs of bloody footprints, but police believe one of them was faked by Brittany Norwood using a store pair to appear like a perpetrator's footprint. And when police found Norwood bound and gagged, they now say the position she was tied up in was suspicious, that with her hands tied above her head, she may have tied herself up.
As we began analyzing the forensic evidence and looked at the medical reports, it was not supporting what Ms. Norwood had told us.
All of this contradicts the story Norwood tried to tell police. According to her, after closing up this store for the night, she and Jana Murray went back to pick up Norwood's wallet. 2 masked men followed them in, bound them, sexually assaulted them, and when Murray resisted, beat and stabbed her to death. But medical examiners found no evidence of sexual assault on either victim. According to police, Murray's car had been moved and had been spattered with Norwood's blood. And on the night of the killing, workers at this Apple store next door say they heard 2 women arguing.
As you go through a list of 14 or 16 or 18 things the victim told you, you can draw a line almost through every one of them.
There was one other thing. Norwood's wounds were superficial, Murray's were deep. It was a scene painted in blood. One expert say suggests intense rage.
That's a personal homicide. That's a close stabbing, blunt force trauma. She was angry, majorly angry.
In college, Megan Healy says some of Norwood's soccer teammates were wary.
Girls on the team that had known her longer than me had told me things like, watch your locker, keep it locked. She's been known to steal things.
She says she never imagined Norwood was capable of a grisly and, police say, calculated murder. Norwood appears in court on Monday on a first-degree murder charge. Law enforcement officials say police will be combing through the record to see if anything like this has ever happened to anyone around her before.
Wow, that's interesting. They said they're going to see if there's anything that happened that they know of her in Circle. Wow. So she had her hands tied up. Man. But see, here's another incident, right? Here's another case of where she was caught, right? She was exposed for stealing, and then when confronted, boom, that's what happens. And some people just take it to the extreme. And that's one of the scenarios that we've talked about here. One of the theories is that Celeste Rivas was going to expose David, or David was just having these 6 fantasies that he wanted to play out. I.e., or an example, the dismemberment. Damn, that's a wild case. I kind of faintly remember that one a little bit. Let me see this report right here. Hold on. So she said her hands were tied up, her hands rubber bands, then twist your hands yourself. Wow. Yeah, she tried to get creative, huh? Oh man. Let me see this report real quick. Let me see what this is.
She looks like a kid to me. I was just wondering what was going on in her mind.
Minutes after being released from jail, a woman who wants to guard her identity and be called Lisa walks in disbelief. She says her cellmate was Brittany Norwood.
We've been together pretty much all day since last night.
Lisa says she and Brittany Norwood were taken to the Clarksburg Correctional Facility here in Boyds, Maryland. They were here around 8:30 in the morning and spent hours together, so she decided to strike up a conversation.
I asked her what she was in here for, and she said she didn't want to talk about it.
Police say she's in for the brutal murder last week of co-worker Jana Murray at Lululemon in Bethesda. Norwood's version of the story to police was that two men in masks sexually assaulted Norwood and killed Murray. But charging documents show that story doesn't match the evidence.
And she had a gash on her forehead and stitches in her hand.
Did it look bad?
Didn't look that bad.
Those wounds, self-inflicted according to charging documents. Police also believe Norwood used a zip tie to bound her own feet and hands and used a sample shoe in the store to create size 14 footprints at the bloody crime scene as a cover-up. The biggest break in the case? Crime scene evidence found in Murray's car. When police confronted Norwood yesterday, she gave them, quote, an unbelievable account that her assailants made her move the victim's car.
She also said, too, that she didn't think she was getting out no time soon. So I guess she'd have to get what's coming to her if she committed murder.
Brittany Morehouse, 9 News Now.
The assailants made her move the car. Oh man, you can't make this shit up. Oh my god. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think David's alibi is gonna be, huh? Something similar, right? Man, is he gonna do the whole mental health route? Is he gonna plead guilty? Is he gonna confess? Is he gonna get off? Is nobody gonna come to justice? Man, she got in the car and then pretended she forgot her bus pass, so the girl would drive her back to the store. That's why they went back. Oh, and then she said that she got shoes from the store to make it look like there were footprints. Jeez, man, that's freaking wild. That's a wild one. But you see what I'm saying? It's just along the way, they'll make mistakes and try to cover it up. And the more they try to cover it up, the more it shows. And that's freaking wild. Yeah, that's a pretty crazy one. Thanks for bringing that up. Thanks for bringing up those cases. Whitney says yes, and the dummy used two left. What? Oh my god, that's so funny. So she probably got the left one and did both of them, right? Instead of going back and forth with the left and the right one, she did both of them at the same time. She did the left one at the same time for both both footprints. Think as two short planks. Oh, that's so funny though. That's so funny. Two left footprints. Let me see if I can find something on that. Let me see if I can find a report or something that says. I want to see that. Hold on one second. Let me find that. Oh, it's two left shoes. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me try to find something on that. Let me hold on, like a report or a news report or something. I wanna see if I can read something like that. Let me see. Hold on. Oh man. Let me see. Let me see. Damn, I don't see any of it, but there's here more trigger warning. All right, there's some. Oh, see, yeah, there it is. Look, right there. That's the shoe prints. See, oh man, yeah, there's two shoe prints, the left sides. Oh yeah, right here. Look. I think this is it. No, should be. That's a lot of blood. The shoe print right here. Oh man, that is wild. Holy shit. Oh, you can't see it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Dang, my bad. Hold on. Here we go. Sorry about that. I'm all enjoying this. I'm all like enjoying not enjoying, but you know what I mean? Like I'm just in my own world here. Sorry about that. So here's some crime scene photos. Again, trigger warning. Yeah, trigger warning because there's a lot of blood in these crime scene pictures. Oh, look at that luminol. Damn, box cutter. Oh, zip ties right there. Huh. Shoe prints. Look at all that blood. Jeez, man, look at that. What was that here? One of these are the shoes. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man, that's crazy. I know I'm trying to make him bigger. Oh, here we go. Whoops. Yeah, the bloody prints. Yep. Here we go. Made it a little bit bigger. Dee Dee. Let me see. But yeah, that's pretty much it on that one. That's wild. Let me share my screen with that. These are the ones that I was looking at earlier. These ones have more. Let me go back. Lululemon murder evidence. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much blood. I mean, I'm always wondering too, like, what happened with Celeste's body with her blood, man? Because when she was discovered, she was 70 pounds. Yeah, look at all those trails. I mean, because if the murder happened or dismemberment happened in the Hollywood Hills, I mean, look at all this, right? There's two left shoes right here. Murder weapons. More evidence pictures. Oh, that's probably the rope that she was tied with, or tied herself. More evidence leading to the bathroom. See right here, this looks like a struggle. Oh wow, look at this mannequin. It looks so freaky. Signs of a struggle. Look at that. Trying to clean up the crime scene. But that's the thing, there's just so much blood and so much going on. There's the Apple store right there next to the Lululemon store. Yeah, look at that, right next to it. Where witnesses heard two women arguing. Yeah, look at the footprints. Oops. Where was this at? Where what state or city? Where was this at? Shoe print, test impression, shoe print, and FBI. Well, FBI was involved. Some more shoes. Look at that. Look at all that blood spatter. Jeez, man. Oh, Maryland? Yeah, it does look like she did put up a fight, huh? There's another one too that I want to show you guys. Let me see. Oh, Maryland? You guys remember this one right here? Let me bring this up.
First interviewed McDaniel the day after Lauren Giddings was reported missing in June of 2011. Reporter Michelle Casada found him standing outside the apartment building where he and Giddings had lived, and that we now know was the scene of the crime. He talks about joining Giddings' friends to look for his law school classmate and how they entered her apartment to see if there was anything wrong. It was also the first time McDaniel found out that a portion of Lauren Giddings' body had been recovered by police from the dumpster where he had put it. Knowing now that McDaniel had murdered and dismembered Giddings, the interview provides a glimpse inside the mind of a killer as he builds his story and his alibi. Take a look.
Person that was living there? Yeah, Lauren was my neighbor. We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
Did you see her hang out with anyone at the time or anything like that?
I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I haven't seen anything. I mean, you always hear noise outside, but it's just people walking by pretty much.
And she just recently graduated from Mercer?
Yeah, she and I we were both JD students. We graduated back in May.
What kind of person was she? I mean, what did you see?
I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know any enemies she might have had, somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, we don't know where she is. I mean, the only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her. Because we went over. One of her friends had a key. We went inside and tried to see if there was anything amiss, but she had a door jamb that was sitting right by it, so there was no sign that anyone broke in. The door was locked when everyone got here. We just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Had you heard? Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. So that's why we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
Yeah, this was a pretty bad case too. And if I remember correctly, this dude dismembered her and tried to throw away in the trash while right before the trash collection came. And the only thing they found that out was that I guess the garbage man was late that day, and that's when they found the body. I just want to make sure, because sometimes you know how we like remember cases wrong. I just want to make sure. Let's see. So this happened in Georgia, June 2011. The disappearance of Lauren Giddings, 27-year-old at the time of the disappearance, disappeared in June 2011. After a night with friends, Lauren failed to respond to messages and calls. Let's see. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that I got my facts straight. Okay, yeah. So see, I mean, look at this right here. It says dismemberment and disposal. I'm reading this. I know you guys can't see it, but I'm just reading it. Says how Giddings' torso was found. Her torso, doesn't that sound familiar? Was found, and what was done with the rest of the body remains have never been found. See, Lauren Giddings was dismembered. Here is what is confirmed details. What was found: police discovered Lauren's torso in a trash bin outside her apartment. Her arm, legs, and head were missing and have never been found. A hacksaw tool used for the dismemberment was discovered later in a nearby trash can. How they did confirm the dismemberment, the autopsy and crime scene findings show clear evidence of post-mortem dismemberment. Investigators found packaging for the same brand of hacksaw in Stephen McDaniel's apartment. Surveillance footage also captured him throwing items into the dumpsters around the time she disappeared. And it says, why did he do it? He dismembered her to delay identification and to try to dispose of the body in multiple locations. Only the torso survived because of sanitation's work and didn't pick up that particular trash can in time. So the torso was discovered. Everything else, they don't know where that is. Isn't that wild?
To see if there was anything amiss, but I mean, she had a door jamb that was sitting right by it, so there was no sign that anyone broke in. I mean, the door was locked when everyone got here. I mean, we just don't know where she is.
What about in the the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body.
Had you heard? Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. That's how we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
When forensic health professionals evaluate stalking, 4 essential items are taken into consideration: the nature of the relationship between the stalker and the victim, the stalker's motivations, the psychological, psychopathological, and social realities of the stalker, and the psychological and social vulnerabilities of the victim. The subject of this episode is 25-year-old Stephen McDaniel, and to gain a deeper understanding of the foregoing components, we have to extract certain elements through the knowledge of hindsight. The evolution of technology over the past 2 decades has made forensic investigations considerably more efficient. 2 of the items on this list can now be examined through a single component, which would otherwise take forensics weeks or even months to conduct in a previous era. And that component is the Internet, or more specifically, Internet search history. The disclosure of web browser data is often a crucial piece.
Could you imagine what's in David's search history, internet search history, or his Amazon wish list, or his Amazon search history?
Of evidence for building a case, as it can unveil many aspects of a suspect's personality that would otherwise be kept hidden. And this is sometimes far more effective than anything else presented in court, including information extracted during a full confession. Without going into specific detail, a large majority of the subject's time was spent watching porn that surrounded the theme of violence and torture. He would also conduct back-to-back.
Dan, does that sound familiar? Torture and porn?
Searches of how to commit sexual assault, and would type in several variations of the phrase.
Sorry guys, trigger warning. I'll stop it right there.
Liked member of her community and had a strong social support system. With relation to psychological.
Yeah, just look at the eyes. Oh, actually, yeah, this channel's good. Let me give this guy's credit. I played like a minute of their thing, but I always watch their ones. This is a good channel too, like psychology and stuff like that. That was good. That was a video I played. That's where it's from. So shout out to them. This one right here. Let me put it up. Yeah, this one, JCS Criminal Psychology. Yeah, this one's pretty good. Okay. Let me see if I can play that one, because that was interesting, like about the. Here, I'll play it, and then I'll just give them credit and shout them out, and then do some commentary in the middle. Hopefully, I don't have to edit out the video, but let me go back to that if you guys don't mind. It was showing a lot of a good psychological traits and stuff like that.
Takes us to item 4 of the forensic checklist. With respect to social vulnerabilities, the victim essentially had none. Lauren was outgoing and extremely popular. She was a well-liked member of her community and had a strong social support system. With relation to psychological vulnerabilities, the term perceptual naivety would potentially come to light during a forensic investigation. Stephen had asked her out on a date within 6 months of their acquaintance, which was reportedly only the second time they had ever spoke. Lauren declined, but stated she would like to remain friends, which was only her being courteous and trying to soften the blow of rejection. She would later tell her actual friends that Stephen made her feel extremely uneasy and was uncomfortable to be around. It may have seemed like a non-essential observation at the time, but in hindsight, it appears that her instinctive senses were trying to tell her something. Lauren had told her friends multiple times that she felt someone had been inside her apartment, and she also started getting an eerie vibe when she came back alone, especially late at night. It was as though she could sense something wasn't right, and she even thought about moving multiple times, but unfortunately never went through with it. The reality was that Stephen McDaniel had stolen a master's key from a security guard and let himself into her apartment and looked around on several occasions. He also started filming her when she would leave and return to her apartment during all hours of the day. Had Lauren been in this situation before, or even knew anyone that had, she may have trusted her intuition and unknowingly saved herself from a tragic fate. But that's the key word: trust. She had no proof of the danger she was in, only conviction, which unfortunately wasn't strong enough when it was most needed.
Yeah, this is super creepy right here. Super creepy. He has like a camera on a stick, or his phone on a stick, because she lived I think on the 2nd or 3rd floor. And he put a camera on a stick or his phone and started recording. And this was 5 hours before the murder.
Stephen McDaniel snuck into Lauren's apartment once more, only this time she was sleeping inside. As he crept into her bedroom, she awoke and immediately panicked. Stephen McDaniel snuck into Lauren's apartment once more, only this time she was sleeping inside. As he crept into her bedroom, she awoke and immediately panicked once she saw the intruder. McDaniel then pounced on top of her and proceeded to strangle her for roughly 15 minutes. Lauren put up a courageous fight and clawed at her attacker's face and chest, but she was eventually overpowered and died of asphyxiation. After the murder, Stephen dismembered Lauren's body in the bathtub with a hacksaw. He cut his victim into 5 pieces, placed each piece in a trash bag, and then disposed of each of them in separate trash cans around campus. 3 days later, Lauren's concerned friends would arrive at her apartment and...
Yeah, same thing in the Rivas case, right? Freaking trash bags and dismemberment.
let themselves in with a spare key. McDaniel would notice from his window and invited himself inside as he offered to help. All of her belongings were still inside, including her cell phone, driver's license, and passport. A missing persons report was filed that night. A search party commenced the next morning, and police would discover the victim's torso at 9:40 a.m. It was placed in a trash can next to the apartment complex. The rest of the victim's...
Yeah, I mean, look at that, the torso, right? I mean, what is it with the torso?
remains were never recovered. The investigation was then switched from a missing person to murder. Police canvassed the surrounding area and began conducting interviews with neighbors and classmates, one of whom was Stephen McDaniel. But he was first interviewed by the local news, and at the time was unaware that part of the victim's remains had been discovered.
We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and No one's heard from her since.
What kind of person was she? I mean, what did you see her?
I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know anybody any enemies she might have had, somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, we just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of, I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. That's why we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there.
He looks like he's about to faint there.
Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
This is most likely a genuine reaction disguised as another. He is most likely feeling a sense of fear and shock over the fact a substantial piece of evidence has been discovered, yet he plays it off as a feeling of sorrow over the loss of his supposed friend.
I don't know anyone that would want to hurt her. She was as nice a person as there is.
Was she moving soon? Did you know anything about her?
Yeah. She was going to be moving out today. Why would anyone do this?
Fucking fake ass cries and emotions.
Was she moving soon? Did you know anything about her?
Yeah. She was going to be moving out today. Why would anyone do this? Maybe I could have helped.
I mean, they went in, we looked around the place, no sign of a struggle, no sign that anyone had broken in, just nothing.
He was interviewed by police at 11:50 a.m. and offered to help in any way he could, yet came across as fidgety and apprehensive the entire time. There were two highlighted moments of the interview. The first was when Stephen asserted that he was a virgin, saving himself for marriage. The second was when the detective discovered scratch marks on his face and stomach, which he asserted were done by himself in his sleep. He at that point unknowingly became the prime suspect and was asked if police could search his apartment. Stephen reluctantly accepted and was then transported back to the complex with 4 other investigators. While searching his apartment, they discovered a collection of swords, guns, toilet rolls, stockpiled provisions as if he was expecting an apocalyptic event, and a mask made out of women's underwear. The most significant discovery, however, was a pack of condoms. Stephen was asked why he would have such an item in his possession if he was staying celibate before marriage, at which point he miraculously confessed to stealing them from another apartment. This gave the detectives probable cause for arrest, and Stephen was placed in handcuffs and brought back to the police station. His interrogation began just after 11 p.m.
All right, brother.
Yeah, this has to be like one of the freaking most bizarre interrogation interviews I've ever seen, where he doesn't move an inch. Watch this.
All right. I just got to ask you a few more questions. Okay. You came down earlier tonight, me and you talked, all right. You don't have any weapons on you, do you? No. That's just you are. What's wrong? You know I'm Detective Patterson, right?
Yes.
Do you remember, put your hands up here, you remember us talking earlier tonight, right? Yes. You remember me earlier in the day?
Yes.
When we came down here and talked a little bit and then we left?
Yes.
Okay.
The monotone dialogue and lifeless demeanor you see here reportedly started on the drive back to the police station, and the suspect's conduct throughout the entire procedure is not only mystifying, but almost impressive. This is one of the most extraordinary pieces of interrogation footage to ever reach the public domain.
I need to know about this girl right here. You know her?
Yes.
Who is that?
Lauren Giddings.
Does she live next door to you?
Yes.
When's the last time you seen her?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Was you friends with Lauren?
Yes.
Look at me when you talk to me, son. Okay?
The suspect has morphed himself into this abnormal and extremely creepy character. Whether it's a strategy or some sort of mental breakdown is unclear. But what's incredible is that it somewhat dictates the pace of the interrogation. The detective has just closed the distance and commanded eye contact, both of which are recognized techniques to increase psychological pressure. Yet the absurdly haunting manner in which the suspect turns his head and fixes his gaze unnerves the detective to the point where he becomes the one to look away and reset his posture. This essentially never happens in interrogations, as it can give the suspect an incredible boost in confidence.
Look at me when you talk to me, son. Okay? Was you friends with her?
Yes.
Close friends?
We were good.
I mean, y'all were friends, right? Both
Yes.
of y'all are law students. You're studying to be an attorney, right?
Yes.
What kind of law do you want to go into? Criminal law?
Yes.
Civil? Is that what you want to do for a living?
Yes.
Okay.
The detective steps back from his initially aggressive strategy. He asks trivial questions for 35 seconds before attempting to ramp up the pressure in a more subtle manner.
And you've lived next to Lauren for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where she's at tonight?
No. No.
Have you ever seen her with that dress on?
No.
You have no idea where she's at?
No.
Yes. Look, just tell me what happened, brother.
I don't know.
Well, where's she at? I'm asking you for your help. I'm a detective, and I'm asking you for your help. Can you help me?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You can't help a friend out?
I don't know what you need.
I need to know where Lauren's at.
I don't know.
Do you even care that no one can find her?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, do you?
Yes.
What's up with the pair of underwear that was in your apartment? That was like a mask. It was cut out like a mask. You cut underwear out to look like a mask?
No.
Are you a knife collector or a knife person, or
No.
you just like knives?
I used to collect swords.
I mean, do you know your swords?
Yes.
I mean, to sell and trade swords?
No.
Is that how Lauren looked with the long hair the last time you seen her?
Yes.
Or that's how she looks?
Yes.
I mean, earlier today, me and you sat here and talked normal. What's going on with you now? Why are you acting like this? I need to know. Why all of a sudden you're acting like this?
I don't understand.
Okay. Earlier today, we sat here and talked. But now you're acting like you don't know what's going on. I mean, did something happen or something to you? I mean, why are you shutting down? Why are you not talking to me?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you scared?
No.
I mean, you're not scared, are you?
No.
Stephen's demeanor doesn't waver for the first 20 minutes, so the detective eventually takes a more distinctly aggressive approach. He attacks the subject's character to see if it might coax him out of the act and into defending his dignity.
You got your ass on that fucking news and stood out there and gave a media report that her mother saw about her missing daughter. And you want me to sit there and tell him that you don't know? Is that what you want me to tell him? Because you're all over the news. You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media. But now you're going to get out here and you don't fucking know. You know. You're just a sorry piece of shit that don't give a fuck. Right?
Oh man, the comments are killing me right now. Sorry for the poor choice of words. Oh man, and this interrogation. Dude's just staring at him. He's like, "You're just a piece of shit." We hear that again. Hold on. You're just a piece of shit. What? Hold on.
Waiver for the first 20 minutes, so the detective eventually takes a more distinctly aggressive approach. He attacks the subject's character to see if it might coax him out of the act and into defending his
I know, me too. This detective roasting them up.
dignity.
You got your ass on that fucking news and stood out there and gave a media report that her mother saw about her missing daughter. And you want me to sit there and tell him that you don't know? Is that what you want me to tell him? Because you're all over the news. You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media, but now you're gonna get out here and you don't fucking know. You know. You're just a sorry piece of shit that don't give a fuck.
Dang.
Right?
No.
Well, why'd you tell the media everything? Do you need to see what you told the media today?
Yes.
It was on the 11 o'clock news. Well, I'm asking you. Tell me. I want to know.
I don't know where she is.
That ain't what you told the media. You didn't stand in front of that camera and say, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I need you to tell me what you want me to tell her mother. And then I won't ask you another thing. I'm not going to tell her mother that you don't know, because her mother saw you on the news tonight. And she cried all the way down to Macon. Because you had the balls to get on the news and tell everybody everything. So this little act that you're doing right now ain't working with me. Okay? So you need to snap out of it and tell me what the hell happened so we can move on.
I don't know.
Well, how many times you gonna say I don't know? How many times you gonna say it? If you did something that you regret, you need to let me know.
I didn't.
Well, who did?
I don't know.
Whether it was planned or not, the second detective enters the room with a similar strategy of immediate aggression. Rapport development seems to have been collectively thrown by the wayside.
What's up, buddy? Did you talk to him about his guns?
Yeah.
When was the last time you shot those guns?
I haven't.
You've never shot a gun?
No.
Have you ever shot any gun in your whole life?
No.
Never.
No.
So you bought 3 guns that you've never shot?
Yes.
Why?
To have.
For what?
To have.
For what? I'm asking for what? Why do you want to have them? What makes, did they give you, I mean, tell me why it's important to you to have 3 guns. That's an easy question. Come on, talk to me, buddy. Me and you talked all day today. We ain't had a problem communicating. Why is it important for you to have 3 guns? Do you not know?
No.
You say you don't know where Lauren is, right?
Right.
You told me earlier you and Lauren were friends, right?
Yes.
How would you describe y'all's relationship?
She was my friend.
She was your friend. What did you ever do things for her? Did she ever do things for you? What did she ever do for you?
We talked.
We talked. What y'all talk about?
News.
The news? Okay. How many times have you been in her apartment with her hanging out?
I don't know.
You don't know? If you had to guess, what would you, I mean, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, what?
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2? See, if I had only been somewhere twice, I could remember that. If I had been there over 50 times and you asked me how many times, I'd be like, I don't know, a lot. But the fact that you've only been there twice, when I say how many times you've been there, you say you don't know, that's just odd to me. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
That does make sense? So what I'm saying right now makes sense?
No.
Lauren's missing. This pretty little girl right here, your neighbor, she's missing.
Much like Detective 1, Detective 2 now valiantly moves in for the psychological charge. He closes the distance and locks eye contact. His physical demeanor, alongside a prolonged gaze, will hopefully...
That was crazy, that detective, man. Freaking interrogation tactics, man. Oh, wow.
crack the suspect's fortified barrier. Once broken, the momentum will commence and the suspect will be more likely to divulge incriminating information. All the detective has to do is maintain eye contact for longer than his adversary. It's a psychological battle of attrition between 2 opposing forces, and these moments can sometimes last for minutes on end.
I know.
Me and you both know it's no different than when you was a little kid, right? And you reached in that cookie jar and you got caught after your mama told you not to get that cookie. And when she was, did you get a cookie? No. And whenever you tell a lie.
Man, these detectives are just cracking me up. I might have to put the full interrogation because I don't want to get dinged or anything by that guy's commentary. Let me see. Oh man.
Now you're lying. You're just lying. That's a lie. You ever see her come in and out of her apartment?
Yes.
You did? When was the last time?
Oh, thank you, Dee Dee. Thank you so much for your $3 super chat. Shiba Dog with sparkles in his eyes. Say my hero. What's up, Flo? What's up, Flo? We doing it. We doing it.
Might have snatched her from.
When she was...
If you're the detective, you're the police detective, it's your investigation. Where would you start your investigation?
I don't know.
Come on now. You watch TV, right?
Yes.
Okay. You made it through college, right?
Yes.
You made it just about through law school, right?
Yes.
So you should know, where would you start your investigation?
Where she was last seen.
Okay. So in this case, where was she last seen?
At Garen's house.
Garen. That's the guy that lives up on the street, right? Friend of her.
So I had to put this one on with the full interrogation because I don't want to. The other guy was commentating on it, so I don't want to commentate on top of his commentating. It gets tricky. So I made sure to make some commentaries in the middle, give credit to the guy. So hopefully that guy doesn't ding me. So, but this is through Law and Crime. I've showcased their channel many times. Really good channel too. You guys know who they are, what they're about. I've showcased them. Let's go.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and that was on, I think she left there on Saturday morning.
Yes.
Am I right? Okay. Now, where do you think she went from their house?
I don't know.
All right, you're the detective now. All right? It's your case. What would you do?
Check at her home.
Okay. We did that. That's what we did today, right?
Yes.
You saw us out there when we knocked on your door. She's not there. I need your help in finding her. And what do we need to do? What do we need to do that we haven't done?
I don't know.
You don't know? So if you had this case, you wouldn't be able to solve it. Is that what you're saying? Because you're not smart enough to solve it?
I don't.
This freaking detective, man. Yeah, this detective is cracking me up.
I don't know.
Or you think you're smart enough to be a detective?
I don't know.
No?
You gotta be killing me, Steven. Steven.
So?
Steven, listen to me. We're real people, and we're here to talk to you. I'd like to think that we're friends, okay? Friends communicate back and forth. The only thing you said is yes or no, and I don't know, okay? It makes me feel like you're treating me like you don't like me, and I feel like I've looked out for you today. Everything you said you wanted, I've given you. I've tried to give you food several times. I feel like we talked. You told me about how you like to look at porn on the internet. You expressed to me that you're a virgin, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff you tell friends. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yes.
We need to know where your other car is at. I already know you own another car, okay?
I don't own another
yes,
car.
you do.
Do you use another car?
You have another car. It's not in your name.
Use mine.
No,
no, you don't, Steve.
You've been using somebody else's car.
No.
Everyone I interviewed today say you have another car. These people aren't making this up. You have another vehicle.
No, I don't.
So your grandfather's a liar. Is that what you're saying? You're calling your grandfather a liar. I just talked to him, and he said you own another car.
I don't.
So he's lied to me.
Steven, we're telling way too many lies in here.
So you're telling me they're lying?
You're willing to tell me that you're a virgin and that you told me you jack off the porn on the internet, but you don't want to admit to having another car? That makes me think you got something to hide, Steven. That concerns me. You tell me things that most people wouldn't tell somebody else, but yet you lie about something simple.
Why are you
about
trying to
having
hide
another
that
car.
you have another car? What's the big deal?
I don't have
I got 3 cars.
You do. You do.
No, I don't.
It's not at your
Well,
house.
what happened to it?
I've never had another car.
That's the only car you ever had in Macon?
Yes.
Okay, let me go talk to him again, because that's not what he's saying.
Steven. What happened to Lauren?
I don't know.
You like her, don't you?
She's my friend.
Did you ever think about having sex with her?
No.
You never tried to talk to her on a dating level?
No.
Let me go talk. They got his grandfather. Let me go talk, make sure that he owns another car, because he's telling us he doesn't. Be right back.
So you're telling me, you see that pretty girl right there?
Yes.
You telling me you looked at a pretty girl like that and you never once thought, ever, man, she looks good. You never thought that?
I don't understand.
What do you mean you don't understand? You know how when you're sitting there, you see a girl walking down the road, and you say, man, that girl looks good. You ever see a good-looking girl down the road, you think to yourself, man, that girl looks good?
Yes.
You never thought that about her?
Yes.
So you mean to tell me you look at porn on the internet and get off to that, but you never looked at her and said, man, I wonder what it'd be like to have sex with her?
Yes.
You have?
No.
Have you ever thought about what it would be like to have sex with Lauren?
No.
You've never imagined having sex with Lauren?
No.
Have you ever had sex with Lauren?
No.
What do you know about that body we found today?
I don't know.
You don't know? What if I told you that I believe that you do know?
I don't.
What if I told you that I could prove it?
I don't know.
You don't know? Is there a chance? But you do admit that there's a chance that I possibly have evidence to show that you do have something to do with that body, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? Because if I hadn't done anything, I'd say, nope, there's no way. But you say you don't know. Why is that? Why do you say you don't know? Is there a chance that maybe something's there?
No.
Why did you say you don't know?
Because I don't know.
Because you're worried about something? Maybe something that happened, that maybe something got mixed up with something and you're worried about that?
No.
Then why do you say I don't know?
Because I don't know.
How would you not know? If I was asking you, did you just rob a bank? If you didn't, you'd say no, not I don't know, right?
Right.
So why do you say I don't know?
Because I don't know.
You don't know if you had anything to do with that body?
I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What if I said I could prove that you did?
I don't know.
Could you explain it?
I don't know.
Today you told an investigator that you were worried about us possibly finding blood in your apartment, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You did. Now why would you be worried about that?
We all looked in Lauren's apartment.
Did you see blood?
No.
Then what would make you think that there was blood taken over there? Nothing would make you think that unless you saw it. Because see, I didn't see no blood. None of the other Lauren's friends saw blood, but I know now that blood was there. And now I believe you saw it. You saw that blood. You know that blood was there. And that's why you're worried about it.
No.
Did you know? Why do you have blood up in the inside of your nose?
I don't know.
You don't know? But you saw that blood. That's the only way that you would be worried about it. Because that's like saying, I'm worried about red roses being under my pillow, but yet I never put them there. That doesn't make any sense. You know, your brain doesn't even think to operate like that unless you knew something was there. Does that make sense? That makes sense to you. You're a smart guy, right?
I don't understand.
You knew that there was blood in that apartment.
No.
Yes, you did, Stephen. Yes, you did. There's blood in your apartment, Stephen.
Oh my gosh, man. Oh my God, I'm in tears right now. Oh my goodness. I am in tears. I'm in tears right now. Oh my gosh. Tears right now. Oh man, I'm seriously, oh my God, I am in tears with this interrogation.
I have 4 adopted siblings.
That you love very much, right?
Yes.
Okay. What about your mama?
She's a homemaker.
Okay. What about your daddy?
He's a painter.
Close family? Y'all close?
Yes.
When was the last time you talked to him?
When we got together.
When was that?
A few weeks ago.
Did you go up there to see him, or they come down here to see you?
We went to Buckner's.
Here comes the I don't need to. Oh my goodness. Here comes the other detective, man. Oh my gosh. They're just, yeah, they're torturing this guy. He's torturing them with the I don't know. Yeah. Oh man.
I like Buckner's. The chicken place where the table spins around.
Yes.
You just drove up that metal?
Yes.
Okay. They bring all the kids with them?
Yes.
They didn't come back to Macon?
No.
Well, they asked you how you was doing in school and everything?
Yes.
Alright. You had told Detective Chapman that you've never shot any of those guns that were in your apartment?
Yes.
Have you?
No.
Well, you never went to the shooting range here in Macon and did some shooting?
No.
Any gun?
No.
Did you make the mistake and tell people at school that you used to go to the shooting range and shoot?
No.
You've never said that?
No.
Do you even know how to load?
Yes.
An SKS? That was an SKS, right?
No.
What was it?
An AK.
Same thing. Just different. You even know how to load it?
Yes.
What kind of rounds it take?
7.62 39.
Okay. What's the capacity of that clip that you had?
30 rounds.
Was it loaded?
Well,
Is it loaded?
The magazine is full.
Okay. You got a round in the chamber?
No.
Why not?
Safer that way.
Safer? It's just you in the apartment, right?
Yes.
Why do you think it's safer that way?
No chance of it getting knocked over and going off.
I mean, no one lives with you. Just you.
Bullets can travel distance.
Well, how do you know that?
I've read up about it.
Well. On what, the computer?
Yes.
Okay. What about your pistols? You never fired any of those pistols?
No.
Were they loaded tonight?
The magazine is full on the 10 millimeter.
Okay.
And there's one round in the chamber in 9mm and a full magazine.
Was the 9mm the full size one or the compact one?
Compact.
And you've never even fired any of those weapons?
No.
Where do you buy your ammo? Have you ever purchased any ammo here in Macon?
Yes.
From where?
A to Z Guns.
On Vineable, was that on Vineable Avenue?
Yes.
When's the last time you was at A to Z Guns?
Years ago.
Do you have a permit?
Yes.
To carry what you do? Here in Bibb County?
Yes.
Okay. You applied when you was working down at the county or something?
I applied last fall.
Okay. So you have your card?
Yes.
Is it with you?
Yes.
Can I see it? They still make you take your fingerprint down there?
Yes.
Let me see your card. How much does it cost now? You remember?
Around $80.
So it expires in 2016?
Yes.
Do you have any pictures of the kids?
No.
Hmm?
No.
They didn't give you no pictures when they were in school? Got a picture of your parents?
No.
You got no pictures?
No.
At all? Not even at your apartment?
Wallet.
You have some at your apartment?
Some.
Okay. What do the kids call you?
Stephen.
Okay. So you're just their brother or uncle or?
Brother.
Brother Stephen. None of them ever come visit you here in Macon?
No.
About this car. When you first moved to Macon, did you have another automobile?
No.
Never.
No.
When you moved to Macon, you brought that Geo Prism with you?
Yes. Maybe.
Do you even have a credit card?
Yes.
Which credit card do you use the most?
Visa.
Is it a bank name or just a Visa?
First Financial Bank.
Is that here in Macon?
No.
First Financial. You got a bank account with them?
No.
Well, whose account? They just sent you a Visa? You don't have no bank account?
I have bank.
Where are you putting your money? In your house? You putting all your money in your house? With all the food you got in there?
I have an account with Wachovia.
Here in Macon?
Yes.
Do you buy your stuff at Walmart with this Visa card?
No.
Oh, how do you usually pay for stuff at Walmart?
With cash.
Do you have a job?
No.
Well, how do you get cash?
Student loans.
So you're just living off your student loans?
Yes.
So you hadn't worked like a job in a while?
No.
Are you planning on getting a job?
Yes.
I mean, because your loans are going to run out sooner or later, right?
Yes.
How long you got left to finish your school up? Are you finished completely?
Yes.
When are you planning on moving out of that apartment?
Around
I mean, when's your
July
lease up?
15th.
Around July 15th? Where you plan on going when you move out?
Back to my parents.
And where is that at?
Lilburn.
Do you even know your mother's phone number?
I know the home phone number.
What's that? What's the area code up there?
770-381-5031.
What's your mother's name?
Glenda.
Has she ever had a drug problem?
No,
She's been home your whole entire life, raising you?
mostly.
Where was she when she wasn't mostly raising you?
Preschool.
Oh, she a school teacher or something?
Yes.
Do you know how? I've already told you that there was a body discovered, right, in the trash containers over there near your apartment. Do you know how that body got in that trash can?
No.
Do you have any black trash bags in your apartment, like that you use for trash?
No.
Can you help me? Do you know where any black trash bags are in that apartment complex?
I don't
Have you
know.
ever seen any around? Has someone been over there cleaning up, or have you ever seen anybody painting in an apartment? Have you seen any painters? Because you're home most of the day, right?
Yes.
Have you seen any of that?
No.
Do you know when the garbage man usually comes over there?
No.
Do you know anything?
Yes.
What do you know? I asked you for help. What do you know? You haven't provided me with nothing. I mean, when's the last time you were in that laundry room at the apartments?
Last night,
What were you doing last night?
Luke and I were looking for Lauren.
Did y'all see anything unusual or out of place?
No.
Okay.
There was one washer that had clothes in it.
Whose clothes were they, do you know?
Luke said they looked like a guy's clothes.
But you didn't look in the machine?
I didn't look in detail.
What kind of knife did you have on you tonight?
A little throwing knife.
Where'd you have it at? In your front pocket?
Yes.
Do you own any saws or anything like that?
No.
There's not anything in your car, is there?
No.
In the trunk or anything?
No.
When's the last time you actually drove your car? Like went somewhere in your car?
Within the past few days.
Alright, today's, well, it's now Friday, but yesterday was Thursday. That's when you met me.
Yes.
Have you driven your car this week at all?
Yes.
What day?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Well, what do you remember about your car?
I drove to Kroger.
In Baconsfield, across the river. When do you think that might have been?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Why would you go to Kroger?
To get something.
What?
Dinner.
You got a lot of food in your house, right?
Yes.
What day do you think that might have been? Was it over the weekend?
No.
Was it Monday?
I don't think so.
Was it Tuesday?
I don't think so.
What day would you think it was if you had to pick a day? What day was you hungry on?
Wednesday, maybe.
Wednesday? You don't remember what you bought?
Dinner. Frozen dinner.
I like the frozen section. Microwave dinner?
No.
Oh, frozen dinner you cook in the oven?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go over there by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Did Did you go anywhere else that night?
No.
Or that day? Just over to Kroger and then you came home?
Yes.
Did you go anywhere this week, like, I don't know, shopping at the mall or looking at guns at A&Z, or did you go anywhere else?
No.
When's the last time you cleaned your car?
I haven't since I got it back.
Where'd you get it back from?
My parents.
What'd they have it for?
Their van was in a wreck.
So, what'd they do, come get your car, or?
Yes.
So they came to Macon and got your car and then left?
The wreck was down here.
Oh, in Macon?
Yes.
So they were staying with you when they were in the wreck?
No.
Well, what were they doing in Macon?
The van was going to be worked on.
Here in Macon?
Yes.
Well, where's the van at now? Do they got it back?
It was totaled.
So they were in Macon, and they were in a wreck in Macon.
My mom was.
And she was down here in Macon because...
The air conditioner was malfunctioning.
Why was she in Macon, though?
Because there's a place in Macon that's the best at air conditioning repair.
And you told her about to come down to Macon to get her air conditioner fixed?
No.
Well, how do you know that?
She told me.
Oh. So she just drove to Macon to get her air conditioner fixed?
Yes.
She was in a wreck?
Yes.
Totaled out her car, her van?
Yes.
So she came to your house to get your car?
I drove her back. I was following.
You drove her back to where?
To my apartment.
Where was the van?
It was towed.
Okay, because it's totaled. She stay at your apartment, spend the night with you?
No.
She stayed just a few minutes and leave, or what?
She stayed about an hour.
When's the last time you talked to your mother, Glenda?
I don't remember.
Has it been a while?
It's been a few days.
Do you call her every day?
No.
You don't check on the kids?
No.
Show me that scratch again that you showed me earlier. That was it a... What did you say happened there?
I think I scratched myself in my sleep.
Huh. Are you going to be able to help me with this case or not? Because I need to tell the parents something, huh?
I don't know.
You don't know what? You don't know what happened to her?
I can help.
Why don't you know if you can help?
Because I don't know if I know what you need.
I need to know if you know where Lauren's at. Or do you know who took Lauren?
I don't.
You told me that if you were working the case, you would think somebody would take her when she was running. Why would you say that?
When we looked in her apartment, there was no sign it was broken into.
Okay, so you're figuring somebody might have took her while she was out running?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Did you see her go running this weekend at all?
No.
Well, that would help if you did. What time does she normally run? At night or daytime? Can you at least tell me that?
I don't know.
But did she like to run in the early morning or the late night?
The last time I saw her was midday.
Like noonish?
Yes.
Okay.
She was going running when I was coming back from bar prep.
Has that been a while?
2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. She speak to you?
No.
You just saw her out running?
I was in my car.
Well, did you see her when you were like pulling in the parking lot, or you just saw her running down the road? Was she outside her apartment getting ready to go run, or was she already running at the time you saw her?
Already running.
Okay. She was running by herself?
Yes.
She didn't have her dog with her, did she?
No.
Did you get along with everybody when you worked down with the district attorney's office?
Yes.
No problems?
No.
Did you like doing what you used to do down there, or what?
Yes.
Who did you work for? I mean, who was your... Did you help out everybody, or were you assigned to just a certain person?
Mainly Jonathan Adams.
Okay. How long did you work down there?
The spring semester.
Did you enjoy doing that kind of work?
Yes.
So you should be able to help me, right?
Yes.
Because you're on our side, right?
Yes.
All right. What do you think I need to do?
I don't know.
There we go again with that I don't know. Come on now. You can give me some advice, right? You can't give me some advice? On what I should do next? You can't tell me what you think I should do next?
I don't know.
Well, we found a body outside the apartment, right? We know that, right?
Yes.
You saying you didn't hear or see anything like the whole time you've been there over the weekend, right?
Right.
We've talked to you, right?
Right.
We've talked to most of all her friends. Is there anybody else we need to talk to that you might know that we didn't?
I don't know.
Let's talk about the apartment complex. Anybody in that complex that anybody else we need to talk to?
I don't know who you have talked to.
Who lives below you?
An older woman and her son.
Were they home tonight or today?
I don't know.
You didn't see them?
No.
Do you ever see them?
Yes.
But you don't know if they were home today?
No. She doesn't have a car.
So it's really hard to tell if they're home.
Yes.
You ever talk to her?
Yes.
She work anywhere?
I don't know.
Do you ever get tired of saying I don't know? What else you got in your wallet there, brother?
My bear card.
What's that used for?
To get into the building.
What else you got?
My bank card. My Kroger card.
Is that the card you use at Kroger?
Yes.
I'm gonna write down this number. Since you don't know the last time you were there, I'm assuming you used your card when you were there.
Yes.
Right.
I always use my card.
That's why I'm gonna write down the number. You can remember that you always use your card, but you can't remember the last time you were there.
I always use my card.
Well, what if you didn't use them? What else you got in there?
My Borders card. An ink card. My ID.
What's that?
A voter registration.
What's that, Mercer? What's that?
Mercer Law Cab card.
What's that? Use a free cab ride home? Oh, that's just the phone numbers.
Numbers for cab companies.
Here in Macon. Alright. What's that card right there?
GameStop.
Okay. No phone numbers or anything?
No.
Okay. Put your money back up in there. There's a $100 bill up under there. What are you rolling with all that money in your pocket for?
My granddaddy gave it to me.
Do you take any medication?
No.
Have you ever taken any medication?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental problem?
No.
You know what's crazy? I was talking to people that he works with and everything. They talk about how he's always expresses himself.
But he don't know.
He's very talkative. Stephen, they say you're so talkative, buddy, that you're always so friendly. You stop in and say hello, and you talk. Why is it that you're acting so short with us tonight? If you have all this character and personality about you, why is it that everything that we get from you is yes, no, or I don't know?
I don't know.
Well, you sure were talking to the media tonight, weren't you?
They asked what happened.
Yeah, that's what we're asking you. What happened? What'd you tell them?
I told them
You
what
didn't-
I knew.
That you didn't know. Do you drink at all? Do you drink beer?
No.
Well, at least I gotta know stuff I don't know.
Stephen, you know, we have to go to our best resources when we're trying to do anything. You know, it's kind of like the guy who wants to get his oil changed, he goes to Jiffy Lube. You know what I'm saying? We're looking for Lauren, and you said you were her friend. Aren't you her friend?
Yes.
Y'all good friends?
Yes.
How good of friends are y'all?
We're friends.
Like, how good of friends?
I don't understand.
You don't understand? You don't understand how good of friends y'all are?
I don't understand what you're asking.
How good of friends are y'all?
We're friends.
Are y'all close friends? Are y'all just acquaintances? Y'all study? I mean, how good of friends are y'all?
We're friends.
Are y'all really good friends?
I don't know.
You don't know? How do you not know if you're not a really good friend? Let me ask you this. Maybe you're saying that because you don't know how she feels about you. How do you feel about her? Do you consider her a really good friend?
She's a friend.
But not a really good friend?
I don't know.
You don't know? How do you not know?
I don't know what you mean by really good.
Are y'all really close?
No.
No, you're not?
No.
So you never told her any of your personal business?
No.
She ever tell you any of hers?
No.
You ever see her upset?
No.
She was always a happy person, wasn't she?
Yes.
Why are you acting like this, Stephen? You see how I'm able to talk in complete sentences? Like we're having a conversation, but the only thing you're bringing to the table is a yes, no, or I don't know. Why is that, Stephen?
I don't
know.
understand.
You don't understand. What don't you understand? I want to be able to help you to be able to communicate with me better than that, Stephen. I feel like we can help each other. Stephen, did you hurt that girl?
No.
Do you know where she's at?
No.
Would you tell me if you did?
Yes.
Have you lied to me at all in this interview?
No.
Yes, you have, Stephen. You said you have. When you say you don't know when the last time you cleaned your bathroom is, that's a lie. When you say you don't know the last time you saw her coming in and out of her apartment, or you don't notice whether or not she comes in and out, that's another lie. Your door's only a few feet from hers. You've told some lies in this interview, Stephen. Without a doubt. When was the last time you did laundry?
A few weeks ago.
You ain't washed clothes in a few weeks?
Yeah,
Why?
I have a lot of clothes.
No, you don't. That's another lie. That's right. That's 3 lies, Stephen. You don't have a lot of clothes.
Yes, I do.
Nope. You got enough underwear to last you 3 weeks?
Yes.
Do you wear the same pair of underwear more than one day?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's still clean enough to wear.
Stephen, I appreciate you coming down here today and talking to us, okay? I appreciate you cooperating with us and helping us along. But you've lied to me about at least 3 things in this interview. And people don't lie unless they got something to hide. Why would you lie to me, Stephen?
I didn't lie.
Sure you did. You said you don't even notice when she comes in and out of her apartment. That's a lie, Stephen.
I said I didn't remember the last time.
Have you ever watched her go in her apartment?
No.
You've never... How long y'all been neighbors?
3 years.
3 years. You've never watched her walk through her front door?
Yes.
5 seconds ago, I said, you ever watched her walk into her apartment? You said no. So I'm going to ask you again, have you ever watched her walk into her apartment?
Yes.
When was the last time?
A long time ago.
How long?
Before graduation.
It's been that long. And you graduated when?
In May.
Beginning of May, end of May?
The middle.
And you hadn't seen her walk in her apartment since?
No.
Did you ever help her carry up groceries and stuff like that?
No.
Never.
No.
You ever help her carry her laundry?
No.
She's never needed your help with anything?
She asked for help with the computer.
You ever offer help with her for anything, carrying stuff for her, anything like that?
Yes.
Like what, Stephen?
When she was moving out during the first summer.
What did you do?
She needed help moving stuff to her car.
And you helped her?
Yes.
So you went in and out of her apartment moving stuff?
Yes.
How long did you help her?
A few minutes.
That's it?
Yes.
Do you realize how you're talking right now? Does it not feel weird to you?
No.
Would you say that this is how you talk all the time?
I don't understand.
You're just not expressing yourself at all. Everything's with you is yes, no, I don't remember, I don't understand. You can't help me out with anything. There's nothing you can tell me to help me about this beautiful girl right here, Stephen. That was your friend. Nothing. You gonna let things go down like this?
I don't know what you want.
I want the truth, Stephen.
I don't know where she is.
Let me ask you this. I truly believe you don't know where she is right now. Where was she yesterday?
I don't know.
Liar. That's right. You're lying. Why are you lying, Stephen?
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are lying. How long are you going to continue to do it? She's got a mother and a father and a family out there that is sick over everything. Where's that little girl, Stephen?
I don't know.
Stephen, you know. Where?
I don't know.
Stephen. You're going to look at this right here, this little girl right here, and you're going to say you don't know? I know you know.
I don't know.
Yes, you know. What are you going to say tomorrow when I say we got your hair with the body? What are you going to say to me then? Because you know, like I go like that. Look at my hair. That's how easy it falls out. Look at all that on your head. You don't think nothing fell out? It did. It did, Stephen. We just wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it, so you didn't look like a monster at the end. Because you know what? I don't believe that you're a monster, Stephen. I believe that you're a good guy. You've been picked on. Girls didn't show you the respect that you deserved. You did something stupid. And I believe you feel bad about it. And that's why you're all freaked out right now. But I'm giving you the opportunity to get right. I'm giving you an opportunity to show everybody you're not a monster, that you feel bad about what happened. Your hair is there, man. Your hair is there. We got your hair with the body. How's that, Stephen?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Yes, you do know, Stephen. That's right, buddy. See that? Look at it. See how easy? It happens. And it happened to you. Why, Stephen?
I don't understand.
Oh, you understand. You understand exactly what I'm saying. See this stuff right here, your hair? Yeah, it fell out of your head when you was moving the body, Stephen. That's right. Do you remember moving the body?
No.
Yes, you do, Stephen. Why, man? What happened? Why? Tell me, bud.
I didn't do it.
Yes, you did, Stephen. Your head's with the body. Quit lying. We want you to tell it so that way people will understand you're not a monster. Things just, you got out of control. It's a sickness. Why'd you do it, Stephen?
I didn't do it.
Stephen, why are you going to keep telling that? You hurt that girl.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did, Stephen. You hurt her, man. She was screaming. Screaming, Stephen. Why? And I know you feel bad about it. I can see it in your face. What came over you, man? What happened, Stephen?
I don't know.
I know you don't know. You couldn't control it, could you?
I didn't do it.
Stephen! How long are we going to continue to do this? You did. Why is what I want to know.
I didn't do it.
Stephen, you hurt that girl, man. And you got on the news today. That's right. You know what? You weren't talking like this on the news, buddy. Yeah. You hurt this girl.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You hurt that girl. Why'd you hurt her, Stephen?
I didn't.
You hurt that girl. Did you try to make her have sex with you?
I didn't.
Huh? Who did it?
I don't.
They got your hair? They steal your hair and take it over there? Stephen, they steal your hair? They didn't, did they? Did they, Stephen? That's right. It's all sinking in right now. He knows, is what you're thinking. Stephen, I don't want it to be a game between me and you. I know it hurts, and I know you're not an awful person and you want to tell it. Your hair was there, Stephen. We've all known it all along. We wanted just to give you an opportunity to tell what happened. Did y'all have sex?
No.
Did you try to have sex?
No.
You think about having sex?
No.
Liar. What kind of man doesn't think about having sex? You said earlier you like girls, right?
Yes.
You said she's a pretty girl, right?
Yes.
What'd you do to her, Stephen?
I didn't do anything.
You're lying. You hurt that girl.
No, I didn't.
Sure it did. And that's why you're having this massive meltdown right now. Because you can't live with yourself, can you? It's overwhelming you, isn't it? Tell the truth, Stephen.
I didn't do it.
Who did it?
I don't know.
Yes, you do, Stephen. Why? Why did you hurt that girl?
I didn't.
Why'd you hurt her, Stephen?
I didn't.
You hurt that girl.
No, I didn't.
Sure you did. You know it, and I know it. You just don't want to tell it, Stephen. But that's okay. I know it. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it, so people didn't think you were a monster. You're not a monster, are you, Stephen?
No.
I know, buddy. I know you're not a monster. Tell me what happened.
I don't know.
You tried to have sex with her?
No.
She didn't want to have sex with you?
I didn't do it.
She didn't want to have sex with you, Steve?
I don't know.
You don't know if she wanted to have sex with you?
I didn't do anything.
Yes, you did, Stephen. You went into her apartment, Stephen. And you hurt that girl.
No, I didn't.
You did, buddy. You hurt her, Stephen.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Why won't you tell me, Stephen?
I didn't do it.
I'm gonna take this with me. You don't deserve to look at it. Just stay right here, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate all your cooperation tonight, okay?
Okay.
All right, we're getting ready to go. I just need to discuss a few more things with you. You know, the reason why we're down here is because Lauren's missing, right?
Yes.
I just need you to please tell me. Give me where you, I know earlier today you told me you stayed home all weekend, right? In your apartment.
Yes.
And, did anybody see you? Did you talk to anybody over the weekend? Were you on your computer all weekend? Is there anything I can look at that I can say he couldn't be involved because he was on the computer, or he was online on a porn site, or he was online doing college work, or anything that would exclude you as being involved altogether? I mean, did anybody see you this weekend at the house? Did you go out to get a newspaper? Did you wave to a neighbor, or you just locked yourself in all week?
Yes.
Nobody saw you?
No.
I mean, what, do you just stay in the house all day?
Yes.
I mean, what do you do all day in the house?
Play video games.
By yourself?
Yes.
You never talk to anybody on the phone or anything?
If they call me.
Well, who calls you?
Parents.
I mean, you've always done that your whole life? You don't have no friends? How can you go your whole life without a friend?
I have friends.
Where they at? Where they at? You have any friends here in Macon?
Yes.
Name one, because everybody I talked to said they ain't your friend.
Brian Granger. Cass Lawson. Ashley Morehouse. Carmen Love.
That's the same people I talked to today, and they're not your friend. Okay? They're not your friend. I mean, it's all over anyways. I just wanted to know what was going on tonight. The game's over. I mean, we know what you did to her, so we just want to know if you were going to tell us or not.
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's what you say. But we know different. So you're fucked either way. You're fucked. We already know. And everybody out there, all your friends know that you're down here because of what happened to Lauren. So all those friends that you thought you had are not your friends anymore. Okay, there'll be no more video games. Alright? Not all. This is the end. Is there anything you want to say?
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's what you say. That's what you say. Stick to your story. Because it's over. We're tired of talking to you. Okay? We know you killed her. We know you put her body in the trash can. Simple as that. The news media knows it. Glenda knows it, your mother. Your sister knows it. Your sister's husband knows it. The one that used to beat your sister, he knows it. You know what he said? He said he's a crazy motherfucker, is what he said when I called him. That's your own family calling you crazy. Your own family said you're crazy. Nobody wants to see you. Nobody's coming to visit you. So you can sit there with that dumb look on your face. But it's over. You enjoyed yourself and it's all over now. Okay? Anything you want to say? I don't know.
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's what you say. But I'm telling you, you did. Okay? Simple as that. You're not in charge, I am. I just took it away from you. That's one thing you can't change, brother. You can't change that. You are no longer in charge of anything. Okay? You understand that? Yeah. Talk to Glenda. She's crying. She's supposed to be coming down here. I told them the whole story. And they told me what you used to tell them about your next door neighbor too. Yeah. What? You can't say nothing now? You're speechless? Hmm? Yeah, she should be here in a little bit. I promised her I'd let her see you and the kids. I don't know if she's bringing them all or not before you go on down. Alright? Okay?
I didn't do anything.
Doesn't matter what you think you did. Doesn't matter, it's what I can prove. Okay? Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants? Promised her I'd let her see you. So I'm waiting on them to get down here. Alright? Okay? I'm taking Glenda's statement about what you used to tell her about your neighbor. About what you used to tell her about your guns and your knives and your sister's husband's coming. 'Cause he said you're crazy. Your sister is married still, right?
Yes.
He used to beat her back in the day?
I don't know.
Huh? Well, you sit in here and think about it for a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Got plenty of time to think now, don't you? Yeah. Got plenty of time to think. You thought you were smarter than everybody else, but you're not. You're not. The sad thing about it is you probably could have made something with your life. But you chose a different route because, one, you don't have a girlfriend, and two, you're never going to get a girlfriend. I'm listening. I'm all ears.
I don't know what you want me to say.
I don't want you to say nothing. You're fucked either way. Do you understand that?
I didn't do anything.
That's your side of the story. That's your side of the story. Works both ways, brother. Works both ways. Ain't gonna be no more yelling. Ain't nobody gonna yell at you. They're gonna come in here and cry and kiss you goodbye. I'm gonna take their statement and it's all over. You do understand that, right?
I didn't do anything.
That's what you say. That's what you say. Because you haven't told us anything. Do you realize what I'm telling you? Okay. Well, you sit there and think about it a little bit, okay? I'll come back and check on you. Thought you were smarter than everybody. But you fucked up. You fucked up. Somebody always leaves something in a crime scene. You fucked up. You fucked it up. First, I didn't really believe you had anything to do with it. I said, man, it couldn't have been him. He used to work down the DA's office with us. He's a good guy. He used to help us out. Friendly guy and everything. Couldn't be him. He couldn't have done something like that. Well, we're through talking to you. Just waiting for them to come visit you. Are you through with your little show you've been putting on all day? Huh? Are you through? You're not gonna win. Too much evidence. Too much evidence. Appreciate you talking to me though. Just hang tight. Look, Linda will be down here in a minute. I'll usually take her to drive down the interstate.
I don't know.
Well, hang tight, okay?
Okay.
Video is not paused. No, no jump scare. I hate those. It's crazy because you can hear like the people in the background, like the detectives moving around, and he's still holding still.
Hey,
Man, that was wild.
I just gotta ask you a few.
Yeah, yeah, it's like a out of body experience, huh? Dang, that was crazy. Yeah, I've never seen that interrogation like in its entirety. Damn, that was wild. That was good. I mean, I don't even know how we got on this case. Oh, the dismemberment.